are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Let me keep reading. Paragraph 52. Then we will identify to the greatest extent possible the interests and aspirations of other free world nations in outer space with US sponsored activities and accomplishments. 53. We will develop information. Develop information. I like that. Develop information and other programs that will exploit fully US outer space activities on a continuing basis, especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall outer space capabilities. Those designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities and to present US outer space progress in the most favorable comparative light. Next section's on reconnaissance satellites. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework which will place the uses of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. This is before America launched satellites. Next, at the earliest technologically practicable date, use reconnaissance satellites to enhance the maximum extent of the U.S. intelligence effort. This is just one excerpt of that document, folks. And there are like 6, 7, 8 PDFs related to this that all are about the same thing. I got this letter from Alan Dulles, like I said, nominating psychological warfare experts to sit on this board and to create NASA.
Yeah, this is greasing the skids for the moon landing, yeah? So when it happened,
it sure is.
And it was televised, what impact do you think it happened to the human psyche when this happened?
Big. In 1957 and 1958, the Saturn rocket was still a program, by name, Saturn rockets. Yep. This greased the skid for Apollo. This greased the skid for everything else that we've been seeing. The ISS and all of it. Space shuttle programs.
Yeah, you couple that with the overview effect that Crit talked about, and then you have a recipe for psychological damage to a human mind, because now it shows that, seeing is believing. So if you witness something on TV with air quotes, now you believe that they've accomplished something that they never have. So
Bingo.
all of this is working on the mind, because it's true, right? When we ask somebody any information that can give us that they know how the Earth is a globe, they come up with nothing, as they should, because there is nothing there. There's no way to verify the thing that they think is true, because it's all a trick of the mind.
That's a great point. The overview effect. Listen, this is the smoking gun that the overview effect was intentionally induced. And not just like, oh my gosh, we went to space and we were surprised because we didn't expect to have this psychological condition of seeing the globe from the near moon. That's not what happened. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, we went to space and we were shocked by what we found and we were so surprised to see this. No, for the past 12 years prior, they were doing this. And this has been an ongoing effort since the late 40s by this point as well. Like, this is in 1957, 58. This stuff goes back to like 1947. This is one of the endpoint documents that I just shared. This was like a 20-year effort prior to the Apollo mission to provide the overview effect as a freaking witch's hammer of a psychological force for your mind to get you to solidify the globe and to think about space the way they wanted you to think about it. The overview effect was one of their crowning achievements. And now we got people who have the overview effect everywhere in society who never actually had it. By proxy, they do. And that's what we're up against, right? As you were saying, Alpha, we are up against people that that have the effect of the overview effect, as if they had the overview effect. Mind control, folks. Like, just it's freaking crazy.
I was just gonna. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's mind control.
Yeah.
There's no way to soften that blow. It is mind control at its finest.
It's bonkers, dude. Like these, I'm telling you, these PDFs, I posted a bunch of PDFs on our server. A lot of you have it in our back chats too. I mean, I got these off of archive.org, man. Like, and you can find these documents in other places like the Eisenhower Library reading room, the CIA reading room. That's the funny thing. Like, this stuff isn't hidden. You just have to have the mind to see it.
Yeah, in other words, they're basically saying, hey, we're looking for a good way to make you guys believe that we can accomplish something that we really can't. And we found something that you guys can believe in without us actually having real proof of. And we used it to the best of our ability. So now we can funnel some money into this belief and be able to use it in whatever way we want in Black Ops but that's just us telling you guys what we're doing. Yeah, if they were really to speak truthfully, this is exactly what their whole intention was. And a lot of people are just so starry-eyed, they can't see the forest through the trees, bro.
That's right. That's right. And I want to bring up a very important point here for us in the community and the way we project and present ourselves regarding this matter and similar matters, right? What you're seeing here is not the government hiding flat Earth. Do not represent this as such, because if you did, you'd be wrong. What you're seeing here is potentially a psychological program that is meant to advance a sense of technological progress that doesn't exist and scientific achievements that don't exist for the purpose of providing propaganda and mind control to get people to believe in the government and to believe in all this stuff. These people at NASA may still think that Earth is a globe themselves and know that they haven't been able to achieve a satellite orbit yet in 2025. That's a possibility, and probably a strong one, in my opinion. That this isn't like people at NASA knows that the Earth is flat and their job is to hide it from us. No, like, their job is to present technology to the world that may not really exist or doesn't exist in a certain way to conceal other things. I mean, you take a NASA rocket, you put a nuclear warhead on it, nobody will know the difference. Or you take a nuclear missile and you paint the NASA logo on it, nobody will know the difference. There are all these things going on that may be of much more importance to the state than like flat Earth concealment. And the people working on this technology, like I said, may still believe that Earth is a globe. Like the NASA Apollo astronauts, if they're vacationing in Guam or something away from the public eye, well, everybody thinks that they're off in outer space going on the moon. They still may think Earth is a globe themselves. It's not like they would have had actual knowledge of a flat Earth. You got real engineers at JPL working on actual propulsion technology away from the public eye. They may still think Earth is a globe. They may be utterly freaking convinced of it. And this may be the problem why they're trying to do like satellite orbits and it's not freaking working out so well. But they're not willing to give up the globe. Like this could be a delusion, a deception that is so freaking pernicious that's what's happening. And to me, this is almost a bigger, scarier thing than like a smoky backfilled government room where they're all like, hey, yeah, we all know the Earth is flat, guys, but look at all these rubes out there that believe in the globe. That may not be happening. Like, this may not be this grand of a conspiracy. And that's a scarier thought, honestly. Like, the delusion is so deep that these conspirators still think that the Earth is a globe and they have no knowledge of a flat Earth, and they're still trying to put satellites up and they're failing again and again and again 70 years later. That's almost a tragedy and a comedy at once. But yeah, I don't mean to hog up the airtime.
No, it's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about now that they rolled out February is when the Apollo 2 is going to launch, and you're like, well, this is already the excuse. They're going to blame the government shutdown. What excuse are they going to roll out?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, some of us have predicted in the past that there will be another Challenger-like thing that will set space back another couple decades. I think one way you can tell is how much they're going to hype it. If they start overhyping the crap out of something, then expect a terrible, highly related catastrophe to be lurking around the corner. They need that for maximum trauma impact.
Well, they've also like rockets blow up all the time now too, so it's like people are even desensitized to that. So when there's a rocket that blows up and there's people on it, we're suspending space travel for the next 2 years, like they did with the shuttle, right?
Yeah.
Nothing goes up anymore because can we figure out what happened?
If I was a PSYOP planner, Indio, you know where I'd take this? I'll tell you exactly where I'd take this. I would amp it up, and I would construe a catastrophe that the public would be led to think freaking aliens blew up a rocket ship or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm totally it wouldn't be on the nose, right? It'd be a gigantic mystery, and
didn't you already hear that
would
story?
run with it.
Dude, that was
I was
story
going to
already.
tell that.
Go ahead, David.
Dude, hold on. There's something that's manifested already that you just said. Maybe unwittingly, you didn't know this, but they're talking about that spacecraft that's out there right now. Did you hear about it in the news?
Yeah, the new
There's one that's coming close.
like it
Go ahead,
slowed
Craig, you
down.
No, I'm talking, bro. That's not what I'm talking about, though. When the shuttle, not the first shuttle, the second shuttle blew up, there was people saying a spacecraft zapped it, dude. Back when it happened. When the one that burnt up on re-entry?
Yeah, was it Columbia, I think? Or is it? Yeah, no, Challenger. No, Columbia. Yeah,
2003 or whatever.
Yeah, Columbia blew up on re-entry and spread a debris field from like Texas all the way to Florida or something, like across many states.
But there was people on the internet saying, "Oh, right here, there's this freaking this alien spacecraft shooting a laser at it or something," because it went by some part and there's a little dot in the sky and there was some straight line of something, in the video, right? So it just looked like a straight line of something touched the shuttle. So they're like, an alien spacecraft blew it up. Dude, they were saying that back then. So
the narrative's already gaslit. Yep, that's where I'm going with this.
There was something sort of scooted away from the bottom of the launch pad, just before it took off about maybe a third or a fifth, no, not a fifth, about a sixth of the way up the rocket.
Yeah.
It shot off at high velocity, and she took off, and the next thing, kablamo.
And you know what, guys? This is perfect. It fits the role of what NASA's become, an intelligence gathering operation, because now they're positioned for a potential covert war with aliens. Sounds crazy as dog crap, but this is probably where it could go.
Yeah, I think, Crit, you can let them know what the name of that craft was. I keep forgetting. It's like
Atlas.
One or something.
Yeah.
Atlas.
Yeah, it's got some Atlas something or another.
So before Atlas, they were already the government was rolling out with declaring that UFOs, they've known about them for a while now, and they came out and publicly said that. So now they have a good reason for people to think that UFOs are really a thing now. And so with this Atlas appearing in the solar system and approaching the Earth, it just seems like they're kind of hyping it up for a reason. There's a cause behind it, right?
So the people will be begging for a way to protect Earth, or we need an intelligence operation in space. And now the administration could be like, funny thing just happened. Well, guess what, guys? We have the solution. We're already 3 steps ahead of you, public, because we are so on it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is an intelligence operation, folks. We're ready for the alien threat. Yep.
And that's what Reagan said would unite the world. Yeah,
You're right. The
the world
gas lit.
will.
The gas is lit.
Dude, we
Space Force,
have
baby. Space
we've
Force.
dude we've have been conditioned to even think of this scenario in multiple ways that Hollywood has came out like with Independence Day, the second version, the movie that came out with it was showing that this first alien threat came, or excuse me, the first aliens came and warned us about the alien threat behind them, and that we were to prepare because this alien threat was going to be like trying to take over the world once again, and the world was uniting. Independence Day. Like, dude, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
our minds have already been conditioned.
It's going to be another invisible enemy, like Al Qaeda hiding under every kitchen table and every kitchen cabinet across the United States.
It's going to be
That was
like the
never
Russian
found.
sleeper cell that could just be your neighbor as an actual communist sleeper cell.
Yeah.
Exactly. An invisible enemy. The aliens are the next invisible enemy.
Dude, the sleeper cell
Yeah,
propaganda was crazy, man. Like it
Super
comes to us
aliens.
remembering some of the nonsense.
Oh, yeah, me too, man. Yeah, I mean, like, and at the same time, like, Hollywood was pumping out anti-commie movies, like, every few weeks.
Yeah, and people doing espionage, right? Falcon and the Snowman, Little Nikita, like all these freaking
Yeah.
sleeper cell, espionage, treason movies. It's pretty, it was off the hook, man. And then that morphed to what? It morphed to the Arabs, right? And then, then it's going to be the Chinese soon, I guess.
This goes back to, like, National Security Directive 10/2 from, like, 1947, that prior document I said, NSC 5814, was an outgrowth of, which is all about it's all about psychological warfare, psychological operations, and setting up the bowling pins to knock them down and declare victory. This has been the theme since the end of World War II, and it's still going on today. Absolutely is, and it's just amazing. Like, I'm just shocked that all of this is out in the public domain and people haven't put the pieces together like this as much as we have in the past few years. I mean, obviously, there have been, like, conspiracy theory types, like, off and on over the past few decades, but a lot of their stuff was mired in nonsense.
It's a constant distractions as well. You're always constantly distracted with one agenda to the next, and so the mind's never really been able to like settle on like whether or not we could do research to find out the truth, because those who do research are labeled as conspiracy theorists, right? What is the government doing? Like, we should be, and the way to make a government cut is to make it so brainless and like not being able to articulate points or not be able to critically think about anything. And then you have the recipe for having an individual just be like a bump on a log. They're just like, they really don't know how to think. So how possibly can they even know anything if they're just tucking after the government, whatever it does? Like, that's great. That's what they want. And that's what they have today. With the iPad generation, of course. I'm pretty sure they've done such a bang up job. They're probably not even worried anymore. They're like, go ahead and tell them the truth that you think is truth. You think they're going to believe you? They have all of the propaganda that we give them every day at light speed from organizations they trust. What are you going to do speaking out in the wilderness about this? Think they're going to believe you?
If it weren't for FE, I mean, I could see myself getting drawn into this whole alien thing. Right. And this whole alien thing is not like exactly refuted by FE. Just saying the critical thinking skills that we've developed here with this particular unrelated subject has made my mind sharper, and we're able to pick out the BS and nonsense that I'm being fed. I don't know if there's any better tool, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tool that we've been using for our skepticism. You know, like a filter.
Yeah, and we've talked about this too, AV and others. Like this is not the end. FE is almost a means to an end. This is not the end point conclusion of things. This is really like the first step. There's so much more that we can figure out from this point. The scene is set, guys. Like the scene is set for the next invisible enemy, aliens, screwing with space technology, doing things up there that nobody can verify or validate. Like it's much easier for them to keep feeding us BS from places that don't exist than it is to feed us BS from places that do exist. It's going to get a lot cheaper for them. So, hey, boss, this whole thing has been really expensive on Earth. Let's just move the entire thing to space and save a lot of money. And one of the big problems for the deceivers has been fact checkers. We got people that can take their phone, go anywhere in the world, and deliver you the ground level truth of what's happening, apart from government sanctioned press. This has been a big problem for the bad guys. So now the bad guys can move everything up into the stars and keep everybody panicked about invisible enemies there, and bloggers can't go up in rocket ships to go check it out.
It's so good, isn't it, Amish, when you think about
It
it?
is so good.
Oh, you bet you those guys are probably like as giddy as schoolgirls, man, thinking about it. Oh, it's gonna be great when we roll this out.
Dude, they can't wait. They can't wait. And think
Yeah, I didn't
about
know the
this.
name.
Like, I was gonna
I
say,
was gonna say I didn't know the name of the. You go ahead, Gomez. I'll wait there.
I was gonna say the technology that's gonna roll out of this is gonna counteract it. Like artificial intelligence could be sold as the thing that saves us from a much smarter, more sophisticated and advanced enemy.
Man, I swear you and I are on the same wavelength today. I don't know why, but
Oh,
okay.
that's
So
funny.
AI being the thing that it's even in Bible prophecy as the thing that speaks, that tells everybody to bow down before the idol. So AI will become the entity that actually helps out humanity to defeat the alien horde or whatever.
Yeah, they could even amp up AI. Like, what if? Guess what, guys? AI found a higher intelligence within, the substrate of reality. AI is allowing us to communicate with this other intelligence that exists in a higher dimension than those space aliens.
And that's already been something that they've talked about with like tearing up fabric of time and other dimensions and things like this. Where dude, like we are so
Yeah,
ready for this to occur.
quantum computing.
People's minds are people's minds are so have been like you know uh, just primed for this.
Yep, yep. That's what we're predicting, right? The Amish prediction box. Invisible space aliens, invisible enemy from an invisible place that nobody can check is going to keep everybody panicked and scared off and on with these crazy incidents. But the public will be driving that narrative. The government will probably keep their hands off of it as much as they can. And then meanwhile, AI will be developed and there will be insinuations that they're communicating with some higher intelligent beings that are beyond the substrate of the universe. And people start putting their faith and trust into that to counteract the fear that's being presented to them from this fake outer space narrative. And now you've got both sides controlled. You've got full spectrum dominance of the battlefield. You've got both narratives under your thumb. And you, as the bad guy, can now usher in a new world order with that. Start consolidating power in government and carry on. Have a great day.
Yep, it's not something secretive anymore. They're already talking about it being something that's actual reality, right? So they're talking about this craft with Atlas being something that is moving through the solar system that's unlike anything that they've ever noticed. So it has its own propulsion system. So it's not moving like another thing, like an asteroid or something. So they're saying this could be a craft, so they're getting everybody ready for this. And then the rollout's going to be the trusting of that information. Yep.
I gotta go. I'll be back later today.
Yeah, later, bro.
Oh, oil and water.
We got some people in here. Got some people in here that believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I suppose I do. Level liveness.
So why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, it just is a globe. You see?
It just is. It just is. So you believe it's a globe because it just is. How does that make any sense?
Well, in the same way, I'm just a human. In the same way, the sky is blue. I mean, in the same way, that's just that. The Earth is just a globe, and we have evidence for that.
Okay, but the difference is you can see a blue sky, but you can't see any Earth curvature.
Right. I mean, I cannot see my brain, but I have a brain. We have methods to know things.
Okay, so you could see your brain through a brain scan.
And you can see the Earth
scan or
from
MRI.
space. I mean, and
Nope.
satellites, they are our
How do you-
MRI in space.
How do you know that those are authentic?
So this is a trust issue. So you don't trust the evidence
No.
they present you. Then it's your problem.
No, sir. I've actually already gone through the process of trying to authenticate these photos and videos from NASA, only to find out that they are not authentic.
According to what method? You say that?
No, you could run these things through Photoshop detection. There's photo forensics. There's apps that you can use to run these images through.
Well, but they are real though. I don't know what kind of thing you
No,
say.
they're not. They're not. When you run them through the photo forensics, when you run them through these apps, they come up as not being authentic. They come up showing that they've been photoshopped or that there's CGI. I know you're laughing right now, but laughing under these circumstances is just a side effect of cognitive dissonance.
No, it's everything that Butter says. It's green. It's a green screen. CGI.
No. I have gone through the process, like I just told you.
Tell me the process then.
I just did.
What applications did you use?
What did I say? It's an app called Photo Forensics.
Right. So, what did you find in the photos that you say they are fake? What did you find in those photos?
You find that there are. It lights up and it shows you where the edges are, where the overlays are, where the layers of everything are when images are layered digitally.
Yeah. So what?
Yeah. So what that means? There's no real photographs of a globe Earth.
So you do realize that photos that are taken in space, they are photoshopped. They are photoshopped.
You can't have space anyway. Space isn't real. It's not a place.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'm explaining to you. Can I
let me explain. Let me explain to you that space doesn't work.
Right. Can I just say something? Yeah, I mean, I'll let you talk. You let me talk. So every single picture that's taken in space, they are technically called the composites, right? So they take multiple pictures and then they attach them together and they filter the colors in Earth because it's easier that way, right?
Yeah, they turn it into a circle and they tell you it's a globe.
No, because I mean, unless you're using fisheye lenses, then that's fine. You can say, "Oh, yeah, that's a fake curvature," and I totally agree with you on that. But we take photos and we attach them, we patch them up here on the ground, and we have an image, which is a composite image, and that's totally normal. And if you run through one of those forensic analysis, this picture is a composite, was taken from multiple sources and it was attached together. That's what's gonna say, and that's normal, But that's how pictures are taken in space because it's easier logistically. Technically, it's more easy to do that than to send
Okay, so there's not a single full frame photograph of the Earth in its entirety. Okay, so the ISS is said to be 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and it can. Do you know how much of Earth it can see? Do you know how much of Earth can be seen from the ISS allegedly?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's really a small distance.
It's about 3%. And did you
Yeah, I
know?
know.
Yeah, there's a guy by the name of Paul Larson. He's a planetarium director, and he said that even at 250 miles above the Earth, with a 1,400-mile view or so in any direction, it's still going to look flat.
Can you send me the thing where he said that?
I can.
Where it will look flat. That's what he said. I want to see if those were his words. It still looks
Yeah.
flat. Okay,
Yes, I will send you that.
send it to me. And we will see that in context, and we'll see that how we said it.
Give me just a second to pull it up here. Patience is key. Oh, that's a good one, Flat Lloyd. Which one of these? Which globe is a real picture? Which one of those is a real photo? There's like 20 of them on there. All right, let me go find that. Planetarium director Paul Larson. Boy, I've got a lot of stuff in here. If anybody can pull it up before me, please be my guest and let me know. Because I'm still looking. Still digging through my files. There it is. Okay. There you go. So it comes from a video. It says Paul Larson was quoted saying, "Let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS is about 1,400 miles, if you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, like I said, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat." Paul Larson, planetarium director.
Okay. I'm asked for the video, and he sent me a screenshot with a quote. I don't even know if he said it that way in that context. So I will ask for the video, please.
Okay.
And again, I'm not disagreeing with that. First of all, I didn't disagree with anything so far.
Boy, does YouTube have this censored? That wouldn't surprise me. Comes from a YouTube video, and now I can't find the YouTube video? That's convenient. Yo, team, help me out. Help me find that video, that Paul Larson video.
I think I wouldn't be able to find it even if I wanted to.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like YouTube has it completely buried. You know what? I bet if I were to go to
Did she cut out or did I cut out?
I thought it was me.
It was her, because I just heard you.
Which video is it, James? The Paul Larson, which one?
Not 100% sure. I didn't hear the specifics of the video. Maybe
so-
she is. Go ahead, dude. My bad.
I mean, yeah. So if you guys are not going to send the video, I mean, no one will count that screenshot with that quote where you cannot even see the video as evidence. I mean, that's not even scientific.
There's a few of us
So-
looking for it, dude.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, wait a second.
Might have it.
Didn't
I'm
you
gonna
hear
post-
the lady saying she's looking for the video? And
Yeah,
you're saying that's your conclusion, that nobody's gonna post it when she's actually actively looking for it?
He wants
Okay,
to
good.
see the video. You can watch the video. It's there.
Oh, someone posted for you, dude. There you go. You asked for it. There it is. Hey, Jenna. Miguel posted it for you. I think that's what he said.
Fast for me, Miguel. Too fast for me, sir.
Yeah, I
Well done,
can't. Did you find it?
Yeah, Indio did record it. So the guy is speaking there, right? By his own mouth.
For the new guy, sorry, I'm not looking at my screen, dude. I don't know what your name is. Even as someone new in the server, you can type Paul Larson into the Spyglass, the search in the lobby, or in one of the popular channels. And if anything's been texted or put about Paul, it'll come up. You'll need to search through for it. But yeah, anyone can search our database or our back history for anything that's said in here, and you'll find the relevance.
Yep, it's right there.
By the way, Hugo Pizzo, you said, "Oh, it's not scientific." So,
He's deafened himself.
Oh, he's deafened.
So maybe he's watching the video.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. He's probably watching it.
Seem adamant that he wanted the video as opposed to the clip that he saw, so fair dues to the boy. Possibly he'll come back and tell us that it's CGI and we made it and faked Paul Larson, but who knows?
He's about to get a rude awakening
Yeah.
about how you can't see any curvature up high or down low.
Okay, so I watched the video and I completely agree with everything he said. Everything is in accordance to science. So what is
Wait
the
a
problem?
second. Pump the brakes. What part about a globe is science? A globe is a shape.
Right? And it's
Right.
proven by science. And science proves the Earth is a globe.
No. That wouldn't be science. You wouldn't need science to prove a shape, okay?
No,
You
yeah,
would need-
you use science to prove the shape. Yes.
No, that's
No.
geometry, man.
No, that's
Geometry.
geometry. You use geometry, you use measurements to try to prove shapes. So if I were to ask you, what science should we use to measure for curvature on the surface of a beach ball? What would you tell me?
I mean, I'm not even going there. I mean, that's just a stupid analogy.
No.
I mean,
No, we have to go there. We have to clarify because what I'm trying to point out to you is that you have made a category error. You have
No,
said that a
the
globe,
guy-
yes, listen, because you've said that a globe, which is a shape, is science, and it's not.
it can be proved by science.
No, you don't need science to prove it. You need geometry.
No, you need science.
No, you do not need science. You need geometry. You are in a category error.
I mean, okay, do you have like, I don't know, a ruler that's, I don't know, 30,000 miles long?
You don't need
to
a ruler
measure
that's
the planet.
3,000 miles long. We've
Yeah,
got
you
plenty
need
of
a
long
ruler.
distance.
Real quick, guys. Dude, bro, you there's certain things that when you come to hear it, you can concede to the point. It's not like a fight. You don't need to be fighting, because what she's saying, she's correct. When you
Okay.
measure something,
I
you're not
cannot
doing
even-
science, dude.
Listen, I cannot even talk. You don't even let me talk about science because you're just bumbling words.
Okay, what is science then? What are you trying to say about
Okay.
science? Let him say it.
I mean, first of all, she sent me a video, and I'm gonna respond to it because I've actually watched it, and everything that's in the video is according to what science says. Because I mean, the Earth is too big, and if you go as high as the International Space Station, the area of the planet that we'll see, it's not enough for us to see curvature, at least significant curvature. Because as he said in the video, if we cut off that little part of the radius that we can see from the International Space Station, and if we put it on the table, on a flat table, it's going to look flat. And that's in accordance.
Perfect. And
First
that's
of all,
perfect.
don't interrupt
So
me.
you agree. So you agree, but you can say all of that. You
Wait
can
a
say
second. Don't interrupt me. Let me conclude.
you can say all of that without saying the word science.
I will let you talk once I'm finished.
Listen,
well,
that's exactly what she That's exactly what she told you
Listen,
earlier.
just let
You
me
weren't
conclude.
denying
Just
it.
let me conclude. Stop being obnoxious. I'll let you talk once I'm finished.
Remove the word science.
Let me conclude, and then you can talk. Okay? Let's work this way in politeness.
Okay.
So
get it out. Say what you got to say.
Thank you. Saying that, I mean, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. The video itself shows that what we see in the International Space Station, looking flat, apparently, is what's in accordance to what science says, which is if we go that high, we're going to see
Science
flat. We're not
doesn't
going to
say
see a
that.
circle. I mean, you're really obnoxious, man. And I'm done talking. So if you want to talk a level on this, I will listen.
Science doesn't say things.
Listen, gentlemen,
Right,
you need
yeah.
to calm down.
Science doesn't say things like that, okay? And you, like I said, you don't need science to measure things. You will be measuring the surface of the Earth. You don't need any science for that.
I mean, but technically you do, because that's what science does.
Like what? What science? Tell me, please, please tell me.
For you to know the shape of a planet, for you to know something, you're pursuing knowledge, because knowledge is from the word know and ledge. So you're actively pursuing knowledge, and for doing that, you need to actively use science, which is the understanding of the natural instances of the world, modeling systematic methodology based on evidence.
Okay, so what science, what branch of science are we going to need to measure the surface of the Earth?
I just gave you the definition of science.
No, you did not.
I just gave you the definition of science. I just gave it to you just now.
No, you did not give me the definition of science.
Is he considering that at that altitude the curvature is not visible? He just
I don't even know what you're talking about, man. You're talking about science now.
The Paul Larson video, you conceded that everything's right. It's correct. But then you're trying to say that it somehow validates that Earth is a globe because science? How does does that even logically make sense to you? If you're having to be really logical.
It does, because it doesn't exclude the globe, because it actually explains why we see flat in the globe. It's in accordance to the model of the globe. It doesn't prove the Earth is flat.
So the definition of science, which you said you gave some sort of definition for seeking knowledge, but the definition of science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world. And you do that through observations, you do that through experiments, you do that through forming a hypothesis, testing, and making your theories, and coming up with evidence. Okay, so
Okay. Okay. So what I said.
If you would like the archaic, right? The archaic definition is quote unquote knowledge of any kind. Okay. But we are not doing science if we are measuring the surface of something.
So when we are measuring, when you are measuring a surface of a planet, and when you are actively trying to change a model that's known to science and that science proved, so you don't think you're doing science?
How did anybody measure the surface of any planet? Like Earth is not a planet by definition. Earth is not a planet.
What is the Earth then? If it's not a planet,
Earth is Earth.
What is that?
It's terra firma.
It's not Minecraft. You know that.
No, I understand that. This is terra firma, okay? The definition of a planet is a wandering light, a wandering star. Okay, so
Planets are not stars.
Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, these are wandering lights. These are the planets.
What do you
Earth
mean
is
by
not
wandering?
wandering. Listen, Earth is not wandering, nor is it a planet.
But it's not wandering according to who?
It's not a star.
But it's according to who? Who said that? Like, it's not a planet according to who? According to you? It's not a planet?
No, by definition, Earth is not a star,
What do
and
you
it's
mean by
not
definition?
moving. Okay, the definition of a planet is a wandering light, a wandering star.
Earth is not a planet according to you because you don't see it.
Real
No.
quick, so he's asking, is
I'm not gonna do this. Listen, I'm not
is
gonna
not
do this.
wandering according to who? So he's implying that it is wandering. According to what you think is wandering?
Listen, Jamesy, I'm not gonna do this 2v1. I'm gonna talk to her. I'm gonna talk to you. So you guys decide which one I'm gonna talk to. I don't want this to become an arena where I'm being.
This is an open chat, okay? You don't make the rules here. You don't make the rules here.
Of course,
Miguel, it's okay. Remember when I said Jen? I opened my mic and I said Jen. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Jenna, dude.
But if you want this to be a good environment where everyone can talk, you need to let me answer.
Ruga,
Yeah,
let him.
speak
Can
to
you
Jenna, go
finish
ahead.
saying what he's going to say to me, please, real quick?
I didn't even listen. He was talking to you, supposedly.
Yes.
So Jenna,
and I didn't hear what he said.
How do you know that the Earth is not wandering? So he was implying that the Earth is wandering. You see?
I did post the definition. The definition, all the English definitions of planet. Yeah, read it. Read it to us, please. Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text.
Can you come down? This is exactly the problem. I mean,
read it. Stay focused, and read what I did post it.
You need to calm down, mate. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I was talking to
Again, stay focused and read what I did post.
I mean, don't tell me what to do. Calm down. I mean,
just go ahead and read it. Ruga,
Please
just go ahead and read it.
Don't tell me what to do.
What's there?
I know what a planet is.
Yeah, I did post the definition. You wandering star.
Hey, Miguel, thanks for that. Let's let him talk to Jenna for a little bit so he doesn't get triggered. Because he's being triggered by other people speaking. Let's just let's leave him the floor. Let's speak minimally, you and I, because I do want to speak as well, but they want to speak. He want to speak to her, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. Honestly, it's chilled in here these days. You don't need to be stressed, mate. Take your time.
I mean, I'm just trying to convey a point, and I can't because people just keep interrupting.
Yeah, I know, man. We're trying to get it on a fair one-to-one basis here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do as well. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, a planet is a celestial object that orbits a star. That's the definition. I don't know if that's what's written there, but that's what a planet is, and it doesn't produce their own light.
No, planet. Okay, right here in Old English is a star other than a fixed star, a star revolving in an orbit. Okay, so this comes from Greek planetes, which is wandering stars. Okay, so Earth is not a star, nor is it wandering. It's not moving.
Right, so that's the definition of when we didn't know what stars and planets were. And in our 21st century, the definition of a planet and stars are completely different from what's written there. This is old science and it's old knowledge. It's wrong knowledge. That's a wrong definition of a planet.
No, the thing is, words and definitions have been hijacked to fit the cult heliocentrism.
Who said that?
That's just what it is, dude.
Is what it is. See, they're being.
It is what it is because look at this. There are original definitions for these things. And now the definitions change. Why? The definitions only change to suit a narrative.
No, they change because it suits reality better. It's different.
So what I need from you is Earth curvature. You've never seen it. and you've never measured it, but you believe that Earth is a globe.
I mean, I can send you this paper. I'm gonna send you a paper.
The crazy thing is, you didn't even need any evidence at all to believe that the Earth is a globe. You just believe it.
I mean, the same way. Listen, I don't just believe it, but now, 2 seconds ago,
then you have evidence. So what's your evidence? If you don't just believe it, then you have evidence.
I will present my evidence, but you do realize that just now, like 2 seconds ago, you literally just said that, oh, definitions changed to suit a new model, and I said, according to who? And you just said, oh, it just is what it is. That's what you said. So you're being an hypocrite, but I'm not even going there.
You know, that is what it is. It like I said, it's to suit a narrative.
It's not. It's to suit reality better. Explains reality better, and I'm going to show you in my paper. Can I screen share? Can you guys give me permission so I can show this?
No, you cannot screen share. No one can screen share here. Neither I.
Yeah, it's not possible in here. You post things in text all you want, no, Ruger.
By the way,
I will give him perms to send links and images in the text, but there's no screen sharing in this VC though.
Yeah, you know, talking about all definitions and whatever, you know, I went to the library and I read all the definition of what is the firmament. And today, even there's books of today there, and they have different definitions. So in the old definition, celestial dome, and today in today's text they did change it. Okay.
Okay.
It's what's going on. It's going on. They change it. They are not proving. You know, I post. If you want to prove your ball Earth, you have to talk about geometry. You have to talk about drop over distance. So let's find out that curve, please.
Okay, so
you have proof or not?
Listen, I don't need to prove with what.
Oh, you have to prove it because you did talk about the radius. Yeah, before a few minutes ago you did. So now you have to. Okay.
I can give you evidence if it's real evidence. I don't need to prove it only that.
If you talk about the radius, now you have to prove it.
Miguel, that's his whole objective here, is because he said, well, he doesn't just believe it, right? So that would indicate that he's got evidence for it. Okay,
yeah, I do,
please, does he have perms, guys? Can he post his evidence?
Yeah,
I will post evidence, but before I can, guys, can you be quiet 1 second?
I was answered to Lioness because Lioness, was asking if you can post it. Yeah, you can post now.
I can post. I will post. But I will just say, can I say this?
Let me tell you something.
Are you okay?
No, I'm just waiting for you to tell us something.
Okay, so basically, what I'm going to send, it's a paper, and it's you probably know this paper already. It's visually discerning the curvature of the Earth. So you guys do realize, and of course you do, I mean, that your senses are not accurate. They are not precise.
Whoa so, there. Okay, hold on. I need you to take a time out real quick.
Can you acknowledge that your senses lie to you?
Real quick. You are just talking. You are serving me up a yappuccino, and I want to see your evidence. I don't want to hear your lips flap. I want to see that evidence.
You won't understand it because you didn't study these things.
Oh, I won't understand it. So you're just not even going to post it on an assumption that I'm not going to understand it.
No, I will post it, but before that, I mean, I'm giving you context, so you don't just look at it and just dismiss what I'm going to say. And I'm going to give you context because you don't know.
Please post it.
Okay, I'm just going to post it. That's what you're going to do. But, I mean, fine. That's
okay, let me see. What is this?
Evidence.
I'm going to open it up.
See, you're just dismissing it already. This is exactly the problem.
Okay. So what part about in here is the evidence? What part of this would you like to cite? Where's
you want me to explain?
You threw up this whole article.
So you want me to explain? This is a scientific paper. You want me to explain what it says in the paper? Because I studied this and I can explain it to you why the Earth is curving, right?
No. Wait a second. Before that, I did post from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics, distance to the horizon. Yeah, that's what you can check about it. Okay,
Dude,
distance
you know what it is?
I didn't know that. I will check that.
Not any paper. Not any paper. Okay. You are talking about the paper, talking about curvature. Yeah, I'm talking to you how to check curvature from the University of Washington.
Just calm down. We will go to that paper in 1 second before I'll explain mine, because that's what I said.
Ruga, in your paper, it shows sea level, right, at the ground, and then it's flat horizon, and then it shows also flat horizon at, 35,000 feet. That's problematic. That is so problematic.
Right. Okay.
If Earth is a globe.
Please explain the paper. Okay, you allow me the chance to explain it to you. Can you be polite?
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, thank you. So basically, what this paper tells is, okay, we have our senses are limited because we see things and sometimes we don't see things. We are all human. We all make mistakes, and we don't have accurate eyes. Our eyes have a certain limit for accuracy, and our sensors have a limit for accuracy as well. And so we have cameras, right? And then there presents a challenge when you send a camera to space, because the camera usually bends light, and when it bends, the curvature of the lenses of the camera, it bends the picture as well. And so that's what it says in the paper, that you send a camera to space, and it's like a fish, and it's like a fisheye lenses, right? And a fisheye lens. Can I please talk? Can you please stop being obnoxious? And so, okay, I will finish what I'm saying. So when you send a camera to space, if the camera has a really high, a really globular lenses, it's called fisheye lenses, and it will curve way more than what's supposed to. If the camera is an inverted globular lenses, it will do the opposite. It will make the surface of the planet as a skating ring, right? It will make an opposite angular surface, and that's not accurate as well. But if you focus the central image, the central point of the image in the center of the camera at sea level, the horizon won't have any elevation. It will be completely flat. Do you acknowledge that? If we focus the center of the image in the central point of the camera with a normal in the same lens, in the same horizon, it will look completely flat. And you guys know that because...
Okay. All right. I've heard you've basically said the same thing in a circle like 3 times.
Okay. Good.
So from the article... Okay, it's my turn to talk. You've had a whole 3 minutes of what's going on.
I didn't explain the point.
My turn. Moderation. I'm going to moderate myself, and I'm going to moderate this chat. Okay? From your article, from what you posted, what you're not understanding is that it's talking about barrel distortion from lenses, from camera lenses. Okay?
Exactly.
Which is not Earth curve.
Exactly.
So then you don't have Earth curve. You just have barrel distortion from lenses that make the Earth look curved. So in other words, the Earth is flat, and only sometimes through certain lenses with barrel distortion.
You didn't let me conclude.
Stop talking over me, Ruga.
Okay, 1 second, guys. Stop, both of you. So Jenna, so this doesn't keep happening. Just let him finish his sentence, and when Jenna is speaking, let her finish.
But she's assuming he's jumping to conclusions.
Bro, let me finish my sentence. I'm trying to moderate so you can finish your sentence. Okay, I'm helping you out. So Jenna, please don't tell him to stop when he's in the middle of his sentence. Just be concise, dude. Finish your sentence and then let her reply it, and don't interrupt her either. Go ahead.
I mean, thank you, but I need to explain what the article says, and she's jumping to conclusions. I will do that. So yes, it's called barrel distortion. I didn't know the word in English because I'm not English native speaker, but that's exactly the point. It's barrel distortion. And what the article starts by explaining is there is a way to prevent barrel distortion, and you guys do that on even flat earthers do that. And the way to prevent barrel distortion is to and prevent from appearing fake curvatures, it's by focusing the horizon in the middle of the frame of the picture, and in that way it will look completely flat, and flat earthers do that, and it's a known thing. So the apparent curvature stops existing. After that, what the article says is, okay, since we eliminated that source of error, we go through the scans from GPIG images, and those are compressions, and it's a signal relative to the photometric quality. So basically, it's I cannot screen share, but the graphic shows what I'm talking about. So we have the sea level, which is in the horizon, and it's sharp, and it's in high contrast, and then we have the transition to the sky. So the graphic in it's figure number 2 explains what I'm talking about. If I could screen share, I could make notes and I could point and explain it, but yeah, talking is just a bit harder. Anyways, that's what the article explains. So you're using this method.
Can you reply now?
Yes, I will. So we're using this method, and we're eliminating the source of error that provokes the curvature, the false curvature that you guys are talking about. And based on that, they sent an image to. They sent a camera to space. It was an altitude of 35,000 feet, and they centralized the horizon in the middle of the frame. And you can actually see in the figure number 5, you can see the horizon in the middle of the frame. You can see the black dot, which is the middle of the picture, and we see a red rectangle, which is the left and right endpoints of the measure of the Sagitta, which is the close-up of the Sagitta measurement. Right. So I don't know if you guys know what is the Sagitta, but I can explain it as well. And based on the picture and based on the equations of the d equals 2r h plus h square elevated 1.5, and based on the model of the Earth's curvature, the picture that it was taken, it is in conformity with the graphic in figure number 7, which is the model of calculation of the Earth's curvature from various altitudes, and we can see the line of the atmosphere is as an elevation. So the article completely proves that there is an elevation that our eye cannot see in a small altitude, which is 35,000 feet, with the picture in the middle of the frame of the camera, and without any barrel distortion. So, by eliminating the source of error, by explaining how we are doing this experiment, and thirdly, by corroborating the findings with the equations and the models that we know in the Appendix A and in the paragraph 4. So this is the article explained. So if you guys want to disagree with the article, please let me know, and we can discuss.
I will tell you why. Okay.
Okay.
It says that. By the way, that's not an experiment; it's an observation. By the way, and you tell that height of 35,000 feet. I did post from 70,000 feet. I'm gonna post a video. Now you explain from this YouTube airplane why I'm not seeing the curve at 70,000 feet. Okay, you are talking about 30,000 feet.
Yeah, awesome. It's too low.
You are over. Yeah, it's dead. 70,000 feet. Anyway, I did talk about that calculation drop over this. Yeah, let's check that. You have something to us, or do we have to tell to you?
Okay, can I send a picture because you're not getting the point? But
yeah, 70,000 feet, no curve. I did post it.
He's saying that there is some error adjustments done to the images that are taken. The images themselves from the camera look horizontal, like the horizon, but then they're adjusting to a certain error, and then that's the result that you get is the curvature of the Earth when you adjust for the error.
The error. I'm going to tell you what the error is. It's
the lack of curve.
Yeah.
The error is
a lack of curvature, of physical curvature.
Where does it say in the article? You say that there is an error. Where does it say the error?
You're talking about an error. I'm just saying the error in general is
right?
the lack of
curvature
physical
is being added. Jenna, is that what the error is? We don't see the curvature, we're gonna add it now.
Exactly. That's why you use. That's why you use a camera, and that's why we use the. It explains in the paragraph in the graphic, the figure number 2. I could explain the graphic if you guys let me screen share it.
What is that, like begging the question, guys? What is that?
The question is, we don't see curvature. It's very high, and we don't see curvature. And what I'm saying is, okay, we don't see curvature because our eyes are not very accurate. But if you use a camera, and if you use the spectrometry data that explains in the graphic number 2, which is the with X as the altitude pixels, with arbitrary 0 point, and with W with approximate brightness from GPBG, which is the scans basically.
Wait, Ruga, you're not letting anybody have a chance to talk. You are just going on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
I'm explaining the science.
You're not explaining anything. You are waffling around, tossing up a word salad, and you're saying that Earth curve isn't visible. Nobody can see Earth curve. We can't see it from down low, and we can't see it from up high. That's become very apparent. That you can't see it from down low, you can't see it from up high, you can't see it from 250 miles above the Earth from the ISS. You can't see Earth curvature anywhere. You can't even measure Earth curvature. It's flat. It's measuring flat every time. Do you know how far the horizon should be from a 1 foot observation height above sea level at the beach?
Okay, you cannot see curvature because your eyes are not accurate.
Let's do the math. Let's do the math, Ruben.
If you follow the method that explained in the paper, in the scientific paper, and I mean, if I could have the chance to explain the graphic to you, you would understand. And the cameras, without any barrel distortion, in the middle of the picture, where the barrel distortion is 0.001, right? In those conditions, you can detect curvature. Detect curvature. So and it's shown in the figure number 5. I'm going to read the legend. This picture shows a photograph of the horizon from an elevation of 35,000 feet and with an horizontal FOV of 62.7 degrees. Also shown are that 3 reference points defining the horizon, an horizontal line connected to the left and right hand points, and the measurement amount of sagitta. See inset for a close-up of the sagitta measurement. So that's what it says. Do you know what sagitta is?
Ruga! Stop. The horizon is horizontal. 90 degrees to vertical.
Horizontal.
Everywhere. Then what is it?
So I'm explaining what they found. They found
if
3
the horizon is not horizontal, then what is it? And don't you dare give me one big word salad again. Short, sweet, and to the point.
No, because I need to explain it. I understand your question, but I'm explaining to you, right?
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. You need to be short, sweet, and to the point.
So
if the horizon is not horizontal, then what is it?
But I'm not saying it's not horizontal. But that's what
you did. Do we need to play it back? Did you just forget what you said? I said the horizon is horizontal, 90 degrees to vertical, and you said no, it's not horizontal.
Listen,
and I asked you, if it's not horizontal, then what is it? Please tell us.
No, I was reading the legend of the picture.
No, if it's not horizontal, then what is it, Ruga? Or you're going on mute.
Okay, so when I said the horizontal FOV of 62.7, I'm saying that it describes the width of the visible area from the viewer's perspective. Measured in degrees.
So the horizon is not horizontal?
What kind of question is that? Like, can you elaborate your question?
It's a very simple question. Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
What I'm saying is, with an horizontal frame of view of 62.7 degrees. Do you know what that means? I just answered your question.
You have not answered my question. I asked you a yes or no. I asked you a yes or no question, Ruga.
No, it's not a yes or no question. I just answered your question. You just don't understand it.
Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
Listen, you asked me a question. I'm answering, but you don't understand.
Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
Again, it's an horizontal FUV of 62.7 degrees. I just answered your question.
Ruga.
I just answered your question.
Yes or no? Very simple.
I just answered your question.
Was it a yes or a no?
So if you actually look at the image, you see that there are three levels of horizontals. So you see the Sagitta. Do you know what's a Sagitta?
I'm not listening to that.
What is it? What is a Sagitta?
It's a connection of different points, right? So Sagitta, it's for example when you see constellations in the sky and you unite the points with invisible lines. And what's shown in the picture, because you cannot see those points because they are minimal, in the picture with the horizontal frame in the middle. And what's shown in that picture in the figure number 5 is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 4 different points in the middle of the camera, which our eyes cannot perceive accurate because our senses are limited. But using a camera and using the methods explained in the figure number 2, the graphic that I wish I could explain, but it's impossible. By using those methods.
So using the camera, you making this. There is a 35,000 photograph, right? And then the curvature is being mathematically added into the observation.
No, the curvature is being calculated using the. Not the curvature. I will correct myself. The points of the Sagitta, where they present
are being
themselves
mathematically added into the observation.
No, they present itself in the camera with different levels of degree. They present itself in different elevations. Of course, we cannot see them with our naked eye because our eyes are limited. And for a normal person, it will look completely flat.
Yeah, we cannot. We know we cannot see the curvature with our eyes. You don't have to repeat that. Everybody knows that already.
Exactly. But that's exactly what's explained in figure number 2 in the graphic. If you go there, it's explained exactly how the sharpness of the eye elevation horizon is in surprise in view fact.
You're saying that this optic at 35,000 feet, is observing the curvature. You're able to see it here. Is that what we're looking at? The curvature of the Earth.
Yes, because by connecting the 4 different points, you observe a considerable variation that's almost indetectable, but you can see.
You know what I did there in your PDF?
And this is a scientific paper. You guys can do that yourself.
What's scientific? Yeah, we are talking about observations.
And it's the observations. It uses observations.
Yeah, look what the guy did post there.
And it also uses geometry.
He's saying, I assumed that the distance to the horizon was the same at every azimuth.
I mean, listen, the paper itself is in accordance with what you guys say.
Yeah, distance to the horizon is hijacking, the distance to the horizon. But I did post distance to the horizon from Washington, University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. And we should check that radius, distance to the horizon. You are not presenting anything, and you are talking about cameras.
Okay, no. So when you guys talk about cameras to prove the Earth is flat, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, okay, you guys prove the Earth is flat, and when I'm looking at your picture,
let's see if it's fine.
You just interrupted me.
Let's see if it's fine. Let's check this.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Okay?
Let's check that distance to the horizon. We are not here to waste our time, right? With you. Let's check that distance to the horizon. Let's put the camera. Okay, 1 foot observation height. But check that distance to the horizon.
I mean, Jamesy, can you moderate this guy? I mean, it's just
no. Let's check.
So listen, real quick, Miguel. So the when you were talking about the 35,000 feet, right? Now, what you're observing towards the horizon and this convergence of the field of view, you're saying that this convergence towards the horizon and these 4 dots that you spoke about converging into the horizon. That somehow you calculated to be the curvature?
But what do you mean converging to the horizon?
Well, that's what the lines are doing. In the graph.
The lines are not real. They are not a mathematical prediction. They are not itself in the camera. The lines are the mathematical computer model explained it in the figure number 2.
So the globe math is being added to the observation, and the lines are being drawn mathematically to converge towards the horizon as the math of the globe dictates. And you're saying that this convergence of these lines is the curvature.
So what do the cameras do that our eyes cannot do? They can detect points more precisely. And what the scans that were made from the GPIG images, what they do is they detect those points that we cannot detect. And by detecting these points of elevation in the horizon that for us looks flat, we draw those sagitta lines. So they are imaginary lines, of course. They don't exist. But the points that they are connected, they are accurate, and they were detected by.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect. I like it. I like the observation, but it's inconclusive because you don't have a reference of distance towards the horizon.
What do you mean,
the thing is that you don't have a landmark. You're not looking at a spot. Hey, this spot that I'm looking at right there, it's this far away. So we can calculate the distance and the drop over the distance. Now, Miguel is trying to tell you that we can do this observation with the camera, right? The optic, similar to the one that you took 35,000 feet. Now let's bring it back to the ground. And on the ground, we can observe across the surface and see if there is that deviation that you're showing in the lines, in the calculated lines. And we can add landmarks at a distance, and based on the landmarks, we can know the actual distance and see what do the comparison of the horizon.
Listen, those are two different things. In the ground, you cannot detect this. It's imperceptible. It's impossible. It's impossible. Even
listen, but you still are discarding what I'm saying, though, because you're saying it's impossible. But you gotta remember, the ball has certain geometry, and this geometry has specific numbers, and this geometry can be measured.
Listen, I will say this. I understood what you said, but by using this method, we are at 35,000 feet. With a frame of view of 62.7 degrees, and we have 35,000 feet, right? And in that elevation, in that height, if we have to use cameras, and we have to use a GPEG, it's a GPEG images, scan images to detect those points and to use the sagitta to show that there is an elevation, and it's almost imperceptible. I need to zoom in at 200% in the image to see that there is actually an elevation.
Listen,
so
but
it's impossible.
Those when you say those points, what are those points? Are those points landmarks that you know the distances to?
No, they're not. They're not landmarks. They are.
So what are these points? When you say those points that the camera is observing, what is the camera observing? What are these points?
Not observing. It's detecting with more accuracy the points.
So it's calculations, numbers added to the observation.
No, they're not. It's not added.
So what is it?
It's the points where the curvature becomes perceptible, and of course we cannot see it, but for the camera, using the scan and the GPEG images, right, we can detect it, and it's explained in the figure number 2. And what those points are, united by the sagitta, those are the points where the camera can detect the curvature in those places. It's like you have a circle, and you just instead of drawing yourself a circle, you just connect 2 points of the circle, right? That's what the camera is doing, and it's
so
in a really small scale.
If this is the case, we should be able to see this on across the surface of the Earth as well.
No, because you're not high enough.
What do you mean? No, the surface is curving. It should be dropping away from you, from the observer.
Yeah, but you're not high enough. And
that's what I'm saying.
You're not high enough. If you are high enough, you can detect those points. It's like you you have like little points, and you connect them, and you begin to form a circle.
So are you saying that we don't see boats going over the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about these specific evidence that it's showing.
This is not specific evidence, though, because you got to remember the observation here is of a horizontal line, the horizon, which is not a physical thing that you can go to. It's not. You cannot put a flag.
you cannot put a flag on the horizon and say the horizon. Yeah. So what you're saying here is that you're making an observation, and these optics of the camera are pointing out a certain observation, and you add in the math for the globe and fixing the math into the observation and saying this is the curvature, but that's not measurement. That's not measurement of curvature.
Okay, I will say it differently, and perhaps you will understand me with this analogy. It's a really bad, simple analogy, but you probably will get it. Do you know guns, right? You know guns, and they have those rifles, right? And you look at the rifle.
Wait! Before we go there, I already told you we can go back to the ground, to the thing in question, the ground that is supposed to be curving. And
okay, but this is
let's go there first, and remember we gotta go back to the ground.
Let's finish this
point. Bro, we already entertained your point, and we're gonna go to the ground and entertain the observation, and then the guns that are used on the ground.
Okay, this is proof the Earth is curving.
Ruga, you're fading out. Ruga, be cool, dude. Look, I put a curve calculator in the chat for you, bro. You can calculate where the sagitta of Earth should be from ground level. And I'm going to put something about projectiles in as well. And this confirms what we say, Ruga. But you have to understand that there's Earth curve calculators, lots of them out there, designed to do this for you by yourself at sea level, bro.
Listen, can I send an image? Can you guys give me image permits so I can send this image? Oh, I can send it.
You have permits already, dude.
Okay. If you guys zoom in, you guys will see 4 different points. Two of them are touching the frame of the picture, and the other 2 are in the middle.
Okay, so, are those points touching the ground?
They are touching. They are not physical points touching the ground, but that's what the camera captures.
So what is it curving? Is it the ground or is it the optics? Is it the image?
No, the image is not curving because it's in the position of the middle of the frame, so it's impossible to be curving. That's what the article explains. It starts by
good point. It is impossible to be curving. Yes.
No, it's impossible to be curving because of the camera, because that's what the article starts by explaining in these pictures. Because if you have the horizon in the middle of the frame, it's impossible for it to be curving because of the camera, and that's what explains the image that I just pinged that this guy sent. So they start the article by eliminating any source of error. Then they start to explain the method they're going to use by the GPIG images, by that graphic that I wish I could explain it to you, but I can screen share it. And then they present the image with an elevation degree with the points that were detected by the scans and by the GPIG images. So it's basically proving that there is actually an elevation, and by these points united by this invisible sagitta, we can see that there is a curvature. So this is empirical evidence that there is a curvature in your eyes.
You gotta fix your mic, though. You gotta fix your mic because your voice is not clear.
Well, yeah, but this is evidence that there is an elevation degree in 35,000 feet. And it's explained, and it's in corroboration with the science and with the geometry, and explained by in chapter 5 in the article, with your own equations.
Wait a second, you can see a curve there? Or?
Yes, you can see the curvature.
Oh, you can see the curvature. I did post, that's 30,000 feet, it depends off the camera, but I did post, that's the double, more than double. 70,000 feet, and you have to show me the curve, because I don't see it, man. I just did thank you. But you are running away from proving distance to the horizon, with your radius.
Listen, by using the picture, if you were in this article,
go fix your mic, because I cannot listen. No.
Can you hear me now?
It's your mic. It's not good.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, so if we were higher, the camera using the GPIG scan detecting methods, it would detect more converging points instead of just 4. So we were at 35,000 feet, and the camera detected 1, 2, 3, 4 points, right? And we united them by the Sagitta. If you were higher, the camera would detect more points, and we would unite them more with the Sagitta. If you were higher and higher and higher, eventually the points will form the circle and the perfect curvature. But that's we would have to go really, really high, and that's impossible, right? Or it's extremely difficult.
First, what you did posted. It's harder to see where is the horizontal line, because I did post above you, before you did post that. Can you see? Can you see the horizontal? The one I did post it. It says people think it's right there above the one that you did post it. Can you see the horizontal line there? Can you see it?
No, but that's exactly the problem. I completely agree with you. That's why.
Yeah, and you want to prove the horizon is curving or not curving when you cannot see the horizontal line, because there's some haze or haze or mist going on, and you cannot define where is horizontal.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Thank you. Exactly. I agree with you.
But what's your proof? That guy that did this job is not proving anything. He's not proving.
No. Can I explain? Because that's a very serious point. That's a very nice question. And and now I can send the graphic. I can explain the graphic. Can I explain it?
Graphics don't explain reality. Okay.
No,
I want you to show me drop over distance. You have proof. No.
You ask me a question, I will respond to your question. May I?
Your mic is a little, again, not too good.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, so you asked me a question. It's a really fair point. You said, "Oh, okay," but in the picture that I sent, I just see a nebula. I see not a nebula. It's like a fog. I see the fog, and I don't see the points that you're talking about. And that's fair enough because we are in very low altitude, right? And that's fair. And so the point is the graphic that I just sent. And what you see is you have the X line, which is the sea level horizon. So it's the place where the ocean meets the sky, and then. Okay, so technically a healthy human eye can see details about 1 arc minute wide. So our eyes can see the horizon, looks sharp, right? Because we don't have enough frames in them. So that's basically what the graph shows. In the error, the red arrows, our eyes can see clearly a sharp horizon because we have 1 arc minute wide. So for us it looks sharp line. And then you have in the other axis you have the approximate brightness from GPGI. So you have the high elevation horizon, which is like looking across distant land or air layers. So it looks like air layers basically.
Yeah, air layers. Yeah, you cannot horizontal. You do. If you have some real good photo with the horizon, with the horizontal line, then you can check the distance to the horizon.
Brugger, how far away is 1 arc minute?
Sorry, what?
How far away from me to the other side is 1 arc minute where you see the horizon will be?
Yeah, that's the thing. Arc minutes, it's in a fixed distance,
Well, what's the range that an arc minute could be then?
It could be, yeah, but that's not the rule. An arc minute, it's 1 out of a 60 of a degree.
It's not a distance. Sorry? It's 1 what? 60th of a degree?
An arc minute is in radians. So it's 0.00029 something, probably.
Well, yeah, but in what increment?
What do you mean increment?
0.00029 what?
I just said radians. I said it.
Oh, radians. So what does that transfer into geometric miles around the Earth?
I don't know, man. It probably. What measurement? What distance do you want?
Well, I want to know what sort of parameter we're talking about in arc minute, because there's a a geometric for Earth's surface that should curve at 8 inches per mile squared. And if it doesn't correlate with that, then I'm afraid it's wrong, dude.
So what I'm understanding is that what distance? That's what you asked, and I'm saying that 1 arc minute isn't a fixed distance by itself. So it's an angle. It's a tiny little edge of a circle, and that's what it shows in the picture I sent.
You're saying that the edge of that arc minute is where you see the horizon.
No, it's not where we see the horizon, but it shows that those radians, those points, it's calculating, right? Our human eye cannot see them because our eyes are not accurate enough to perceive those small points. But what this experiment shows, it's tiny little edges of a circle at 35,000 feet. And if you unite those tiny little edges with the Sagitta points, we'll see that there is an elevation. So we have lines that are not aligned perfectly, and that's what it shows the paper.
I see what you're saying, dude. But the point is, how far away is that horizon? We need that metric to apply it to the distance of the arc minute and the distance that should calculate against the metric of the globe. Where is that horizon? How far away is that?
At 35,000 feet.
No, the one down low, the one that you've got down low where you compared it differently and you saw the convex and the concave. How far away is that?
I mean, the horizon is not a physical, but it would be...
where do you perceive it as being there in that image? How far?
I mean, you'd have to make the calculations. I mean, I don't know as a fact, but in that distance, in that height, you'd be able to see in kilometers around 400 kilometers, as in a radius.
400, yeah.
Radially,
so from you to roughly, approximately 400 kilometers from the viewer's eye to where they perceive
probably less than that.
Sorry?
Probably way less. It's probably way less. I mean, I'm not doing the maths exactly, but I don't know if it's like 200 miles or 300 kilometers. I know it's around those values, but I mean, I don't know the math by default. But
okay, so what you perceive as a horizon, where you would see a boat disappearing, is about 200 to 300 miles away.
Okay, I mean, I would go there, but I mean, before we go to the boat disappearing of the horizon, you do get that at 35,000 feet, we detect small edges of a circle, and by uniting the small little edges that are undetectable at our own eyes, because our arc minutes are really, really bad, and our biology sucks, basically, we can unite them with the Sagitta and see that there is an elevation. So that's absolute evidence that there is a curvature, that it's curving.
At 39,000 feet, yes, dude. But remember, we're not. It's not like you go up there, you know. So this is why we're doing it downloaded.
How is the Earth flat then? How can the Earth be flat if this is this is the best evidence for it not to be flat?
How can flat water be flat?
I'll tell you, because what you see is the horizon, way out in the distance. What you think is 200 to 300 kilometers, where you might see a boat disappearing. What you think was over the curve, dude, that is 20 times too far. Is it, or is it 200 times too far?
I don't know. No, I would have to see a paper, and I would have to see the formulas and the method they use.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We've been posting that, yeah. Well, we've been posting them, but we'll post them again for you. And there's lots of these calculators online, Ruger. There's lots and lots of different ones. So if you don't like ours, all you have to do is search online for an Earth curve calculator and the dimensions of the globe, which I'll put in the chat for you too. And you'll see that the metric works out to 8 inches per mile squared for the curve rate. Now, I know that that's a parabola, yes, but it's good for up to just over 1,000 miles. And we're not dealing with 1,000 miles here, so it applies, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I'm happy to see more evidence, but can you acknowledge that with the evidence that I just showed you, that is, we can't connect these tiny little specks of a circle that are detected with scans that we cannot detect with our own eye. So if you show an image of 40,000 or 50,000 feet, where we cannot see where you cannot see the edges of the circle, but we can see them using instruments, and by using the EDPEG data that is shown in the graphic, we can detect the curvature. Can you assume that? Because I literally just did that, and the article explains it.
So assume it, but what I can accept is that you've provided information that shows that there could be a way to perceive curvature at that height, because I can't go up there. So what you've said is you've got information that you would perceive curvature at that height, and I would agree. You do have information that you could perceive curvature at that height from. Yeah, you're right in that respect. So would you agree to look at how we see it and how we measure the geometric of Earth?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, I'm able to. Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah, just show me your stuff.
Cool, bro. Yeah, well, the link for the Earth curve calculator is in the chat. If I've got the right chat, I think, and I'll put the metric on there. No, it's not that one. Maybe somebody will beat me to it. I don't know.
Imperial. 1 foot of surface height. So from 1 foot of surface height, you can put a camera 1 foot high from water level. That you should see the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So I'm gonna post an observation. The original video. So this is from the original video. So the question is, where is the horizon?
So what's the distance?
Yeah, let's check that, because the distance from that point, the guy did put the camera, until those 2 Ulrichs, the distance, are there. The first Ulrich, 6.21 miles. The second Ulrich, 9.41 miles. So where is the horizon? You can choose it. You can even choose C, man. Okay, but you want the A behind the second Ulrich. I can post this more clearly to see the horizon. Come on, why is not posting? Okay, here, second. Okay, let's see.
Okay, 29 miles.
In this one, you can see. In this one you can see where is the horizon behind the second. Okay, we have a problem, because according to the calculations, even your document that you did post is right there, distance to horizon. So according to that, and you can use that calculator that you did post it. So the geometric horizon, at 1 foot of surface height, it should be at 1.22 miles. But we see, it's already debunked by the first Ulrich. It's at 6.21 miles. You know what that means? If you do that, means the radius of 3959 miles is 26 times larger. Of course, in this one, 10 miles. I'm going to post the calculations. Okay. Just a second. So if you count 10 miles, and there's observation more than 10 miles, okay? This is just the basics, okay? If you count 10 miles, that means that means the radius is 67 times larger. So we are increasing that radius. So your ball is more bigger, So it's not working, that radius that you did post from your document, So we have a big problem here, because the geometric horizon at 1 foot of height, where is the camera? you should see the horizon at 1.2 miles, but you can see more than that. So that radius cannot be 67 times larger. So this is dead. No curve, no ball. You have look at figure 6 in your document. Look at figure 6. He's talking about these calculations. Yeah, it's talking about the calculation distance to the horizon.
I know.
6.
I know that. And it's exact the same model and the exact same thing you got there.
The model in reality doesn't work. You see why?
Well,
why we can see the horizon? More.
Okay, listen up. Okay, what up? So, by using the model, we can detect the edges of it, the small and very small and very what's the word in English? Really faded points of the circle. Really faded, really small edges of the circle, and we can detect them at 35,000 feet. And using the model,
don't run away. With that model, which in this case we should see the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. Okay, it's not enough. The 6.21 miles, the first platform, that's 26 times larger that radius. It's not enough. The second rig, it's the horizon. More behind. So if you count 10 miles, that's 67 times larger. So yeah, the model is not working. Okay.
Okay. So
and I'm presenting a horizontal line, the horizon, not your shit picture that you posted. And you say, oh, they are using this technology to detect some points, whatever. That's I'm presenting the horizon there. It's the horizon right there, horizontal line, and it's not a 1.22 miles. It's not a 1.22 miles. So the model, your radius is not working. The model is not working. You have to explain to me. You have to explain to me.
Calm down.
You have to explain. Yeah, I'm calm. You're not letting me finish. You have to explain to me or to us why we don't see the horizon at 1.22 miles.
Okay, wait a second. Stop screaming. I understood your question. Okay, so
I made a question. I made a question to you.
Okay, no, you made a statement and you assume things about me.
No, I'm asking to you. I'm asking to you. It's a question.
Okay, I will answer, but calm down. Wait a second, okay? So first of all, the technology that's used in the paper, it's the same technology that flat earthers use. So if this technology is wrong, then your technology is wrong.
What technology you are talking about it?
That's the first. I mean, you don't use cameras. You don't put pictures in the middle of your.
Yeah, you are talking. The camera can watch the. I use binoculars. By the way,
I don't even know what you're saying anymore. You're not talking about
listen, Pell. I can mute you, okay? So shut up. I work as a watchtower. How I know what is using lenses, okay? Binoculars. I can see 24 miles easily from left to right, okay?
Okay, the conversation was going.
That's reality. Not you are trying. Fool us. I'm showing to you the calculations. Your model calculations is not working. I did ask you a question.
Can you be quiet? Can you calm down?
Answer my question, please.
Listen, the conversation was going nicely, and I was hearing.
You have to answer my question. My question is why we
calm down.
Why we don't see the radius at the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles? Now you have to explain it.
Listen, I was talking with old dude and with the Jamsey, and the conversation was going actually nice. And I presented my evidence, and they acknowledged the evidence, and I was going. They acknowledged their evidence. It was going smoothly.
Your evidence.
They didn't acknowledge nothing. They fucking told you were wrong, stupid. Shut up.
Yeah,
but it's not wrong. It's right.
Everything you said was wrong. I was listening for an hour. Shut up. You're lying, stupid.
I mean,
everything you said was wrong. The conversation with Gemsy was shitting on you the whole time, nicely, obviously, but he was still shitting on you. You're just stupid as fuck. And now Miguel's shitting on you, and you're getting frustrated. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you just don't know science, man.
No, stupid. You don't know science, man. You're the wrong person to fucking say that shit to, stupid.
No.
Dumbass, exactly. That's all you got is retard fucking laughs. Esti de cochon de français, putain, fucking bitch you are. Go fuck yourself. This is what Globers are, friends. Dumb fucks that use fucking rhetoric and dumb shit and obfuscating and I did this and then appeal to emotion like a little girl. Oh, my conversation with Jemsy was so much better. As if it was. Jemsy was shitting on you. He was just shitting on you nicely. He was using a nice tone of voice. Oh, it's a little girl. He can't handle a little bit of fucking roughness. Oh, it's a little girl, friends. Let's fucking cuddle this bitch.
Freaking love you, Deacon.
Well, don't worry, people like me, I know. I'll go back on mute. Fuck this asshole.
Thank you for finally, whoever muted him, thank you. That needed to be done forever ago. Ruga, despite the fact that you think you have evidence, you don't. All of your quote-unquote evidence only emphasizes a flat earth. What you think your evidence is only emphasizes flat earth. You don't have evidence for a globe. The water is flat.
I mean, yeah. I mean, DJ, how are you, man? Nice seeing you. But I mean, yes, guys. I mean, it was nice talking. I'll have to go now. But yes, you please acknowledge the evidence that I just showed you. It's actually
You don't have any evidence.
I mean, I would advise you, Lioness,
How
to
can
code
flat
harder.
water be flat? You can leave. Bye-bye. You said you have to go now. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you know, he didn't answer the question. Why we don't see the geometric 1.22 miles? Because we are using the same calculation that is in that document that he presented in Figure 6. Yeah, look at Figure 6. You know, maybe I can take a print screen. I'm going to take a print screen because we are talking about this and proving this, not from a shitty photo at 30,000 feet. Let's see.
I mean, anyways, nice talking to you guys. Hey, Linus, go party, okay?
Yeah, don't run away.
Goodbye. See that? He's like, oh, I gotta get the last word. Bye. What an idiot.
I'm going to post from his document. Figure 6 right there. We are talking about this. Yeah, and proving it. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Like, he showed us that it's not physical Earth curve, but that it's barrel distortion from lenses from his stupid article.
Yeah.
And he still didn't get it.
That's a good one. Lioness.
Thank you. I took that screenshot from a video. I was watching some fishing videos, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I have to take a screenshot of this. These guys are out here fishing, and I've heard so many Globers say that if Earth were flat, there wouldn't be a horizon. It would just be a blur. Well, I mean, there you go. You see that fisherman there? That fisherman? He's fishing for Earth curve. Can't you see? His rod is bending, therefore the Earth curves. Exactly, DJ. With enough rod refraction, you can catch a fish from. You can be in Brazil and catch a fish all the way in Japan. I love how Ruga said that he's got to go, but he's still yapping in the side chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says right there, Ruga is coping. I mean, typing.
Not anymore.
You giving him the boot? Banhammer!
A time out. So, according to him, we cannot see where is the horizon. No? Our eyes cannot see the horizon. There's a problem in the Black Swan because the horizon is. So yeah, you know, he can see the horizon where it is, but you know, he was trying to avoid. What we don't see, you know, according to the calculations from his document, figure 6, yeah, drop over distance, we don't see that geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So we have a big problem there. So I did ask him, yeah, explain to us why we don't see the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. Why the horizon is more, you know. And the calculations doesn't work, you know. His radius is not working. It cannot be until the first all rig. It's 26 times larger the radius. At 10 miles, you know, the horizon is far away behind the second all rig. If you can't count just 10 miles, it's 26 times larger. Sorry, 67 times larger. So it's a big error radius going on. Too big. 67 times larger.
Just about every image in that article that Ruga had posted shows a flat horizon, straight horizon, and examples of barrel distortion. So, he wasn't even arguing for a globe. For as much as he thought he was arguing for a globe, he really wasn't.
There's cameras, for example, even watching the news, sometimes, I see, they are at the shoreline, filming, that horizon, and it depends of the camera. Some cameras, the horizon is horizontal, but there are a few cameras, they curve the horizon. So it's a problem of the lens of that specific camera.
I've got an example of this with, I took a picture of my Rubik's Cube, and it's, with my Samsung phone, and there's barrel distortion in that too. It looks like my Rubik's Cube has curvature, so, dude's not proving anything for a globe. So check it out. My Rubik's Cube has curvature, but we know that the Rubik's Cube is flat right there, but it looks like it's curving. But that's just because of barrel distortion, and that seems to be something that guy was not understanding.
In that document, the guy is doing a lot of assumptions, and he's is saying I am it. So yeah. The title is Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth. Well, we don't see that at the Black Swan. 1.22 miles distance. Where is that curve, man? Drop over distance. Not there. So that radius is already not working. It was correct talking about fisheye lens, because that camera inside the capsule of that Red Bull jump, Felix Pangarden, it's at 128,000 feet. Yeah, and we can see the horizon is horizontal. And they were using GoPros, I think. But it said, when it's horizontal, you don't see the horizon. If you raise up or down, raise it's not the right word. Let's say if you point, rotate up or down, you will see, convex, concave. It's amazing. These globes are talking something that from 2015, fisheye lens, trying to prove curvature with fisheye lens. By the way, congratulations, Lioness. Gold.
Oh no, not quite. I had it, and now I don't, and I don't know what happened, and it's I don't know.
Hey, old dude, can you fix it? Or Jamsy, you did the gold roll, and he's not there. Let's see.
Man, I've been in here for 3 years. I came in here flat smacking, and on my first or second day, I'm pretty sure it was my first day, I flat smacked the crap out of Matthew Learns about the vestibular system in the ear and how we don't sense motion.
It's in the process of getting sorted. It was a clerical error, and
Okay.
the gold was awarded beforehand. Well, basically before it should have. So it's being addressed. It's in the process of getting sorted out, and I'm quite sure you'll have gold quite soon.
Blessings.
That doesn't mean 5 minutes, 5 days, 5 months, 5 weeks, 5 years. That's, a relative pace, reasonably soon.
Yeah.
But as I say, there's we've had a technical hiccup. Normal service shall be resumed presently.
It's all right. Well, resume with the schedule.
It doesn't change your abilities here. Anytime. I mean, if ever you're around and there isn't a gold or a moderator here to do what needs to be done, just ping us the same as it always was. But obviously, if there's anyone in chat with you, we're modding for you as your conversation's going. You shouldn't really be modding your own conversation anyway, unless there isn't much option. If there's someone else present, they should kind of mod for you so you can remain neutral in the conversation. But just shout if you need any time until it's all sorted out in the post or in the whatever.
Right. I mean, I've been in situations.
Thank you very much for your understanding and your patience, pal.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I've been in situations where there was nobody around to mod for me, and it was an absolute shit show. And I simply just had to leave the VC because it was just getting railroaded left and right, just completely talked over, and it happened over at Politics several times. It was nuts.
Feel free to ping us there as well. I think there's a ping for 24/7 moderators or something like that in the guest chat. That'll let us all know. But none of us should be left in that scenario. And it's not the way we play here. It was never the intention for us to be left, to a pack of wolves or a pack of rabid ass hats that can't control themselves.
Right.
And be mature enough as converse with a person, let alone converse 5-on-1, but also converse at all times, according to who they're talking to. At the end of the day, they're talking to a lady. So, it's not that you're afforded more ground for that, but it's just a different level of decorum. And, no one should have to put up with that. Guys shouldn't have to put up with certain things that we get said to us. Neither should females. So shout out, mate, holler out, or ping one of us, or just reach back to 24/7 and say, "Hoi, you lot," if it ever happens again, before you get the abilities to do it yourself.
That sounds good.
The whole ethos of this place is that, the newer roles or the less able roles, from admin down, run at their behest. It's the ones with the mod abilities have made it to that point. They're sort of free. That's why I welcome people in the wild, as you may have seen. And it's just at that point, it's like you're free, really free. The server's entirely yours. You've got practically all the keys that you could have anyway when you're gold. But when you're the green moderator tag, it's just like you can hand out roles, and or you can allocate people stuff really, really quickly, or you can move folk around a lot better, or you can unban a lot easier and stuff like that. It's just like fancy gold plus, basically. But yeah, as Gold Plus, you've got the keys to the place and you can do what you like. But all these other mods and golds and Gold Pluses, we're there for to enable the silvers and the newer people that are coming to this that want to use our forum to talk about this. We're there to enable the place for you to do it. We shouldn't be really modding our own conversations or shutting you up and saying, I've got a gold and you're not a gold, so I'll take over here. So let you be flourishing your game and helping you do what you do.
Yeah. I mean, there's even been times, old dude, that I've heard one of our own just getting completely talked over, interrupted time and time again, and there's been no moderation. And I'm like, man, I wish I could just mute this person so that, this other person can finish what they have to say. And there's also been times where people on our own side are being too much and doing too much, and I'm like, man, this person might need to be muted right now so that this other person can get out what they need to get out. And so that's moderation right there. So I get it.
I've been working to try and a whole bunch of us have been working to try and rekindle the ranked roles meetups. We used to have the silver meetups and the gold meetups and the mod meetups, and then we kind of went, oh, hang on, what about the values? Shouldn't they feel as they're really part of something? So we ended up having the ranked roles, and the ranked roles, the silver and the gold takeover, or the silver takeover, precious metals. That was to show the roles without abilities that, hey, it's your place, you do what you want. So
right.
But that faded, and especially since we got outlying rooms, we kind of all migrated out to them, and this place went silent. So yeah, it's an idea to get it all back, get everybody functioning, the full use of this place again, everybody functioning that they can go where they want to be. English forum, the English hub, politics. It used to be politics and religion too, but well, still lost. Or here and do whatever you want to do, but just on the outlying rooms, politics is politics, obviously. But the English hub, they're there to learn English, so it shouldn't really be confrontational. Sorry?
We got booted out of PNR?
No. There was an element in PNR that really didn't like us being on the server, and they gave we had originally in PNR we had a go-between us and the server admin. Not that they were our gopher, but they kind of brought us to the server, and they were there for us and they helped us through all the commands and making sure everything was right and working around any issues that we had. But then there was a fair balance of vote to let us on initially, or to invite us on initially, actually. But the vote changed, the vote balance changed, it became such a nasty environment. The ones that had wanted us on got sickened by what they were seeing from their colleagues, and the infrastructure there. So some of them left, some of them walked away. We lost our liaison. That was a shame. And then they changed the admin. One of the admins got ousted, and right from there on in, we had no backup from the server. Our mod abilities weren't working. We were getting trolled more and more and more and couldn't do anything about it. We were getting trolled by server staff and couldn't do sod all about it. So we were like, well, screw you. Heretics, well, no, sod you, mate. It's got to be your loss. I'm out of here. And pretty much the rest of us kind of went. And a few of us tried to contact the admin, but he bounced around and he ran away, and he wasn't, he was sleeping, or he didn't answer any messages or anything. So we're like, screw you, mate, it's your loss,
Yep.
So yeah, shame, but led to knowledge and progress. Yeah. Do what it do, as Julio says.
Yeah, I have been there, but I don't see the server 24/7 flat Earth. So a long time ago. So I think I will leave the server politics and religion.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. There's still a format of people in there, and I really did quite like it for a while because it was politics and religion. So I felt it was a place that people could come in and say, "Oh, you flat earthers just believe it's flat because the Bible says so." And like we need a place to address that because people get booted out for that here so far too often, eh? Oh, your daddy God, your sky daddy God said Earth's flat. Ha ha ha. We need a place to address that, and it's better on their forum. Because if they're going to bring the crap, then well, they'll get it back. So, but no, not to be, not to be.
I'm trying to make it very clear to Globers that want to, try to obfuscate and try to straw man on the religious, quote unquote, religious aspect. And I simply say that the Bible doesn't prove flat Earth. It's the fact that the Earth measures flat that validates the Bible. But I don't need the Bible to debunk a globe.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. And that's the whole entirety of it. And that's a big one. That's a big one.
It's the scientific approach because correlation isn't causation. So you can't read the Bible and say, "Oh, this proves flat Earth." It may cause you to actually go out and measure it, and if you do that, then you'll come to the realization that it's not an accident. Life and humanity and the whole thing about here itself is actually code, and it's created. Code requires a creator. We are code. Therefore, something initiated us. That doesn't spring out of a mud puddle. So, if anything, yes, you can go back to the Bible and say, yeah, you're real to the greater extent of where we were told of, where we live. You're real. God's real. Creator's real. But you can't just do it the other way around. Yeah. That covers, if there's anybody listening that getting huffy about religions, yeah, that covers all religion. You can go back to any religion through flat Earth and affirm it in that regard. Or confirm it, if you like.
I think the thing about most religions is that, for the most part, they all tell just about the same story. All the characters are just about the same, but by different names.
Yep. If you look back far enough, before the so-called religions, well, there was Rome, and all of their gods came from Greece, did they not?
Yep.
So it's just a progression of one major god, a whole bunch of buddies, or maybe children even, but angels, and then living up in a high place, looking down and thinking, well, we could do this or we could do that, we could, So it's not. You're right. It's not that different at all. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 gods at the same level, but yeah, generally there's a singular entity.
I mean, if you think about it, you could go back through all kinds of different religions, and you'll find there's a set of twins, in a lot of these different religions. You can go as far back as the Babylonian Epic of Creation. There was Enlil and Enki, and then you get to the Bible, and there's Cain and Abel, right? The 2 brothers. There's always been a story of 2 brothers in a lot of these. So a lot of similarities. Like I said, the same characters, just by different names, and the same kind of cosmology, but described a little differently in each one. So,
Yes.
It all comes back to the Earth is in fact flat, and we don't need any of these books to prove that. We don't need any of these books to debunk a globe. So, and I that's the fun part for me. I love that part.
Yeah, it's great. It really, really is. It's given me a whole new, different look on stargazing and watching the seasons pass and the celestial, the what do you call it? Like Leo and Virgo and Cancer and all of that. What do you call them?
The
Constellations.
Yeah, the constellation and the zodiacs.
Yeah, the zodiac constellations, as well as the constellations. It's the zodiac constellations moving within the constellations. Yeah.
Yeah, and they call it the zodiac wheel, the zodiac wheel.
That's the one. It's given me a new way to sort of perceive that. That, I mean, if you know what it represents through different religions and cultural histories, or stories of the gods, it tells a tale. It actually tells a tale, but it is changing ever so slightly. And this is Jedi was talking about this, and how it actually, in a sense, it seems to be correlating with the dateline of the actual writings of the Bible. And I find that really, really interesting. It's the fact that it's actually playing out above us. What's, in a sense, kind of going to be enacted here on Earth. But yes, I've always thought that the stars were, when I was little, I thought if I could join them up, I could read the words that they said. And then I learned about the different things like with hieroglyphs and pictographs, and then, the constellations and all of that, and the zodiacs. And there's a story going on out there, like, there really, really is. And
so
the fact that now...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, the fact that now I know how to reference it, instead of looking away out over the horizon and thinking about plotting a zenith to a star on the horizon, I now see it differently. I see it having its own vertical, way over there. Just it's angularly lower now, it's not actually angularly round the corner of Earth, almost.
Dimensional layers, so to speak.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was like, well, it's Sunday, Speculation Sunday, which it's got me thinking about, the zodiac wheel. It's got me thinking about ages, right? So, centuries and into ages and so on, the dawning of new ages and things like that. And then it made me think about timelines and how I don't even think that the year that we're in is actually 2025.
Okay, you're right. I've been down this rabbit hole before. Where do you think we are?
I think that if a 1 was put in front of the numbers when the numbers were in the triple digits, then I think that we're actually in the year 1025.
You're not the only one you're not the only one on that.
So it would only make sense because if that's an I or a J, even I've seen a J.
If it's a J, yeah.
So, and knowing what I know about these these alphabet these letters and numbers, certain things just didn't quite stick yet, for lack of a better term. And so if they're putting a 1 in front of that, like I've got a building and it says like that it was dedicated in 890, and the remodel has the Roman numerals as 1890. Well, that would have been okay, so the 1800s. Well, if 1890 is actually 890, and here we are, then the 1990s was actually the 990s, and this would make this year 1025. And then the timeline makes sense, and then the calendars make sense, and then you understand that October Octo is actually the 8th, or sorry, the 10th month, or the 8th month, and then the December's the 10th month, and we have it as the 12th month. So it's, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that the year is 2025. I speculate that we're actually in the year 1025, and they switched up our timeline. What's this I hear about Rome sat abandoned for 1,000 years? Well, like, there's that mysterious 1,000 years, you guys. I don't know. What do you think about that? What do you think, old dude?
I think it's entirely possible because when you look at the industrial age and then you try to bridge the gap back to the clans, it gets sort of iffy. We've kind of got record of families, though, to date the timeline. Somewhere maybe to 600 or possibly 800 years. But there's also records and stuff, hidden away that Christ was actually either Scottish or came to Scotland after everything went down in Rome or wherever it was. It's stonemasonry and whatnot tells a tale as well with the age of what buildings we do have that are actually cut stone. And then you go from the Masons back through the Templars and all of that stuff, and the Holy Wars. And again, it seems too much of a timeline. But
yeah, you got like the Knights of Malta and then the Knights Templar and all that. Yeah.
To stretch it over 2,000 years. It leaves the Dark Ages, basically. The Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, when there's no record of stuff. But yet, before that, we've got records of pyramids, Giza, Syrians, Islamic countries, China. They've got sort of records as well. But a lot of it was sort of recorded differently. But there does seem to be this thing about the Dark Ages, where it's dark, we don't really know what was going on much then. Life wasn't very good. You probably lived in a bog. What? We lived in a bog. Did we not used to live in caves? But that's when we came out of the caves and we started going foraging near the sea for water and berries. What?
I don't even believe that for a second. I'd speculate that, the caveman thing is bogus, and that there was some seriously advanced technology back then, and it's just that we've back engineered the technology from then.
Yeah, I think there was some serious technology I feel that there could have been a cataclysmic Earth-wide event, some sort of power or energy.
I think so.
Went wrong, or somebody had, and there was a really nasty war, and then what was left after that was squirreled away. Free energy devices or how to do stuff that you could live on Earth and not actually need anything other than the energy that it gave the property you lived in or some such. I do think there's been some. It kind of also ties in with the mined Earth thing. If you've ever looked into that technically all the hills and everything have already been strip mined for massive amounts of gold, way before you get record of.
Oh yeah, the Grand Canyon is actually like an ancient gold mining site. Like they had some cool tools. They had the same kind of tools that we have today. These big old rotary saws and stuff like that for digging into rock and stuff. It would seem like it's the same exact patterns, like ancient gold mining, and they mined a lot of it. But why?
See, I think that ties in with the Egyptians and such, because they were gold daft. They were actually gold dafted, like very, very thin sheets of gold made into clothing and stuff. And then there was, who is it now? Is it JPJ or is it our other friend that speaks on Sasha? The scrolls, the ancient Sumerian scrolls that are stamped into gold. They used it to write on because it's easy to press stuff into. And then there's Midas, the hoards of gold that he allegedly had. There seems to have been that's why I think the strip mining was possibly not just gold or coal or anything, but actually metals. Big veins of gold and big veins of metal, but it had to be strip mined to get near it. But again, it's all theory. And I think there seems to have been some sort of there's strange things like the Syrian desert. Is it Syrian desert glass? It's melted sand. And it's actually glass.
Yeah, what they call it, lightning glass or something like that.
Yeah.
I've found some really cool pieces that it's called rose quartz, or not. It's called lightning quartz, and you can find some of this stuff like out in the deserts of Arizona. And I've got one that looks like two hands wrapped around each other. It's the coolest looking rock ever, and it's just from lightning hitting the sand and bubbling up in this really silica rich environment, and it makes this kind of quartz. It's this little chunk of foggy quartz. It's pretty neat. But then it makes me think about how there's what looks like remnants of melted cities, like whole stone cities.
Yeah, now what is that about when it looks like a mountain that's maybe 300 million years old and it's crumbling, and right halfway through it is what appears to be a city infrastructure or the side of what used to be a city or a building.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, I mean, I do understand about tunneling into the rock and carving it and all that, and they had better infrastructure. But why did the rock crumble all around it and not actually the pillars crumble? Like, what's going on with that?
Here's just what kicks around in my brain pan is that lightning or like a plasma ejection from the sun could probably melt rocks.
Yeah,
could melt stone, could melt everything. It could absolutely cause the waters to rise and the earth to quake and things to melt and flood and volcanoes to erupt. It's it's a very energetic thing. Very energetic thing. And it's energies, it's vibrations, it's frequencies and things like that. But that's kind of what I think of, right? If lightning can hit the sand and make glass and melt this stuff into these amalgamations, then I speculate that this cataclysm that had happened, because clearly something happened, right? Something happened. Like, you walk in your house from work and your house is torn up and there's, a crayon and marker and makeup all over your kids, and then just everything's a mess, and you're like, well, something happened. Like, what the hell happened here? And it makes me think, there was some sort of plasma ejection, so to speak, from the sun, or what's known as a coronal mass ejection, and it may have really messed a lot of things up, but I don't know.
See, the thing is that we have got a lot of oxygen in the atmosphere, and there was a claim that a long, long time ago, or they seem to think there's actually evidence that a long time ago the atmosphere was very different. It was very much more nitrogen rich. Yeah. and it was very, the pressure difference was very different, much higher. But to me, that sounds like a lower flash point, and I'm not too sure about my gases. If it's a higher nitrogen count, does that mean it's a lower flash point? More combustible?
Yeah, actually, that would make more sense. And I've thought about that too. Is if the conditions, the gases are right in the air, right, and the sun gives off this huge EMP, this huge burst of hot and electric, right? Like starting an electric lighter. So that's it.
Well, if you look at the rock on Earth, in many places they've discovered huge crystals, and that's what they use in piezo lighters. It's actually in the watch batteries. It's actually all crystal energy. Yeah, and there's massive structures of it.
Yeah. And that's, what? I just thinking about that. Yeah, if the gases were different then, and it would seem that they were, then it would make sense that if a very strong EMP, an electric pulse, a spark, anything, yeah, that's that flash point. That's a really good point.
Click, 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 boom. Yeah. See, I've read a lot about the pyramids, the Great Pyramid, and what they've theorised that it is and does or was for or could have been able to do. And it's got it's another one for an energy generator, either from water, energised water of some kind, that came in and created a resonance. Sort of in and back, and it created a resonance, and it gave off a resonance that did something to the atmosphere, possibly created an electrical field or energised a field that was already there. But there's other theories that involve crystals, and in the right places. But with again with the piezo, you need a mechanism to actually force the energy out of the thing. So that one theory was that there could have been some sort of great piezo sort of crystal in it, and a mechanism, through the corridors or something to activate this thing. But yeah, it's we do know what it does in electricity, and if you were to scale that up, yeah, I think it's got all the makings for combustion, eh? And there's evidence that some places look torched. The rock. That's another thing. It looks actually scorched, which is interesting. And some places look like it's actually been fluid and it's been bent up and down like a wave.
Yeah.
That one's always gotten to me, because if rock is molten, it's not going to stratify like that. It's not, has it stratified like that sort of ribbon candy? I think it's in America, that whole gorge. The whole place looks like ribbon candy.
Yeah, oh crap, I don't remember where it's at. But there's like speculation that some of these parts of Earth, like the higher elevation points, some higher elevation points are biological in the sense of they were living giants and things like that too. So those striations in those canyons like that, some people believe to be like tendon, muscle. That's pretty cool right there. What Rayleigh posted. Ancient melted cities. Safe to say that a lot of history is ultimately set in stone.
Or melted stone.
Melted stone, yeah.
Yeah, our history books are seriously lacking.
Incredibly lacking. You know how much more interested I would have been in school if this was the shit I was learning?
Yeah,
same. Absolutely.
Try finding anything in a history book about the mud floods.
Yeah, you won't. You won't. This stuff fascinates me to no end. And I was always so bored in school. I was one of those kids. I was like, I never felt challenged. I never felt fascinated by any of the material. I did really well in my geometry classes and my language classes and my science classes. And then I was in art class too. So, but I just, I don't know. I was always so bored. And history class was like really, really, really boring.
Dull. It was dull because they were only telling you one side of the story.
Yep.
The story they made up.
It's the winners that write history, yeah?
Yep.
It's always the winners that write history.
It's amazing how they're also the good guys. And they never did anything wrong.
Yeah, we're the survivors. We must have been the winners. We must have been the victorious ones.
No. Typically, the winners are the people who are more evil than the other ones.
Yeah, I know who owns that pen that writes the history. We can't talk about that.
The auto pen?
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Where's that? What's the name of that gorge? Can you remember? Is it part of Yellowstone? The Ribbon Candy Gorge place.
Look this up.
Stupid Google. I don't want to gorge on ribbon candy. My God.
Yeah, you don't need the diabetes.
Yeah. We'll go back to the old way.
Oh, no, that's not it. Did you type in Ribbon Gorge?
Ribbon Candy Gorge?
Hold on. Type in Ribbon Canyon. Type in Ribbon Canyon. There you go. Screenshot.
You beat me.
In the text. Is this it?
Yep. A lot of it is wind carved. I do get that, but some of it's no. That's not actually really the one I was thinking on. They say that a lot of that is wind carved, and it's the sandstone that's in the wind, and you're actually seeing the shapes of the wind on the stone. Flowing water and eroding sandstone and wind. Where's the other one? Hang on. Try different.
Yeah, this is out through the Grand Canyon and Utah and.
Images. Pariah Mountain. That's one of them, Pariah Mountain. But there's bits where it's actually folded. Close. Pariah. I'm sure I've seen a bit that's actually rippled. Like ice cream.
What's it called? Pariah what?
2 seconds. Pariah Mountains. Paria.
Okay.
It's close.
Oh yeah, all these there's so many different colors. Paria Mountains in Utah.
I think it is. I sort of scanned over the name of the thing. I just saw Pariah.
Yeah, those are in Utah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's one that's actually got like folds. You know, like if it were strawberry swirl ice cream that came out like that. You know, but it's actually up and down and folded like a sheet. I'm sure I've seen that somewhere. The actual stratification of the rock is folded like a sheet, right up and down the whole thing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's stratification under the seabed, probably thousands of different years of stuff, you know, on the seabed. But I would again, I don't know, to say that it was. You can kind of see where there could have been higher periods of nitrogen or oxygen or something like that. And there is something that looks like about halfway up it, maybe a black layer in there somewhere. So there's been a carbon incident somewhere. But then it goes back to little layers, like the rings of a tree. When you get up to the top of it, it seems to be a lot of something. A lot. And to me, I wonder if that's the mud flood.
Yeah. You know what I wonder about? I want to go to the Eye of the Sahara, and I think it's really silly, right? This whole time, like my whole life, watching the Discovery Channel and National Geographic, they've been looking for the lost frickin' city of Atlantis. And I tell you what, I'm pretty damn sure it's the Eye of the Sahara. It matches the Plato maps.
Yeah. Interesting.
Like, identically, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's just undeniable. And the fact that there was a mountain range and everything depicted in the Plato maps right there. There's a little mountain right there, right by the Eye of the Sahara. And it's just like, dude, this is it. This is it. It got washed out in the flood. Shit happened. Shit happened. We don't know exactly what happened. But shit happened.
It's been washed clean by a huge tidal incident and then winds and dryness. Yeah, absolutely. But it also has that, like it's almost been calcified in a sense.
Yeah, I would love to go there. I'd love to check it out.
Yeah. I think it's maybe a major node in the Atlantean, in the entire Atlantean structure, the whole thing of Atlantis. I think there was possibly lots of places like that, and some of it were the star forts, maybe. or what used to be on higher mountain ranges or higher plains of elevation.
I don't know if you've read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, at least the couple parts that have been translated and released to the public so far. But those are cool. Those are way cool. They're indestructible tablets. They're like emerald green and they can't be destroyed, and scientists can't figure out what the fuck they're made out of. Pardon my French. It's so fascinating. So Thoth in the tablets, it's these are allegedly Thoth's writings, and he says that he's the Atlantean priest king. Well, we get Thoth from Egypt, and the Eye of the Sahara is in Africa. Egypt is in Africa. So if Thoth was the Atlantean priest king ruling over Egypt and all of Atlantis and many other regions, as the texts say, then it would be reasonable for me to believe that the Eye of the Sahara is the old city of Atlantis being there in Africa. If Thoth is the Atlantean priest king. You get what I'm getting at?
I mean, correlation isn't causation. Yeah. You can't just do... You can't go claiming pareidolia as actually werewolves and, Frankenstein's, but yeah, you have to be legible, you have to be as scientific as you can and put what information you can in its correlatory place. And yeah, I mean, the story leads to it. It's just, things add up.
That's all.
Linus, you are cutting off.
Starlink's let you down again.
Yeah. Talking about that, I saw like 1 week ago something like that. So from my watchtower, I was watching at night. These, let's say, lights falling each other, but they were at the height of a commercial airplane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they were. I don't know the distance between them. Maybe 2 miles, 3. So they were slowly passing over me. What I saw next was amazing. So they were going to, let's see, to east, almost to east. East, it's east, south, something like that. But then I saw some aircraft passing by with, lights, let's say, with double straight lights in a row, and going to another direction. So I don't know what aircraft was that, but it was like that one was going to north, something like in that direction. So, but it was like, what's going on? Is this a joke? because I never saw an aircraft like that, passing by. When this other lights, something weird, bizarre, Starlink messing with us.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, that's the other thing, that whatever it is up there, we now know that they've got amazing capabilities with projection and stuff, and you just don't know where different materials what it is that you're not seeing, i.e. balloons and such, devices to hold them up there, or anything that's actually possibly physically linking it together to let it have a semi-structurable framework if you move it around. You know what I mean?
The first time I saw Starlink, it was at night, and they were passing above me. But I didn't know it was Starlink. I just knew it was Starlink. Let's say after a few weeks, I saw in the news, and I saw at that specific day, some information talking about it. But there I was there, looking. What the hell is this lights, blinking or and they are passing. They are by very very slow, more slow than an helicopter. And I was watching those lights blinking, and I didn't know what they are, but because it was night. But the what was amazing, the last one, it stood above me like 1 minute. So the other ones were moving, and this object with some light was at my azimuth, like it was looking at me or something like that. But it was amazing, standing there in the same place. So I don't know what technology, maybe some balloon, have some way to move any direction. But to me, I saw that, but I didn't know what was. But nothing very interesting, I say. Because Global say, Starlink. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, the thing is, you're left not knowing, even more in a sense, not knowing. And sometimes, some people have said that you can get a device to track where the Starlink stuff is, so you know when or if you can tie into it. And some of the lights in the sky don't correlate to that.
Yeah,
we say the stars move east to west, but by God, there's some anomalous stuff going on up there, mate. There really is. Some of the UV footage and the low light stuff that's been captured, the fast movers, and the random pulse stuff across vast distances, according to our geometric, what we think of as vast distances, we've no idea how far away it really is. But some of it, that's not what we know as stars, or the planet A up there. There's things that go contrary-wise to any single direction or line of travel. It goes so far, stops, and goes an entirely different other way.
They've been seen even in the daytime. From passenger planes, military planes for decades, going back to the advent of aircraft.
Yeah, the orb phenomena. Sometimes it could appear solid, which it could be modern tech to a certain extent, but then at other times it can vaporize out right in front of you, or move at umpteen different directions, umpteen different vectors at speeds that we can't even quantify. There's something, whether it's an electrical release or whether it's actually there's a purpose and somebody guiding the thing. I don't know, but they're pushing the story of that.
Yeah, what they say. For example, when they say comets, they are passing by. But for example, I saw this one. Let me see if I get it. The new eyes. So when I saw time lapse, I was watching, and I was, they say this is moving independently, but I see, this time lapse, and it's moving at the same rate as the stars around, So very interesting. Let me see. New eyes, where you are? Okay, new eyes.
Yeah, the anomalous stuff intrigues me. I've seen strange lights over our nearest town. I think it's a city. It doesn't feel big enough to be a city, but I think it's classed as that. But the lights were out over farmland outside of the place, and it looked for all the world like something from what's it called? That UFO film, with the one with the flat mountain in it. It was a triangular assortment
Close
of lights.
Encounters of the Third Kind.
That's the one. Thank you.
Oh, the movie.
A pyramid or a triangular arrangement of lights, singularly down to about 3 or 4, and it had different coloured lights on it as well, and it seemed to be rotating too slowly to be anything that wasn't anomalous. I thought, is that a helicopter with something lighting the blades? I thought, it's a helicopter in trouble spinning. But is that light aircraft? Because the airport would have been over my right shoulder and about 6 miles to the left behind me. It wasn't anything like that. And then the only thing I can put it down to is, could it be a drone? And I can't verify that it wasn't a drone, or some type of a drone. But for all intents and purposes, this thing looked like something out of that film.
About the triangle shape, there was a guy like 2 or 3 years ago. He did a post in the hobby. You know about this patent? And I did posted something about that after. So I'm gonna post it.
Oh,
So
yeah. I
there's
know
a
about
patent.
that one, yeah.
There's a patent. And this is a patent. So the guy did post this number, triangular shape spacecraft. So it is military going on there. Talking about the comet New Eyes, I did post it. Yeah, if you watch I did post one video. I did save it. It's the same one. But if you watch this time lapse, you will notice there's no difference going on. So this thing is moving at the same time as the stars. So I don't know if it is some kind of the story they tell to us. It's different from what I can see in this one, in this time lapse. So phenomena with one of those stars, or something that happens from times to times, where the stars are.
Yeah. I've had other strange things with the stars where I thought I was coming home one night and I got halfway up the hill home, sort of up away from the city lights kind of thing, well into the countryside. I got to the top of the hill and I thought, it's a fine clear night, I'll pull over on the bike. So I pulled over, rolled a cigarette, and I was sitting on the side of the bike, facing east, just looking up at the stars. And I thought, I wonder what that bright one is. Is that Venus or whatever it is? I thought, hang on, that's moving. And I thought, nah, it's not. But sure enough, it was getting closer to me. I thought, it's got to be a plane, it's got to be a plane, it's got to be a plane. And it seemed to almost, it came from like the edge of my periphery of my vision, the horizon, which for me would be hills about, at that point, 4 miles away, higher than me. And it sort of came from there, not just over the top of the hills, but it sort of appeared from above that. I thought it was star. It came over almost directly overhead, but before it was still angularly sort of up and away from me. It wasn't directly overhead. And the light took on more of the pattern of a torch shining into the darkness. And I thought, that's a helicopter. That's one of them Black Hawk helicopters. Can't hear it. And sure enough, as it went over me, it kind of looked like the light panned up into the sky. I could almost see what sort of seemed like a beam, and then it just switched off. But it was absolutely silent. The only thing I can think is a Black Hawk, or some kind of military tech, moving at the pace of a helicopter. But I've heard all the other military stuff go over here. They train over here, and they do routes constantly over here, base to base. And it was nothing like that. It was absolutely quiet. There was no wind, there was no sound, there was nothing. So I can't answer that one either. I don't know what that was.
I have seen many things, but I cannot explain it. Even shooting stars, so it happens like 1-2 seconds more of the time. But I have seen this when there were much higher at night, an air commercial airplane passing by, so it was under that altitude. And I have seen, sometimes it's like 15 meters, so 15 meters, 64 foot high. So it's amazing, the almost. So I don't know. I don't know what and I have seen this going every direction, but never from the horizon going up. But I don't know if it's electric phenomena going on, or some objects passing by, and sometimes this happens. But I still don't know it.
It's interesting.
But a few days ago, I was watching a shooting star going on, and above it was above that it was an airplane passing by, a commercial airplane. You can see, those lights they have under them, and it was amazing. With that, that airplane crossing by, I knew it was under that. It was amazing. But it happens, sadly, so you cannot, with my cell phone, record it.
No, it's a good capture. All we can really do is wonder at His Majesty. It's just so incredible, man. And I think science has got a barefaced cheek, trying to claim it is what it does. It is what it is, and it does what it does. It's if they had the testicular fortitude to turn around and say, "Oh, see that best guess stuff? Well, we kind of told you more guesses than we really had any idea of," but they won't do that. Yeah, I like that, Miguel.
When it's related to the sky, sometimes there's optical phenomena. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
I have seen, for example, I was at west, some crepuscular rays coming from the sun, and sadly at the east, it was Spain. I was at the border, right at the border from Portugal to. So at my back, at east, I was watching those crepuscular rays converging to a vantage point at the horizon. So, but when I saw that it anti rays, what I was watching at my back. But when I saw that for the first time, I think it was 2 years ago, something like 2 years something like that. So I saw that, but I couldn't explain. So, but when I think about perspective, the lines of sight converging to a vantage point.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. So, but it is optical, because they are converging, but they are optical. We see something optical going on.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. That, well, I mean, during the day and all this refraction and stuff, but that's one thing. But at night, when it's clear and there's no real turbulent air, there is still stars on the horizon do tend to twinkle more, I've noticed, than the ones directly above us. And again, it ties in with what we're observing, through what we're actually looking through. So how much of that is lensed? Like how far away is it being pushed because of the air we're seeing it through, or being pulled towards us? But it's certainly not been lifted up from round the flaming curve. I know that much. Starlight's really, really interesting. I like it a lot because you can use that to prove the geometry of Earth doesn't curve. If you get it over water on the horizon and do a low elevation height on it, you shouldn't be able to see them. Same as the sun.
I have seen many observations, and they are interesting, related to flat Earth. But it's very interesting. Even sometimes I get some surprises. So before the sun was setting, I was watching, some mountains not far away from me. Let's say 1 kilometer, and I was watching at the top. There was some haze going on. So because of the too much heat of the sun, it was some haze going on. Maybe at when it's 7, 8 a.m. I see that, but I never saw. You see it. It's rising around this haze mist. And it was amazing because I was there working to communicate smoke columns, fires. But I was looking through my binoculars, smoke, so it was optical illusion. Because of the the sun is hitting that top, and it was happening. So I have seen many observations. Even few weeks ago, I was watching at east at night the moon appearing. Sometimes when it's appearing, it's red, and there's some people they think there's some fire going on. Point of view, if they see at the top appearing at the top of the mountain, they sometimes they appear like there's a forest fire going on. But later, it was red, and after 1 hour or something like that, when it was 1 or more. When it was, I did a protractor, 360 protractor to improvise the segment. So I did get the angle of 40 degrees, elevation angle 40 degrees. So the moon at that time was not red; it was this white, blue light. So what happens? When you are looking at the horizon, there's a lot of layers going. Let's say layers between quotes, but there's a lot of stuff going on, pollution, and a lot of things that will change how I was looking. I was a red moon, and it was not red because it was not red anymore. So it's very interesting, how things going on there.
I like, actually, I've got a lot of experiences like that, but I don't have them on camera anymore. But thankfully, I've got the memory. I've been up the hills, different weather systems, different times of the year, different, looking in different directions and seeing what it causes. When there's mist rising off the ground at night or early in the morning, that can have a drastic effect on the moon or the sun. And a lot of people just don't know it because they've never experienced that. They haven't experienced the European atmosphere. I think, yes, there's probably places in America that's quite like here, but we do have a difference of, to the west, there's an expanse of water, but then there's a body of, there's a landmass generating a weather system, and there's warm currents come from it. And that can affect stuff drastically as well. Warm air currents, warm water currents. And also looking across Europe, I would say that's sort of maybe more like, looking across America in a lot of ways because of landmass. And you can actually see really, really far. Somebody found a picture from Wales to the Alps earlier on. And yeah, it can be quite different. But I would imagine if you were on the Alps looking across France or whatever towards England, that might not be possible because of the weather systems that come in off the waterfront. Off the water in the west from here. They might have a lot more occlusion to deal with because of the actual water density of the air over Britain. I don't know. I'd like to see the from the Alps looking this way, see if anybody's got the same. But yeah, it can radically change things. Radically. Over the course of a day, if not a year.
I did found this a long time ago. Let me post it. I think this link. When you are looking at mountains, sometimes you see this white, blue haze going on. I don't know if it's haze or mist, how you guys say. But I did find this article. Let me see. It's not posting the preview. Interesting.
Oh, why the Blue Ridge Mountains blue? I like this. I haven't actually seen this for a while, mate.
I have another link.
List.
Let me see another link.
No worky.
Oops.
No.
Because sometimes I post a link and it appears a preview. Maybe it's this link right here. Let's see. I'm going to post it. Not appearing as a preview anymore.
That looks like it's embedded.
Yeah. But I did save the photo. Let's see.
There we go. Yeah, Chimney Rock. Nice.
This photo. So it doesn't appear anymore, the preview, but before, when I was posting, it was appearing like this. So you see, it starts getting from, dark blue until it's white, far away. And they are there's an explanation that they found the VOC, volatile organic compounds, that are releasing from the vegetation. When it's too hot, it releases this into the air, and it scatters the light right there, like that photo.
Yep. That's my backyard, bro. Literally, that's along the road from me. That's what I see every time I go down to the local village. Well, it's similar. Where is it? I'm sure I've got a camera shot of it. When I drop down in elevation and I've got the ground rising like that. That's beautiful though, isn't it? Why can't we see China, Mr. DJ? Or is it?
I was thinking about that, the globus. They want to see China.
Well, DJ, I'll tell you why you can't see China. Too far away. It's too small.
Weather conditions, visibility, a lot of things going on. Even if there was mountain, and it was let's say flat, and with some vegetation, we still see this this phenomenon going on, this haze going on. Because I did watch, at the top of the mountain, when before the sun was setting, I was watching that a few hours before the sun was setting, like 1 hour.
Yeah, it's really stunning, and I know there must be other places in Europe, where land masses that have the same effect at the end of the day when the moisture's being released, or in the morning when it's been growing clouds through the night, and then the light comes on it and you see the release of, well, you see the haze gather around the trees and in the valleys of the glens, and then it begins to rise.
Exactly. At night, at the morning, I was watching, let me see if I remember the hour, 7 a.m., something like that, 7 a.m., was going to from the border to my home, and I was watching, this rising fog rising from the ground as the sun was at the east.
So a lot of people don't have the ability to see it, and they probably never realise that it's a process of nature, the water cycle, that does this in differently, wetter climes or colder climes. People think it needs warm air to for the gas cycle, for the water to go into the gas cycle. It doesn't actually need much warm air at all. In fact, the water having a warm current in it alone can do it. Or a cold body of air, sometimes moving in above the water, can be enough to help draw the heat off it.
Yeah, I have seen, even at night, this fog coming from rising up from. So it depends of weather conditions, but there's sometimes many has I did took some photos, and they are interesting. So this is at the west, the sun setting. So this is at the border between Portugal and Spain, the place I was working.
Yeah.
So I think you can see a horse there. No, it's not this photo. There's another one. Okay. But that's the sun setting, and that behind you start seeing like this. So you see, it has the light.
The mountain range, yeah. And
so
the,
you start
the haze,
seeing
the bank of air.
Haze. Yeah, as the light is going away at west.
Yeah.
So you start seeing this haze. Let me see. I have another photo. So, for example, those mountains belong to Spain. Right there. So it's as the sun is setting, you start seeing this going on. It's in this gray haze going on. So yeah, very interesting. This is one from when I went home at the morning. When I was watching, some, but I just stopped it because I love the crepuscular rays going on. But in this one you cannot see it. But at this time so I did travel almost 10 minutes when I did stop it to take this photo. But that's what I was watching. Mist rising up from the ground, so very interesting. There's another one, I have it. Okay, let's see. Before go up. Yeah, this one you can see. Oops, let's see. Just a second. So this one is sun setting. And it was not a cloudy day, so there was when the sun was setting, it was getting darker. That place I was working, you see a horse a little at left in that terrain. You see a horse, but the light of the sun is being blocked, and it was not a cloudy day, so there, but. At my azimuth top, it was a blue sky. But at that moment, interesting watching that one. So the sunlight can be blocked with some haze. So why Globers want to see China?
Yeah, here we go.
So there's a lot of visibility phenomena going on. Even at night, I saw. Even there's wind. raises up dust. With the flashlight, you can see dust. When the wind, you can see some dust going on with the flashlight at night. So, there's a lot of things going on. So globals cannot see China. They have a lack of observations. That's a good one, all good.
That's when I head down towards the local village.
Yeah, even I did took one photo the other day, but you see that because of this going on, the photo doesn't appear clear. So it's not the problem of the camera; it's the problem of at that time, specific time, this this stuff going on, this visibility problem.
Yeah, you can see the haze, the quality of light on the foreground, but I think that was about I think that was late in the summer, and it was probably about 5 or 6 in the evening.
Evening, yeah. I was thinking about that because I did took a photo when it was the sun was going away, sun setting. So you try to make you take some photos and it appears like it's not clear, but it's because of visibility going on. So because if if it was a day, you can see more clear those poles, those the wood poles there more clear. But it's not about the camera, the cell phone. The photos. I have to download it through my cell phone. But it appears like this. Even using my binoculars, there's a time, when the sun is going away. At this specific time, like you took that photo, you cannot see clearly. So sometimes you have to how you say push hard your eyes, to see clear. So it's painful.
The bottom of the hills that were being included in that's further down, down the hill from me, down the glen, looking across to the same hills, but further down. And the bottom of those hills, behind that sort of tree line, is maybe about, I would say, 8 or 9 miles away. Off the top of my head. Maybe a little more, but about 8 or 9 miles away. And they're practically invisible.
Yeah. I have seen this white haze, even half of a mile.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It comes towards you, or you can, you get into it and suddenly realise that it's broad daylight and you're technically in something that's not a fog, but it's the same abilities as a fog, and everybody's got their headlights on. You can sort of see in front of you, but it's just, it's not a physical, it's not a mist like, it's not like fog. You can get out of the vehicle and the air isn't damp. It's a property of the light at the angle that it's been cast at there. Sometimes it's when you're in a glen or a valley and it's the shadow of the sun behind you, and it's light in the sky above, but the actual whole glen or the valley, it's this weird translucent sort of unlight. It's weird.
When it's too hot, a lot of hot days in Portugal in the summertime, the sky is blue, clean sky, but you start seeing a lot of hot going on, hot days, so. And I had a fireman, he's a old friend from me. He went to, prevention, and they were there, and he did recognize me in that watchtower, and he did went to to the same height I was there. It was to me. So he was about this haze going on, because it's a lot of hot going on. Even he knew about. So yeah.
Yeah, in Scotland we would call it the gloaming, Gloaming. It's an effect of the light or a quality of the light, where it's got its own translucence. The air has got its own translucence to it, almost its own light to it.
Exactly.
We also have the same version that comes in across the water or from the water. We call it a har, Harr, or HAAR sometimes. And it comes in like it's not like a mist, it's like a bank of air that's so thick with moisture. And then it does eventually become mist or cloud. And it can almost feel like, you're getting wet as it passes over you, although it's not actually raining. But sometimes that can take ages for it to actually get to you. But the effect of the light's already happened, the weirdness.
I was remember at night I was riding my motorcycle, and it was raining, and at the same time in the the road, there was this, let's say, little clouds rising up from the road up. So I was passing with my bywheel and getting these little clouds, let's say, between quotes, little clouds rising up from the road. So there was a difference of temperatures going on while it was raining.
It's bizarre, isn't it? It's really, really strange. And you notice it more on the bike. That's where I've noticed a lot of weirdnesses. And you feel the temperature change or fluctuation or drop or, whatever. It's weird. Yeah, nature's an incredible thing, man. Truly, truly, truly incredible. I'm very lucky to live where I live and see it the way I see it.
That's a good one, DJ. Talking about the Horizon. There's a new one, a new version. No hands. So you put your hand on front of you, it will not block.
Oh wow!
The object behind. So the new hand, no hands society. Discovers,
Do you know, when I was young, I would have been too embarrassed to say something like that because it's just so ridiculous. Oh, I don't know if I've got hands. I think I might be a brain in a jar. I don't know if I'm not a brain in a jar. Just no. I would have laughed myself to the floor before I got it. Before I'd managed to say it.
It's amazing. It's you see a repetition going on, with the Glovers.
But we're all brains in the jar.
Yeah.
The jar is our skull.
There you go. Jar heads.
So we talk about curvature, they jump to the sky. Let's talk about things in the sky. And, in the way you say, let's bring down to the earth, the ground, talking about the ground.
Yeah, if you asked a glober if they would know the Earth was a globe, if there were no stars in the sky.
Yeah, and then they, as we are moving on, they avoid it. They try to grab other things, satellites. They talk about satellites and other things, Then and
yeah, they bring up satellites, and you go, okay, what do satellites have to do with the ground?
Yeah, GPS. They're running away from proving the curvature, because at that time they don't have any proof to prove it, so they will grab anything. It's avoiding the main thing that we are talking about. It. They feel uncomfortable. Sorry, uncomfortable. We are showing, some information to them, and it's the first time they saw it, and they, in their minds, there's a cognitive. In their minds, it must be a globe because I see. And that's it.
And you can always tell someone has no physics acumen when they say, "How come I can't see the Eiffel Tower from the east coast of America?"
Yeah,
you don't understand how light works.
Even I'll do it, and I did post some photos. So even I did post that when the sun is above the horizon at west, and it's the light is being blocked. You just see a circle in the sun, and it's getting darker. So it's getting place I took that photo. So as farther away the sun is going, less light is coming. So that is a good one. That guy is saying is a three-dimensional spheroid. But he's saying at the same time, however, I don't know that it has not been proven. Very interesting. So he makes a claim and then he says he doesn't know and it has not been proven.
And there's my picture of the clouds. I think clouds are self-illuminating because that's the direction of south-southeast, and the sun went down in the northwest 30 minutes prior to taking this photograph. So, so like the moon, the clouds must be self-illuminating.
I don't know, but even street lights, they at night you see above, above a city, you see the light above, so the light can come from many places, sources. But that clouds, I have seen this, and it was rising up, coming. So I knew that far away there was a river, and it was, sometimes you see rising up. And then you see this, this clouds forming.
I don't think enough people have spent enough time outdoors looking at everything. So, that's the one thing I do. I spend a lot of time just looking at the clouds when it's close to dark, just to see what's going on with them.
Yeah, Globers, they came here, and you realize they have nothing. So they did spend time just talking when they are sitting in the chair. Then you show the they claim, you don't see Coriolis, or because the Earth is moving with the air. I have seen clouds joining together from different directions. So yeah, and you have crossing winds passing by, and so I don't know. They are talking something that they just make. It's avoiding the question. It's avoiding from proving. So. Even Matthew Lenz says that, the Earth is moving with the air at the same time.
Yeah. So the air's moving at 1,000 miles an hour near the equator.
So let's say
what happens when it hits a mountain range?
So an airplane, when it is raising up and he goes west, he has to fly against 1,000 miles per hour of this wind. So this air coming by.
Yeah. What happens when you fly out of London and you want to go to Singapore? Singapore's moving away from you from almost like 1,000 miles an hour, but your aircraft's only going 500 miles an hour.
When they construct airports, do they have to account, which direction, the plane has to lift?
Yeah.
Of course,
they don't account for Coriolis effect in the building of airport runways.
Yeah.
They build them based on the most common winds that are in that area.
Exactly. If you look at this one, so there's crosswinds, and these pilots have to, before they land any airplane, in this situation they have to, in a simulator, simulate those winds, crossing winds, to land in this airport at Madeira.
Yeah, the San Diego airport is a strange approach as well, as there's like parking garages and stuff like that. in the landing path.
In this video I posted at the end, you can see those straight lines, white lines, and they are, how you say, tickling or sparkling. Sometimes it's even, I was watching, that was, let's say 1 mile, something like that. I was watching at the top, and it has some wind turbines, and they the poles, they I was watching this same phenomenon. It was too hot, and you see like that tinkling. That turbulence, let's say turbulence. Because the sun was going at the west, so a few hours before sunset, that was happening. So it depends, where is the sun, temperatures going on. So there's a lot of factors going on related to doing observations, visibility, weather conditions, that they don't like to account. They say, "Oh, why I cannot see China?" They have a lack of information about visibility, and the lack of doing observations outside. Anyway, someone keep talking because I'm gonna eat something. So break time to be.
I thought I was going crazy.
Again?
Yeah, I was going to say that ship has sailed.
Not your first rodeo.
Not at all. How are y'all doing today?
We're speculating wildly on Speculation Sunday.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. I'm glad it continues to carry forward. Is that the event that's going on? An event?
Well, that's usually what used to happen here in the server, but
Yeah, no, I know. I just was wondering if it was like an actual event. It used to be kind of an event where sometimes they would post it, sometimes they wouldn't. But I know in general, Speculation Sunday could detract from the real conversation that needs to be had, especially for people who like want some wild, crazy stories to like make fun of flat earthers. But it's a nice little panel here. Such a panel, even Lulu is there.
I know she's here, but we haven't heard from her. Not that she was on and I wasn't here, but all you got to do is put a plate of nachos with warm cheese on top of it and the image and the text. That'll get her attention.
I believe it.
She absolutely hates cheese, like melted cheese. She thinks it's the most disgusting thing in the world. Yeah.
No kidding.
Any form of melted cheese, yeah.
That is a peculiar ick to have.
My daughter is going through that phase right now.
It's like the texture of it, you know? Are you at work, sheepdog?
It's supposed to be my day off, but because I do sales, I have an appointment today to do a presentation. Kind of at work, but not really. I'm not wearing my work clothes.
No pants?
Shorts. Not to go too far away from the topic, what do you think about Amelia Earhart documents being released?
When that happened?
Trump announced that he's going to be declassifying the Amelia Earhart file.
I mean, why was it classified?
I don't know. I don't even think a lot of us even knew there was a file. But I have an idea of why it was classified. Her and Charles Lindbergh were part of a group during World War II called America First. And not that they sided with Hitler, but they just didn't want to go over there. They thought that was their war. It wasn't for us to get involved in. And we needed to take care of what was going on over here during the Great Depression and everything. And so they had this America First ideology where it's like, let's take care of our people. And just so happened that Amelia Earhart died on her quest to go around the world. And if you remember, Charles Lindbergh, his baby was stolen from his bedroom window.
And they couldn't figure that one out.
Yeah. Oddly enough, though, they were both part of a group called America First that were trying to prevent us from going to war. They were very outspoken, too.
Yeah, flying around the world gives you a lot of cred, so people will listen to you.
Yeah.
So, what do you suppose these documents are going to be released, and what are they going to have on there?
I have no idea, man. Your guess is as good as mine. I was just showing you the link between everything, or a possible link, I should say. There's probably more than that when it comes to historical findings. So we'll see what happens. Rumor had it Amelia Earhart had trouble flying and locating airports because she was using a globe model, and someone told her to switch to a flat Earth model-ish, whatever they had going on back then, and her flyings were a lot more successful when she stopped treating the Earth as a globe. That's a rumor I heard.
Probably somebody was advocating for the AE map.
Maybe. The AE map came back in 1919 or something like that.
Yeah, the people that advocated for that were the ones who were doing flights like in the World War, like 1942 aerial map.
Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies regarding air travel, including the Hindenburg. There's rumors the Hindenburg disaster was sort of pre-planned.
Like the Titanic?
Yep. Because at that time, the common way to get across the Atlantic was by ocean liner, but that would take like 6-7 days to cross the Atlantic. Or you could fly in comfort on an airship and get from Europe to America in 48 hours.
What's the max altitude on one of those things? Does anybody know?
That's a good question.
I'm kind of curious to find out what their max altitude was. Because if we're saying that balloons could actually reach a height of like 120,000 feet, that's pretty damn high for a balloon. Then you got the whole like oxygen problem.
Yeah. Well, the first highest passenger balloon flights was 1931, and that only went to 51,000 feet.
Yeah, rumor has it that accident happened to help restrict air travel into a plan that we, I guess, currently have today. But most of them traveled by helium, didn't they? They didn't use hydrogen in their.
No, they used hydrogen because the only people who had helium was the Americans. But the conspiracy theory is that the Americans sold the Zeppelin company the fabric for the shell, and they knew that fabric was flammable.
Gotcha. Interesting.
It says the Hindenburg typically cruised at 200 to 300 meters for passenger comfort and fuel efficiency, but could climb higher for weather avoidance.
I was just going to say, yeah, weather avoidance. And if you're not trying to, be like some kind of spy over a certain place.
Yeah. They say modern hybrid airships can do 3,000 to 6,000 meters.
That'd be a pretty cool way to travel, though. I know I've been in a hot air balloon before, and that's quite an experience, man. It's like as you're going up, you can see the way your perspective works. You literally see everything adjust in your vision.
What was their propulsion system?
It's like a van or something like that, wasn't it? Propeller?
Were they propellers?
Yeah, they use propellers.
So as you get higher in elevation or altitude, those things would be ineffective, yeah?
If they've got superchargers on them, they will work up to easily 25,000 feet.
BRB.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm almost to my destination. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
right? So it's not something that we can test, right? But it's kind of like a good analogy is we have a steak, we have a beef steak, right? So therefore there has to be a cow, right? There has to have been a cow to create the beef steak, right? Logically, we have gas pressure, right? And in all examples of gas pressure, a container is required. It's in the formulas, it's in all the practical demonstrations, right? So we have the steak, there has to be a cow, but we're small, right? This place is big, we can only get so high, we can only test so much, right? So rather than starting to speculate about things we can't back up, we just know that we have gas pressure. And that's like the axiom here, right? If someone wants to prove that you can actually have gas pressure without a container, right? That gravity does exist and that the gravity does affect gas particle movement, right? Then that's on them to demonstrate, but they can't do it.
Right. Yeah. Now, this would go more towards like a speculation Sunday kind of thing. And if it is the case that the Earth has air pressure due to some type of physical containment, would it then, if not necessarily follow, but would it like necessarily have to be the case that this containment cannot be something that is like infinitely expanding like above us somewhere, that it actually would have to like in order to like truly make an enclosed system, that this containment would have to like somehow in one way or another like touch down on the surface of the Earth, the ground somewhere at some point. Is that reasonable to say?
It would be reasonable to assume that would be the way it would work, but I think that there could be something beyond our comprehension when it comes to the sky and how the sky works, what the medium is, what's actually going on up there, especially with like the electricity and unknown factors, right? We can't say for sure because it could be something way beyond what we know. But yeah, like logically, like as far as we can tell, you would have to have a solid container, right, to be able to have gas pressure. That's as far as we can test, but we don't know exactly how the entire system works. So we wouldn't want to claim that there's 100% is a big container that touches down somewhere on the ground. We really don't know how it works. That's just my opinion.
Right. No, I got you. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, it's interesting stuff, man.
Like if you start looking into crazy stuff like superfluids and stuff like that, it starts like blowing your mind and you start thinking of all sorts of different speculations about what might be up there, how it might work, and what is there beyond even superfluid and things we just don't know. So, because we see a lot of crazy stuff in the sky. Like, what are those things? We see those freaking... Looks like there's octopus tentacles coming out of the sky for a second, and then we got ball lightning and shooting stars. Like, what the hell is shooting stars? There's just so much craziness up there. I think it's just beyond our current comprehension what's really going on.
Right. Which actually reminds me, I don't, at least I haven't come across one. I'm unaware of any flat earther that ever, and I know, like, especially, the 24/7 crew, they're very careful about the positive claims that they make. Because, if we couldn't demonstrate it, then it wouldn't be a reasonable thing to do. When it comes to, like, if the Earth is like this stationary plane, and it's the sun, moon, and stars that are actually the things that are in motion. If someone was to ask you, okay, well, what is the mechanism by which they are in motion? Would you have an answer for that, or is that sort of like up to speculation or like unknown at this point?
Yeah, you're right. It's just up to speculation at this point. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the moon is. We don't know how it works. We don't know the size. We don't know the medium. We don't know the material. Like, so many unknowns, it would be disingenuous to make positive claims about things in the sky like that. Sure, we could speculate, but I mean, would just be pure speculation.
would it be inappropriate to say, like, given our lack of knowledge in that area as it pertains to celestial phenomena like the sun moving across the sky, would it be inappropriate to say it is a supernatural mechanism?
I'm not sure what I'd classify it as. I don't know. What do you mean by supernatural?
Well, I guess maybe it's like in one sense, supernatural is like technically defined as something that is beyond scientific understanding or demonstration, or in the other sense, supernatural means like it's something that is actually somehow the direct result of the divine, like a god or something like this.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have a clue. I mean, then you'd start trying to define what is a god and all that sort of thing. But I mean, it's just an unknown. It's just something we don't know what it is. I mean, just keep it simple. We can't validate what it is. We can observe what it does, but it's like apparent, right? That's what we can confirm. The sun that we see is apparent, right? Stars and everything, the way that we see them, right? They appear in apparent locations, but they do take, they move in cycles. It's like the sky's an amazing clock, and we don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, I mean, we could just speculate all day long about that and could be completely wrong with every single speculation. So,
well, brother, what you say?
It's a good conversation. I agree with everything he said, and he should get moderator status. That was a hell of a good answer. Like, I mean, there's not a lot of people. They would defend the container argument till like all the way to the part where, they think that that's actually the reality. It's like, what if the reality is actually something outside of our comprehension level?
Yeah, that's that's pretty much my position, because I can't comprehend it. So obviously it is.
Enough. Let's parse out some logic. So one argument goes, you can't have gas pressure without a container. We have gas pressure, therefore there's a container, but some people parse it out containment rather than container, right? Based on a definition. But in actuality, in order to have a pressurized environment, all you need is a limited volume, correct? The answer is obviously yes. So if there's no space for the gas to fill, it's not going to fill it. Now that could be a supernatural boundary where available free space in which we can naturally move ceases to exist, and then whatever's beyond it is an unknown that's on a metaphysical level rather than a physical, right?
100% agree.
Secondly, the idea of containment is only necessary if there is a space outside of the containment in which the containment is separating the contained from the uncontained. So if there's no external or outer area, then there's no need for a barrier between the two areas. Right?
Yeah, certainly. I'm glad you're here, AI and AV. Like, I was just thinking about both of you, about we should do some sort of show, a dedicated stream to the philosophical assumptions of the heliocentric and the globe model. Right? So, uniformitarianism, the Copernican principle, all the things that they presuppose, right? We should do a show just about that. And the thing you just said, too, in that, right? The presupposition. Because there's no evidence for, like, so I was also thinking, like, if the universe was expanding, shouldn't the pressure of the entire universe be going down and down and down? Because it's getting thinned out, right? It's still the same amount of matter. Right? But the volume is increasing. So the pressure should be going down of the entire universe. And it should be going down quite rapidly because it's an ever-expanding sphere, and the surface area is increasing. It's probably even more than exponential. Right? So the volume is increasing rapidly.
One of the explanations I heard is that the universe is expanding into itself. whatever that
Oh,
means.
brother.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, which is so surface area expands at a certain rate, and then volume expands at a greater rate. What are those called? Is it? I know one. You know, like I just can't think of the words. It's not. Maybe it's exponential. One's exponential. One's logarithmic. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think the volume is logarithmic, so it's going up by
One of the
power 10.
Yeah. One of the times I first came into that was somebody critiquing Godzilla, where they said, "Listen, once you get to this size, you know the biomass can't sustain it because you know the psi, like the volume of the entity, is increasing so great that the pressure just can't withstand it. So you can't have creatures of this size that are made up of traditional biomatter that we know of. It's just not going to happen."
Yeah, there's probably some upper limit.
You mean like dinosaurs?
Imagine how much pressure would be on Godzilla's feet.
Yeah, fair enough, but Godzilla compared to a dinosaur is like maybe 100, maybe even 1,000 times bigger than a dinosaur.
Yeah, Godzilla's supposed to be 400 feet tall.
Yeah.
Pretty tall. It's a big lizard, and that's what she said.
Yeah, he'd have to be made out of something else to be that big, rather than just any kind of biomatter that we know of.
Yeah. So I actually this interaction DJ had is up on the podcast, but I'm gonna keep playing it because it's very good. It's really good. I clipped that shit with the quickness. As soon as he did it, dude, I was like, download that, clip that. It's good shit from DJ.
Yeah, he's really a different breed, man. I talked to him in the private chat. Yeah, he's really got it going on. So
Yeah, man, he was like dormant, right? He was just like kicking back, relaxing, never talking, and just I was like, let me take off my Clark Kent suit, freaking be Superman for a while.
I got an interesting point in the same vein where about the pressure. So the helium cycle, supposedly, as helium's created in the Earth, at least it makes its way into the upper atmosphere, and it just keeps collecting there. According to the globe zealotry, it then gets scooted off from the Earth via solar winds, right? So that's how we lose the helium. So his answer was, well, if the Earth is contained, why isn't it constantly increasing pressure? Because the gas, you know, is just going to keep filling the space inside a limited containment, so we should experience constant pressure. So we started to talk about different concepts of how gas could make its way back to Earth, or even be changed into another state, like a superfluid, or even be congealed back into some kind of solid and make its way back to Earth. All of these things. One of the ones I got him on, though, was actually what happens is once you get far enough away from the Earth, all the gas gets into a state where its empty space allows other portions of gas particles to fill its empty space. So in other words, it's a manifold of a lot of empty space being crammed into one physical space. So tons and tons of gas being crammed into a single dot. Now, the problem is, friends, he already believes that's possible because he believes his universe came from an infinitesimal dot in which all matter in the universe existed. So he already believes that you can have an incomprehensible, compressible state of matter. So he couldn't debunk me in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, he'd be abandoning his own philosophy, his own philosophical assumptions about how his cosmogony occurred. He couldn't debunk me.
Yeah. Well, there's also the temperature thing, right? So as gas goes higher, the temperature goes lower as you go higher, right? So the gas has to condense, right? So whatever, like, so let's say you got helium on Earth's surface, 70 degrees, right? Well, as it goes up, right, according to those guys, the regular air is pushing the helium up. right? And it's being squeezed to the top of, the air. At some point, it has to reach a state of equilibrium where the temperature and density of the hydrogen is equal to the air, right? Which makes you wonder why it isn't stratified. That's obvious because there's upper level winds and all that stuff where it can't actually stratify. Anyway, I'm gonna play this up, bro.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Like
sorry.
Theo was saying, like explanations are just horseshit at the end of the day. It's just explanations just aren't proof, right? Even if you can come up with an awesome explanation for it that just like rings with everyone that hears it, they're like, damn, I didn't think of that. That makes so much sense. Could be just complete horseshit.
Right. It is interesting to note that the book of First Enoch seems to give an explanation as to what is well. It actually, to be fair, it actually doesn't give a mechanism, but it just talks about this idea about like how the sun and moon go through like these gates, and that may be what's like causing like these different type of like revolutions in their circumference above the flat Earth, and that kind of thing. But I was gonna, gosh, I had something else in mind, but I kind of lost it. Oh, okay, wait. So how about so how would you respond to a Glober who says, oh, well, then if you can't actually produce a model, right, that can like explain all these different phenomena in the universe, then flat Earth is no good, right? Like how would you kind of respond to something like that?
Yeah, I mean, their quote unquote model just falls flat on its head, right? Just straight away, right? Just with the curvature claim, right? So just because of that, you can just throw the whole thing out. Like the radius, like it's just, I mean, you can model anything, really. I mean, you can model Superman, how Superman flies and blah, 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 and then write out all the math for it. But it doesn't match reality, right? So they have, like, what they want us to replace their horseshit model with some other model. Like, falsification is independent of replacement, right? So their model is ridiculous, right? I mean, do they really even have a model? Like, most of the time, they don't even know what they're talking about when they say model. What, a scientific model that's been tested, to prove that it actually matches reality? Or are they talking about a desktop globe? Is that their model? Right? Half of the people we say, show us your model, right? They'll show us a desktop globe. Like, you think that's a scientific model? It's a flat map glued onto a paper mache ball. It doesn't match reality anyway. I mean, they don't really have a model that works.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, so it is kind of hypocritical on their part to sort of try to demand us for one if they don't even have a working one themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, man. When we hit them up for their model, it's like, all right, you got a model and you want to mock us for not having a model, right? They'll say, oh, this doesn't work on the flat Earth model. And we'll say, oh, we don't have a model. And they're like, oh, you don't have a model? And we'll be like, all right, post your model. And then they're like, oh, and then they're like, yeah, I could do it. I'm like, well, do it then, right? And then they'll start like trying to look it up on the internet, and they'll post dumb things like timeanddate.com or something like that. Or they'll post like Google Maps. They'll be like, this is the globe Earth model. It's googlemaps.com or timeanddate.com. And it's like, dude, that isn't a model. Like, confirming that you don't know what you're talking about when you say the word model. Like, what is their model? Like, where is it? And then, is it just a scientific model? Where's the experiments? Where's the tests that validate the model actually matches reality?
Mm-hmm.
Long distance observations, laser tests, and whatnot just completely destroy their radius claims, curvature claims. then they'll start waffling on saying the word refraction, and then easily just expose their lack of knowledge about refraction as well. They think they have escape words, right? Long distance observations, they just think they can just say the word refraction and everything's okay.
So refraction recently has seemed to be like their sort of like ad hoc rescue device. Like, it used to be like gravity for the longest time. You just sort of like blurt that out as this like magical one-word answer to everything that it can't actually be explained, and then they started going to refraction, and like invoking insane amounts of it that probably
but they failed to mention it at first.
Yeah,
it's like they'll say, "Oh, just look at a boat going over a horizon. Oh, what about this one? Didn't go over it. Oh, refraction."
Well, you have to add both.
Yeah,
of them.
they make a mockery of the word refraction. When they as soon as they say refraction, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, but they don't really know it.
You got to say reflection now, because of reflection and refraction.
Yeah, and you mentioned laser tests.
Okay, I want to point something out. Them saying refraction is the same thing as them saying gravity. It's the same thing. Because in their paradigm, gravity creates a gradient, a vertical density gradient, and that vertical density gradient causes the globe Earth to look flat. Now think about that for a second. Gravity makes the Earth into a ball, but it makes it into a ball that looks flat. You can't make this shit up, people.
I cited one like it was like from Taboo Conspiracy. I'm sure as you guys know, it's like a one-stop hub for all these sort of different types of long distance observations. So one time I cited one of these laser tests that was done over like a body of water, like a lake, I think it was, and it was like over the distance of like over 23 miles, and surely given the the observer height and from where the laser was shot and this kind of thing, according to the radius value that the globe gives us, I don't remember exactly what it was, and I'm terrible at math, but the laser obviously should have been hidden by a significant amount of the physical obstruction of Earth's curvature, right? And so when I showed some globe resist, they said, "Oh, well, did you take?" Of course they invoked refraction, but the other one, specifically when it comes to lasers, they said, "Did you take into account, like, I forget the actual term for it, but apparently it's this idea that the laser, if as it shines over a greater distance, the laser itself will expand from being like this small like focus point to actually expanding like a great distance across the air, if you will, and no longer be observed as like this single little dot." Did you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, they actually say that.
Yeah, over distance, it spreads out a bit, right? And that's why people use very powerful lasers. But it even says in the manuals how much they spread out over a particular distance. It's not going to help the laser bend around 300 foot of curvature.
So when you get to the back end of the laser, and at the front end it's say 1 inch wide, and at the back end it's 9 foot wide, you measure across 9 foot and go, I wonder what half of 9 foot is. And you find the center of that, and that's the center of your laser.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay, so do you guys remember the term? I remember them bringing up this term that's specific for this, but I mean, is there, depending on like the strength of the laser or whatever it is, like whatever specifications, is there actually a limit to how wide like the laser can actually expand so that it's like observable over a long distance?
There's actually a device they put on the end of the laser, was a collimator, to help refocus the beam to stop that spreading. Or you can't stop it, but to allow that to stay more focused over a longer range. It's basically just lenses to realign the laser. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got the laser, like, it's going to diverge, right? The beam's going to diverge over distance a little bit. It really varies depending on which model of laser you're using and a whole bunch of different factors. But, I mean, if there should be 300 foot of obstruction between point A and point B, right? It doesn't matter just because the beam diverges. It doesn't mean that you should still be able to see the beam over like a 25-story building.
Yeah.
Like, people are looking back at the source of the laser, right? So someone will be holding the laser at point A, right? And then the observer will be at point B, like 30 miles away, right? And they'll be able to see the source, like the point source of the laser, right? Even in the Taboo Conspiracy one, you can see it reflecting off the water as well. Maybe it's this one in the side chat here. It's the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's actually got a really good black swan long distance observation in it, that one.
Who said hello? Someone said hello, or is that in the audio? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, it was Taboo Conspiracy.
You got plenty of room, man. Sorry about that. Fucking people are retarded, dude. Oh my god, I can't get by. I only have 3 feet on each side of the vehicle. Oh my god, I'm gonna.
Indio, did you get your pass? Did you get your pass back?
My pass? What do you
mean? You were talking to some guy borrowed your parking pass or something the other day.
Oh, he brought it back.
Ah, good stuff, man.
Dude,
awesome.
I was spiraling, bro. I was freaking spiral. Here's the messed up thing. He brought it. It was like pristine when I gave it to him. He brought it back. It was like all wrinkled and folded and stuff. Like, what the, dude? What did you do in 30 minutes? How did you do that? Because you just stick it on your dashboard, right? And when the meter person sees it, they just don't give you a ticket. So, like, what did he do beyond sticking on his dashboard? I don't know. Whatever. I'm just glad he brought it back. Yeah, so, did you have something else to say? I was just playing audio. Nope. It's a good clip, man.
Yeah, this is the kind of globe earther that we imagine all of them should be like. If he is a globe earther, I don't remember.
I think he was on the fence, seems to me. He knew the flat earth arguments, he knew the globe earth arguments, so seems like he's been in the top. I don't remember exactly who the guy was. I mean, I could go back and find out. I still got the original video somewhere. But I clipped this out. I put it on the podcast. Good stuff. That's why I don't know why freaking QE even did that shit on you, man. That's fucked up, bro. Dude, you could line up with 100 Globers and ask them, who'd you earn more from, DJ or QE? And they'd say you 100,000 times over. So.
Yeah, I was a bit shocked when he did that. I think it was more. It was something
yell
else.
at them more, DJ. Yeah, just be mean to them. You're supposed to do more gotchas. What's wrong with you?
Yep.
Make them feel bad. That's the point. Make Globers feel bad. Shame them into flat Earth the same way we get shamed into the globe.
Yeah, I'll make them never ever want to come to a flat Earth platform ever again.
Well, I mean, to be fair, me and Mimulus, our theory was, especially back in the beginning, in the early days, was we're gonna just treat them like shit, because then they're stuck either way, right? Right? Like how did I put it? It's like, well, if I can't even remember, man. I'm going to see now. We used to do it so that so that there's no way out, right? Like either way, like if they believe in a flat Earth, they're going to get abused, and they come in here, if they believe in a globe, they're also going to get abused. So you're going to get abused. Well, you give them the option, like you're going to be abused no matter what. So globe or flat Earth. So you might as well just listen to the information. You know what I mean? Because a lot of back then, people were afraid of abuse, so they didn't want to consider the information, right? They'd come in when there'd be a couple of them, right? And so they don't want to look bad in front of their buddies, right? You're not taking that flat Earth stuff seriously, right? They're going to get shamed by their buddies. So we're like, okay, you're going to get shamed either way, right? You're going to either side, right? If you believe in the globe, we're going to shame you. If you believe in flat Earth, your friends are going to shame you. So either way, you're getting shamed. So you might as well make the most rational choice if it's a lose-lose situation, right? You might as well take the most rational choice. But this is back then. It was a totally different environment of what we were dealing with. Like I said, a lot of people they would not consider the information because they were afraid of abuse. That was like the game back then. It was really crazy. So like, if you went to Gem Pandas and said you're a flat earther, they didn't try to debate you. They just sat there and just insulted you, right? You're stupid. How can you believe a flat Earth? Didn't you graduate from fucking high school? You got to be, all this stuff we've all heard before, right? So that's so if they seem inquisitive about a flat Earth, the globe earthers are going to abuse them. In the point of the abuse is to signal to everyone else: do not investigate this topic. You're going to be severely abused. That was literally what their purpose was back then. And I'm talking like 2017, 2018. That was the only thing they did. They didn't try to even debate the topic. They just tried to heap verbal abuse on people so that they wouldn't investigate the topic. They didn't want this topic talked about. I've said that before, that they don't even want the discussion to happen. They think it's a waste of time, or it's backwards, or there's also the religious thing that they don't like, because a lot of the dudes that did that, they were crazy atheists. So the whole point was to just heap abuse on people so that they wouldn't look into flat Earth, right? So we figured, okay, these people are afraid they're going to be abused if they, inquire into flat Earth. Okay, come in here and defend the globe. You're still going to be abused. So you might as well just inquire into flat Earth, because you're going to catch abuse either way, right? That was our thinking. I mean, we stopped doing that as the dynamic of this topic changed, but that was our thinking in the beginning. Not the way QE wasn't that motivated. I don't think QE's motivation was ever that, but that was me and Mimius's motivation, because we talked about it many times. I'm way more forgiving now and patient. You know, they come in like, what are you, think the earth is flat? What are you, dumb? What are you, stupid? Didn't you finish 8th grade?
Yeah, it's an effective way to turn people away from it. I mean, that's the main tactic. You know, that's what YouTube promotes, the videos that mock flat Earth. And even like McToon even still puts like floating rock discs with water off the edges as his thumbnails, even though he knows good and well we don't claim that. So yeah,
yeah. He's like, listen, he's like, I triangulated McToon. Dude, he's a dumb shit. The other, well, maybe it was yesterday. The dude, I don't know why he tries to interact with me because I cook him every time and then he ghosts. But he's like, I triangulated the sun. Like, bro, you're on that. Like, that shit was debunked by Decimal Z, which is Dr. Zach, right? Freaking like in 2019 or something, right? That is even possible to do. That it's even possible to triangulate the sun. It's not possible, right? So to still be on that, for him to still be on that is like, what the flying fuck, bro? It's like you're not even worthy of interaction at this point. Because they say within the globe model they can't triangulate the sun using the sun, right? They can't just like, no, they can't do it, right? But we have to be able to do it, right?
No.
The flat Earth should be able to do it, but the globe Earth can't triangulate the sun. But the flat Earth should be able to triangulate the sun. Go ahead, Elijah.
That's what they say. It's a double standard.
Of course, it's always a double standard. It's always a snake eating its own tail. It's always contradiction. It's endless nonsense. That's why they have gimmicks and tactics and rhetoric and you know, where's your working model? Which is just, I call it it's philosophically vapid, right? He even broached that as some thing. You have no working model. Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, they'll say,
you know what I mean? And I have no working model. And I have no working model on my freaking kitchen table. Doesn't mean it's not there. When I go to put food on it, it just fucking falls to the floor because I don't have a model on my table.
but listen to how ridiculous it is. On a flat Earth, you can't put 3 individuals, 3 locations, and triangulate the position of the sun. It just take out the words flat or globe. You can't with the surface of the Earth, the one we live on, triangulate the distance to the sun. That doesn't have anything to do with it. It just has to do with the surface that we live on. So what's the surface? Oh, it's flat. We measured it out.
Yeah, it just got, you know, the point I was making is like this, some of these guys, my point I was making, some of these guys are still stuck in like 2017, even the anti-flat earthers, dude. It's like, I wonder who falls for that shit, dude. Those are the people we need to find, the people that fall for that.
That's what I'm saying. It's not by mistake. Like the majority of the people are still held by whatever program is being run. You know, it's not an accident that, you know, they control the data and how we consume it. So, you know, they can literally get people to fight against the truth, regardless of what it is, and that's actually what they're doing though. That's literally what they're doing.
Oh, that's a fucking scary proposition, but you're right, unfortunately. They could go on TV and say anything and fight against this. Fight against water is wet. Water's not wet. How dare you? Freaking Donald Trump said water's not wet. They would.
Why do you think wealthy people try to get over on the population? Because when you try to fix it, they fight against you. But what else is a person with resources going to do other than be a good human being? Be tailored to something greater than them. Know that duping humans are just a bad thing, even if we are dumb. But that's normally what people do. They use people's belief and trust to manipulate them. And they tell you to take your trust and belief away from, let's just say, your God, whatever it is that has you, living a good life as far as you're concerned. Society always has a way to worm themselves into your uh, natural way of going about it. Sometimes it's so severe they'll just call you Dunning-Kruger, schizophrenic, all types of things that they can't validate.
Yeah, but even if you were Dunning-Kruger schizophrenic, that wouldn't make you wrong. Okay?
Exactly. Like, to argue that someone is wrong because of any of those things is wrong in itself. But you're wrong because you're a crackpot. No, that's not valid.
Oh, how many times have you heard someone say, "Oh, like listen, you don't know what you're talking about." Oh, yeah, that doesn't mean anything coming from a flat earther. Like how many times you heard shit like that?
Exactly. All the time. Hey, Scott. Scott had asked me to, because we were talking about, why Globers don't like address anything, and he was like, "Well, post the map," and then I did. No, he didn't say anything. I think it was during the conversation y'all were having.
Well, that reminds me of the Professor Dave video with Sheila, right? Dave's starting to tell him about drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared. He's like, "Oh, let's do the calculation." Dave's like, "Well, we got a curve calculator." No, let's calculate because he's trying to he's trying to show Dave up like, "Oh, you can't do math. You're a flat earther. There's no way you can be doing math." So Dave, he's like, he had to go through because you pretty much most people just take it at face value that the calculation's right. So Dave, you could tell he's like looking through his folders and stuff, and Shiva's pulling the, "Well, what is it? Well, what is it? Well, what is it?" Pulling one of those bullshits, right? And then Dave comes up with it, and he starts explaining it to him, and Shiva don't understand it. It took fucking at least 10 minutes until Shiva even understood drop over distance.
Mm-hmm. And he still, I mean, he never came off his script. He still kept his script of, let's try to, bring, the best of your people, and I have some people, and we'll come together and talk about what would be the best kind of test. And it's like, you're not listening. I'm telling you point blank, there's no measurable curvature. What's been said has already been said. The parameters have already been set. And I'm here to tell you that it's bullshit. They don't ever want to hear that.
Well, yeah. So every time every time Dave brought up, Shiva would say, "Oh, what you should do is X, Y, Z," and Dave would go. They would say, "Hey, we got that. Let me show you." He's like, "Oh no, never." Like he's like, "I don't want to see that." He kept doing that over and over again. He's like, "I don't care about that." Well, you just said we should do that, and we did that, and I'm about to show you, and now you're saying you don't care about that. He did that over and over and over again.
What if these people's point? Because there's a common denominator here. And what if the point of having a flat earther on for a lot of these people is to show them up because they already in their minds believe that there's some sort of breakdown in something somewhere, and their job is to expose it or something. But when the flat earth information comes out,
dude, hold on, Elijah. Exactly. Remember how you used to say people are bigoted?
Mm-hmm.
They're bigoted. That's what that is. They're so sure that there's nothing. They're so sure that there's nothing to flat Earth because of their own bigotry and their bias, right? That they're just coming in like, I'm going to just go in there and show this flat Earth thing is stupid. And then they double down, right? When they can't, and double down and double down and double down.
That's me being charitable to them. Like, at best, that's all that's happening. But at worst, how come the common denominator is every time we get on a point that directly addresses whether there's curvature or not, there's some kind of back and forth that prevents that message from getting across to that person's audience? No matter what it is, whether Professor Dave is retarded or non-Professor Dave is whether any of these guys, the for some reason the common denominator is their audience, at least through them or through their interactions with us through their platforms, their audience has no fucking idea why we're flat earthers. How come their tactics are so retardedly happily good that that's the one thing that's controlled and stopped at every turn? How could you be ignorant and not know that this is the truth, but you've somehow well enough managed to block it from getting through on your platform? Is that just an idiot? Is that just on accident?
Yeah, it's a good point, man. I'm gonna start like monitoring that, really paying attention to that happening. Figure out how it's happening.
Because everybody could talk about I don't care whatever people's people speculate too hard, and they're like, oh, this person is a this person is a that, this person can't be trusted. Like I don't. For example, I don't like Witsit. Witsit is not my friend. I've told him we are not friends. We're enemies, right? That doesn't stop me from realizing that in all of his conversations, the bits that are supposed to be like drilled in and talked about are actually covered up by something retarded that happens. And you get sidetracked. You start talking about something else. How is that possible? How is it possible that that continues to happen no matter who you are, where you go, or what it is? Even on a platform like Modern Day Debate, okay, they're charitable enough to let the flat earther get his position out. But when it comes to the person who brought their audience there, they do everything they can not to meet that point and address it. And it works every time. That's not speculation, that's just an observation.
I just have a quick question for the panel.
All right.
Are we live?
Yep.
We are.
All right, we do it live.
I will be back in a couple of minutes, though. Not a couple.
Dom DeMarco, Marco.
Yeah, that was like the longest echo of all time. But it worked.
It's funny as well. What's up, Alpha? How you doing, buddy?
Somebody call my name?
Pretty good, man, considering the world's going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, very, very quickly as well, man. But I'm glad your spirit's up. It's good to see you, bud.
Yeah, no, they're ramping up the whole digital ID hoopla.
In your country as well?
RFK just made a mention. I put it in the general chat in Frontline.
Okay, I'll have a look. Yeah, our latest guys is digital ID are needed because the migrants are coming to England because our black economy is better than the black economy in the rest of Europe, as in our legal work. So they can come to England and get illegal work. Now, illegal work is, when you don't have to submit all of your identification, things like your national insurance number, so you have to pay your tax and your national insurance and stuff like that. So they're saying that that the new ID card will stop them working in an illegal framework. See, the thing is, we've had social security numbers for years, and the reason why they come is because they don't have social security numbers. No one's going to give a fuck if they have ID or not. It's the black market. It's all illegal. So whether they've got ID or we've got ID or not, it doesn't make a fucking blind bit of difference. We've had social security numbers for 70 years. It's just fucking stupid.
Will you guys get some kind of pushback on that, man? Because once this system actually is going to go live, in about 1 year over there in China.
Yeah. There's huge pushback at the moment from a legal framework as well. So yeah, it's all being pushed back. Petitions. I think it's 3.5 million people have signed an online petition at UK.gov UK.gov. So it's the largest petition that's ever been signed and the quickest e-petition as well. So an electronic petition. 3.5 million in a week. But yeah,
Don't give up over there, man. Hopefully Tommy Robinson will have something to say about it.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe, we'll see.
Well, some of these individuals who want to follow a leader, if they don't have somebody that speaks out, they'll just accept whatever narrative goes their way. So
yeah. No, man. Like you said, it's all going to hell in a handbasket.
fits right into prophecy.
Very much so.
I mean, the B system would probably be a little bit different than this, but I mean, it definitely is kind of like a soft rollout.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. This is just another stepping stone, dude. I think that's the easiest way I can put it. It's just another stepping stone closer to the end result. Same with everything that we've seen happen in, say, Europe or anything that's happened in America and Canada, even Australia, right? In the Western world. We've seen this for years now, this clamping down, the tightening of security, the tightening of surveillance, the information grab, right? Yes, we've noticed this for years, and now it's just another stepping stone towards an obvious final result that they want.
What was that?
Who killed the chat?
It was Dinner Jedi. No.
No, fuck you. I'm just suppressed.
Hey, don't you mean Muhammad Jedi?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit more to talk about. I'll wait till we go to the other platform, though. So, yeah, I know it's Speculation Sunday, but this is way off topic. Like,
They just keeps getting worse. At some point we'll go over to your server and talk about that stuff. Unsorted just reminded me of something that I found out yesterday, which I'm glad he reminded me, but I'm going to chew my face off. Just quickly, I told you the other day that identification cards were sought to be brought in within the noughties, the early 2000s, when the Tony Blair government was around. They tried to do it then. The company that owns BritCard, which will be the digital ID that's going to be brought on by the Labour government this time under Keir Starmer, the company is owned by Tony Blair's son. Thanks for reminding me that, Adam. I found that out yesterday. So, yeah, I don't know what anybody wants to make of this, but, yeah, the company that's going to be dishing out the digital ID is owned by our ex-Prime Minister's son. There you go.
no big surprise there.
Yep.
Not at all.
So listen, check this out. There's an ancillary effect of the post-Charlie Kirk revival with many, many people being interested in attending churches or whatever. What that means is an influx of people into the church body that are essentially novices. And they're going to bring in their confused ideas and their social media methodologies of alleged truth scrutiny. And it's basically going to inundate the church with a dilution of truth that the church isn't equipped to handle at the present moment. So a lot of churches are just going to be overrun with nonsense. It's going to weaken them. Rather than the increased membership strengthening the church, it's actually going to decrease the strength of the church if they are not on point.
Most churches want to placate to their audiences, like the bigger ones, like the mega churches. So they're going to bypass that in the sake of having more audience members. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, they're going to try to do this mediated truth, where here's the real truth, here's all your stupid ideas. Let's just put them in a big punch bowl and stir it up. That way, nobody notices. We're all buddies.
We're all buddies. Yeah, it's another step closer to the one world religion, right?
Yep.
Ooh, man.
There's a quote, it's a very important quote. It's called, "The world will be made right by the law." If you don't know where that quote comes from, you need to know. Very specific wording.
I feel like I know where it comes from.
The world will be made right by the law. Now, what do they mean by made? What do they mean by right? And what do they mean by the law? And who said it?
See, it sounds like to me that it could be biblical, but I don't like the way it sounds, so I'm going to say Masonic. But please tell me.
The post-temple destruction, neo-pharisaical, antichrist Judaic order. There you go.
Yeah, okay. It's kind of both right and wrong at the same time. Okay.
Think about all these systems, like the social credit system in China and all these other rules where, you're going to go to jail if you hurt somebody's feelings, if you say a bad word. It's like they're attempting to control human behavior through laws and strictures, right?
Yeah.
That is going to result in humans being either morally perfect or, as we've seen in all previous regimes, eliminated.
Yeah.
And by the way, being eliminated doesn't mean you're necessarily killed. It could just be like you're shoveled into a caste system where you're essentially no longer a free individual. You know, like your existence has to be relegated to a functional slavery while everybody else thrives because they're willing to accept the system and follow the quote unquote rules.
Yeah.
You're basically cast out of society.
Yeah. Or killed. It's not that killed is off the table.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the less hands-on approach is that they don't have to deal with you until you become a nuisance, and then they do.
Hey, dude, I've had flat earthers tell me that once everyone knows the earth is flat, it's going to be peace on earth, and anyone who's not in the program, we're just going to have to eliminate it.
What? Really?
Yeah. Yes.
So what was the Tower of Babel about?
Well, part of the delusion is that if you can give everybody the same stuff, nobody will covet other people's stuff. The problem is, it's impossible to give everyone what their hearts desire. There's no like, oh, everyone gets a Nintendo, now you're all happy. That's not how humanity works, and we all know this.
Yeah, there's some greedy people
like
that
saying,
want
hey,
private Nintendos.
Yeah, the classic example is this. If everyone had a wife, everyone would be happy. There'd be no cheating. Yeah, right, dude.
Nope.
Unless you give everyone the same wife and transverse to the same husband, there's always going to be differences which cause a polarization that could lead to an attraction. Right? So for example, I have a wife, you have a wife, but your wife has bigger boobs. So I'm gonna try to cheat on my wife with your wife. Like this idea where you're just gonna give everybody everything and they're never gonna do anything wrong is retarded.
Yeah, the law can't save you.
Well, the whole of China is going to be a part of that next year, so we'll see how it goes for them. And sorry to say this, but Jedi as well, his country, and then you got, Matrix and Timbo and AJ, them guys. T-Dub.
The great communist Islamist caliphate of Britain. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh my dude, like it's gonna be bad, bro. Like that's all I gotta say.
Oh, it's weird because on the other side of the picture we've got what's called constitutional collapse. There's been calls for the king isn't allowed to get involved in this stuff, right? But on occasion he can dissolve parliament if he decides that parliament isn't fit enough to run the country, so he can do that, but it's a constitutional nightmare. There's calls for the government to be dissolved at the moment. There's legal precedent, there's legal conversations going on within British constitutional law. So if one thing doesn't happen, they'll just dissolve the government and completely put the country into crisis.
What's the protocol for that? You guys all vote that the king's going to make a decision, or how do you go about that? Like the king steps in and he's like, okay, enough's enough?
Yeah, it becomes Roundheads versus parliamentarians again. Yeah, it's weird. It's not like a petition. It just becomes a decision that's made by the people, and the monarchy kind of pushes it through before the country descends into absolute anarchy. The last resort is to dissolve the government and bring a new one in. But yeah, I think I'll put a video of it on your other channel. I'll have to watch it again.
When's the last time that's happened, Jedi?
Sorry?
When is the last time that's ever happened?
I do know this. 1600s or something. King James or what's it? Dissolved government. Removed the prime minister and his party at the time. So it's happened once before.
What did history tell us about that incident? How did that go?
Constitutional reform, taking away of certain king's powers or the monarch's powers, which is why it's a very grey issue at the moment, because power was like moved around and so forth. Parliament was given a slightly stronger power. See, as always, it's just a transfer of power from, especially in England, it's the monarch and then and now the Parliament. So that power has had to be changed over centuries, even still today. So yeah, it's just a changing of everything, dude. The bottom line to it is the country is literally on a knife edge at the moment, and it could just take one more slip and it's going to go through the whole thing. I'm going to start drawing blood at some point. These protests that we had in London a couple of weeks ago, they've spread to the rest of the country, starting to get a little bit more violent. The police are starting to get a little bit more hands-on. Yeah, it's not turning that nice.
Kind of figured that's how it would go. But they have to start somewhere. You know, those guys.
Yeah, real quick. Let the record show for the people that come after. This all began giving women the right to vote. I rest my case.
Misogyny. As if this conversation couldn't get more controversial. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be rude, but when we look at the folio of the people that we have in government at the moment, there's more women than there are men, especially in our Labour government at the moment, especially on the front bench. It's like, I don't know, 8-4, 8 women, 4 men.
There's actually news in the world in that regard, which is Kentucky banned the assumption of maternal primary custody, and they put in the legal system the assumption of 50-50 custody, and their divorce rate went down by 25%.
What was the name of
what does that mean? I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's basically just making it equal between the sexes, and then all of a sudden it's the case that women just aren't divorcing the men as much.
Really?
So in other words, there are things present in society that give people the avenue to not actually buck up on their character, but rather take the easy way out. And it's been that way for decades. And I mean, as crass as it's going to sound, it's because the powers that be manipulated the female population and the simp population to agree that women are better off doing things that don't involve mothering their own children, raising their own children, and being allegiant to their family. And they infested modern women with that. And this is what we get nowadays. Because once the women are like that, they're no longer invested in the progenation, right, in the country. And then the children that they raise aren't. And it decreases the birth rate. And then the only way to sustain your population is with immigration, and then your population's essentially supplanted. So it's basically a death spiral. Which is exactly what they did, is it not? They put that crisis on the countries who were very successful, and then all of a sudden they're influxed with immigration. The immigrants breed like rabbits and take over.
Isn't the pound the leading world currency?
Go ahead.
Isn't the pound the leading world currency of like the highest valued right now? I mean, I think so. Unless somebody else can say that there's another fiat currency that's more valued than that. I think it's the pound is, but I'm just going off of speculation right now. Anyway, what was the name of that lady that actually opened up the borders for you guys over there in the UK? She's in Parliament, Jedi. Oh, you got business. Yeah, she's letting them all come in there.
it's just like this guy. I just saw a post that someone got arrested for 2 years in jail for saying a mean post on Facebook. It's like, let's be frank with each other. That's a straight up feminine ethic, is it not? Like, what man wants somebody else to go to jail for 2 years because he said, "Hey, you're a skinny, pasty-armed loser"? It's like, no, a man just says, "Oh yeah, well you're a dumb, retarded piece of dog crap," and then they both go their separate ways.
Not in today's society. Yeah.
Right, but the reason why is because the modern man has been raised effeminately.
Yeah, that's correct. We got a lot of toy boys running around here, man.
So, for example, if you say you're a man, but you want another man to pay with time in prison for calling you a name, you haven't graduated to manhood yet. You're still a child.
So
rather than having mothers and fathers, go ahead.
I said it's like they never heard of sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
It's not to say that the feminine ethic is wrong in itself, but it needs to be balanced with the masculine ethic. That's why we're a sexually dimorphic species. We have male and female, right? Not everything is about the feminine energy to the exclusion of the masculine and even the demonization of the masculine. Like, you start doing that in either direction, your society is going to suffer. But that's what they wanted. They wanted our societies to suffer to the point of a breaking point so they could be supplanted. Extract all the technology out of it and then call the population for a regime change. And then repeat the cycle.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Winter is coming. Probably sooner than we think.
Yeah, and to be fair, there's a lot of truthers and a lot of flat earthers who themselves are still in part of that cycle. They don't even realize it. Some of them are being played like a fiddle, just like they were before. They're adopting all these new philosophies, all these new religious rhetorics, all these new ideas about the way the world should run, and that we need a regime change, right? And they're like, oh, we need the truth to come out and the powers that be to switch out for something new. So they're just waiting for the new hotness, just like the disenfranchised Globers or whatever other tribal identity you want to attribute to it. Everybody's waiting for the new hotness that's going to solve all the problems, make everyone buddies again. Right? So when it comes along, they're gonna lick it up. They're like, yeah, I love it.
You're gonna have
like
two arms.
Yeah, it's like BSDM Stockholm syndrome. Spank me, daddy. But make sure you feed me. As long as you feed me, you can spank me around as much as you want.
Yeah, give me one car, one house. You know? Yeah.
Yep.
Do whatever.
One Obama phone. Oh yeah, don't forget the Obama phone now.
Then he'll be arguing with you. It'd be him policing you, not the government. Because, like in that system, their neighbor can get social credit points if they go ahead and tell it on you. I'm serious. They get extra credit points on their score, their overall score, and they can get trips to like wherever they want to go. They get discounts or whatnot. I am not kidding you. That is exactly what that's gonna do.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that right before you go in a store, you're like, you know what? I only have $17, but if I rat out my friend, they'll give me $3, and then I can afford the super large milkshake.
No, it's as nutty as it sounds right now, like the way I'm saying it. But yeah, you can get extra credit points for, you know, ratting on somebody who's doing wrong in the social credit system. 100%. That's what they're saying it's going to be. Like what they plan to roll out in China and how China's welcoming it with open arms. It will. I'm serious. Like, you know that little emoji with the guy's head exploding. That's what you're gonna do when you hear that. It's insane, dude.
That's nuts, bro. Nuts.
Yeah, I think that those guys are like, oh, you haven't heard nothing yet. Honey, hold my beer. So essentially, they've gamified being a snitch. Yeah.
Yep.
The words level up means something like a whole new different meaning to it.
Bro, it's like, like how they have their own Bible version, and they're gonna have the new versions of movies. So when the guy, like in all those famous movies we know, where they're saying to the guy, "Hey, being a snitch is bad," they're like, "Hey, bro, being a snitch is good. We should all be snitches. Yeah, snitch out Don Corleone. Do it." Right? Then they get to prison, and the guys are like, "I heard you snitched somebody out. Now we're best friends."
Yeah, it's gonna be reversed. Snitches don't get stitches. Snitches get riches and bitches. What the fuck?
Yeah, you ain't a snitch, use a bitch.
Essentially, it's gonna be like, well, we're trying to locate where all the flat earthers are. Right there, over there. The 2 houses down. That guy. Yeah, the blue house with the white trim. That right there.
Well, bro, when they ration off the food and they add incentives to your food card, then you're gonna be hunting down flat earthers.
Dude, that's actually if you look at all like that Communist Manifesto and that one guy that ratted out all their agendas and this and that, they all said like they implement all this stuff and they reach like this fever pitch, and then the tipping point where things really change is they disrupt the food supply. And once everybody's already got all these other disenfranchisements going on, and then they're hungry, that's when their animalistic nature comes out, when the regime can be changed. Because one, they're violent, they're desperate, but the first guy to show up with the bread is the new king.
Sounds like you got all the bread, or maybe chips. What kind of chips you munching on?
All right, just had to pick up my 8-foot level. My 8-foot level is actually curved. Got a perfect Sagatop, absolutely leveled to diagonal horizontal for accounting for the curve of the Earth on the fly. It's awesome. Actually, I just ran it over. That's why it's curved. Sorry.
Shahanwaz wants to get unmuted. I don't know if you guys want to unmute him. So Jedi, are you planning new ways to get your social credit score up? That's it. That's that conversation. Shit. Holy cow.
Seen that meme? It's like what happens when you get a credit score over 900? And the person's like, "You'll never see a black person again."
Stevie, I thought Stevie would have been quick on that one. But not here. You finally changed your avatar, Neil.
Yeah, I'm on a rotating avatar. The next couple, I'll bring it back to the truck eventually. No, it's funny. I had this weed plant I was growing. I was growing it indoors and just by the window, and it never really took fruition or anything. So,
Is that why it's called Endo? Sorry.
Yeah, so my upstairs neighbor was like, "Hey, can I have it?" I'm like, "All right, sure."
Upstairs neighbor? What?
My old house.
Oh, I thought you meant like in the one. I mean, you don't have an upstairs neighbor.
No, in the old house I used to live in at my mom's. So, yeah, he's doing a good job apparently. I mean, it's a bit late in the season. It's going October, but I mean, should get some late buds. Probably gonna make some can of butter out of it. Make some food.
How is anybody not excited about this time of year? I don't know.
I'm not. I gotta freaking start chopping wood and preparing for a winter, dog. It just sucks.
Yeah, that's what you don't want. Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh my god!" In the city, right? I get to wear my sweater. Oh, I get to dress up now. Oh, like, bitch, I'm freezing.
You got to get your social credit score up, bro.
Is that gonna make me warmer? I don't think so.
Yeah, dude. Get an overweight lady assigned to you.
No. I mean, those are pretty much
So
free.
instead of
I mean, overweight ladies. I mean, the pool for if you're in the dating pool of overweight ladies, you could be swimming in fat bitches right now.
Oh man, this sucks.
We don't say fat itches, we say fatty boom booms.
Shut up, bitch. I'm not joking. But no, I'll be the guinea pig for a social credit score. You'll see me just getting hauled away. Where's Neil at? Oh, he's in jail for a couple of months.
Bro, we only get like -5 social credit points if we tell them where you're at, bro. It's not really the Jew thing worth the squeeze.
I'll be on the most wanted list probably.
You might be on it now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, listen, we should all just go to prison. What we should do is we should all go to prison and then isolate the people who aren't offenders into a special area where they can't be affected by us. So since there's way more of us than them, what we'll do is we'll put them behind the prison walls, but the prison will be outside the prison walls to keep them safe. Make sense?
Democracy.
It's like 80 degrees here, bro.
I can hear it too. Well, 70.
Yeah, but you're toiling on a roof though.
Right now, I just picked up my big ladder, 32-foot ladder. Then I got to do a exterior ventilation shroud, like the little flappy arm, pest control screen.
Bro, a 32-foot ladder? Like,
well, it's two parts.
Do you set it up yourself?
Yeah.
That's wild, bro.
What do you think this is, Canada?
I don't know, man. I went up with like 15-foot ladder. It was like one of those home ones where they're like clicking every single stage it clicks. One of those expensive ones. But yeah, I was installing window blinds like 2 stories high, and there's nothing to fall back on. I thought that was scary. So I don't know what the heck you're doing. You're freaking doing some parkour or something.
I mean, really, like, it's kind of like once you get used to it, it's like, you know what I mean? It's second nature.
Well, yeah. Well, once you're up there, you're like, well, if I die, I die. So it's just like you just keep on walking.
Well, dude, these new ladders, they got like, you know, rubber feet built right into the end. And
well, if that's just 32 feet, that better be a good
very
ladder.
stable.
I don't want no like.
Yeah, it's very stable.
Yeah, I don't want no freaking. Actually, maybe the ladders back in the day might have been better. Who knows? Who knows with the technology, right? I mean, then again, they didn't use harnesses building freaking skyscrapers back then, so.
Yeah, but those guys had what is it? 6 times the testosterone of the modern male.
Damn, burns.
But there's one video out there where the guy is working on the steel girders, and you know, like the girders facing up is like an eye. It's like the shape of an eye, and he's just like straddling it, grabbing the eye part with his hands and just pulling himself up, like to go from one spot to another. It's like you don't even care. Like, dude, my hands are stronger than your biceps, bro.
Bro, go be a freaking rock climber or something.
Yeah, I've seen videos where those guys, like in the videos, like they have like old time photo videos, like them doing construction and all that. Like the things they can do with a hammer and nails, like it's like a lost art, man. You can't see people doing these days. Like one pound per each nail, like just whack, like every time nail just dead center always goes in. Dead center always goes in. Like
Larry Hahn.
You got to tip your hat to that, man.
Look up Larry Hahn videos for carpenters. He's the one-hitter quitter with the big nails in it. They're mostly from the 1980s. He's got just incredible videos of carpentry with the hammer and nail.
Oh, you seen those, Travis? Like you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the fucking level of like precision. You know, is the way I would say it.
Yeah, I'm in University of Hawaii for carpentry right now, and most of the old school carpentry, they didn't even use nails. It's all just incredible joinery. But yeah, they seem to. I don't know how they did it, but they could get those nails one hit, bam.
And it was going through wood it's not pine, right? It's like the tougher woods.
Right. It's got more rings per inch. You know, it's a lot tougher.
But it's the way they hit the nails. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah, the men of yesteryear could do a lot of shit, dude, by themselves. We're so behind the eight ball, bro. I'm telling you. It's kind of strange though, because most of the alpha males got taken out in the world wars, didn't they? Most of the alpha males went to go fight. They were valiant, but they were the ones in the front lines, and they usually the ones that never made it back. And then you're left with all the beta males, the ones that didn't go. Yeah, you know what I mean.
And the Sigma males who just don't give a shit.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of strange because a handshake used to mean something. Shoot, your word meant something. Like you saying, I'm going to be there. I don't know, folks. What up, Thomas?
Nothing much. Can't really monologue or anything, but I can kind of chat here and there.
All right, well, just a quick question, man. Once the social credit scoring actually gets put in place, what are you going to do to boost the numbers?
Well, it's kind of like when social media got popular. You stuck out if you didn't have a profile, right? It looked like that you were trying to hide something. So the best thing to do is to minimally interact. Just do enough. That's my guy. People should try to be somewhat successful in this world, particularly if you have a family to raise and mouths to feed.
China's getting ready to roll out with that, so we're going to see how that goes for those guys. Not that they were not living like that already, but if the system actually is going to be implemented.
Yeah, they're basically, when something like this happens and you've lived long enough to see these technology surprises in this way that impact society, they're like 3 courses of action. Like, number 1, you can go all in, drink the Kool-Aid. Number 2, you could minimally interact and do just enough so that you can kind of straddle the line. Number 3, you got to just fully pull the plug and go off grid and go full Amish. You're going to be try to go in between of these.
Yeah, you have an inroad, man. We're out over here in the wild.
I've had to deal with the reality of technological risk and the ever-evolving landscape of things like data aggregation and social media. So one thing you can do is just practice good online hygiene and try not to have a big ego. It's okay to delete your account every now and then and start fresh. Even though you can't completely erase all the breadcrumbs, if you just create enough chaos, then it's going to be hard enough to pin you down to any one identity at any one point in time.
Pause.
You also have to characterize who it is you're trying to erase your breadcrumbs from. I mean, you're not going to erase your breadcrumbs from the big overarching state. So what you can do is protect yourself against actual like online criminals and crazy ass political groups, crazy neighbors.
There's a video out. I think I put it in the general chat on Frontline Unfiltered, where it shows how the Chinese people, like when the system gets rolled out with the social credit system, if you do good deeds, you boost your score, and conversely, if you're doing wrong things, then your social credit score goes down. So, also, if you tell on someone who's doing bad, then your score goes up. So it's gonna kind of pay to be a snitch over there in the social credit system.
Yeah, if you get two flu shots a year, I heard your credit score goes up.
Yeah, and they give perks too for doing it. You get like discounts on flights, and yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Someone who's got some family connections to former East Germany and experience dealing with the Stasi over there, their secret state police. Yeah. They had all of this just in a very analog sort of way.
You got flu shots. Let's go. Get your free rotisserie chicken.
Dude, for simple things, they would reward you for simple pinches of salt that you would pick up between your fingers and sprinkle in front of the state. They tried to make it so easy to rope you in. And if you were good, you got like a telephone.
Like, it's crazy the amount of people are going in for their shots right now. Like I said, I work at a pharmacy, like for picking up stuff. And yesterday when I went in, there was a lineup out the door and around the corner of the block. Like I couldn't believe like how many people are just voluntarily there.
My local healthcare provider has been flooding me with email notifications and other things to come get it.
Did you get a free chicken at Costco?
Dude, that'd be great.
I mean, if I don't know, if you're gonna do that anyways, you might as well get something from it instead of a kick in the pants, you know.
Bro, all I know in my life's experience, flu shot. Some people don't, but out of all of those people, sometimes they get the flu and sometimes they don't. I've never seen anybody be never getting the flu. Like that. I've never seen that.
Hey, I don't know. The logic's so dumb. They're like, yeah, I get a little sick when I feel a little bit bad for the first couple of days, but I'm protected, you know, for the better good, for my parents. I'm protected. It's like, bro.
Well, the propaganda is strong. I remember 10, 12 years ago, before I knew about anything about these shots, like I had a panic feeling like, oh my God, I need to go get that shot. I don't want to get the flu. Like I remember panicking almost. Like it sucked. Yeah, beta for sure.
It's designed that way, yeah?
Yeah, like when I grew up, like my parents and my grandma, like they would be on my ass like every year. They're like, "Did you get your flu?" I'm like, so like I would just get it because they'd pressure me into it, and then eventually got to like 13, and I was like just tired of them nagging me. I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting it. So they would go like ballistic on me for not getting it, and then eventually like I was just like became a rebel. I was like, all right, fuck these people, and then I realized like how much of a retards, you know, growing up. How did I make it surviving off canned beans and hot dogs every day? Gosh dang. Fried bologna every morning.
They'll keep importing people from places that bring all these strange diseases and overwhelm the system so much that you might not be faced with any other choice but to get one.
Dude, I couldn't even tell you the stack of some weird paper I signed in the motor pool before we went to Iraq. How many shots we got is ridiculous.
Oh, did you get the anthrax shot too?
Oh yeah.
That thing was a holy crap.
This explains why you are the way you are. Yeah.
It's like a freaking straw in a Coke can.
Yeah, dude, it's like, like all the horror movies where there's this alien that has this huge proboscis that they inject you with their babies with.
Yeah.
That's like what it feels like. All right, dude. You know those little 1 ounce creams of either eye cream or Neosporin, where you snip the tip off and then you squeeze out this really thick, oozy cream.
That's a good description.
That's what the anthrax needle feels like, and it looks like that because it's super thick, and the stuff that comes out is like a thick cream. You can feel it. You can feel it expanding inside you.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Hey, dude. I'm just talking about anthrax.
You could see the diameter of the tip of the needle.
Hey, yo! I'm Godzilla!
What's even in that stuff? We'll have to do an episode on Frontline. I'm suspicious. I would never do that. I don't care how dirty these Jeets are. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care what they're bringing in. I ain't taking anything that's gonna quote unquote protect me from the Jeets. Bro, it's for the Jeets that are making that shit. With this shit, what protect me from Jeets? Oh, I'll just go wear a bunch of deodorant. I'm fine, bro. It's interesting. Where I'm from, Canada now, so we got an interesting problem. It's either Jeets that absolutely reek, or Jeets that it's like they got pressured by social media to shower extra. I swear they probably use
Fair point. Fair point. Keep in mind we're not on Rumble.
Oh yeah, we're not on Rumble. What, you can't say Jeet?
I love India and all Indians, and I love Israel. And Iran is they're having a nuclear bomb.
Don't forget the chairman of China.
China's also number one, and the UK has very good immigration policies. Did I get everything right?
Let's see what else.
Is my credit score going up?
They just dropped. Hard body. Okay, what's next? We have BP Hoops. Let me give you a listening bonus. Pop them off mute. Welcome to the panel. We got the firing squad out right now. And he's gone. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a future episode of Frontline. It's like, what are they putting in these tips? Pause. Why are they putting such creaminess in the tip? Pat says the segue from cream to the segue from cream to internal expansion was brutal. Yeah, that was a big pause, bro.
Pause, nigga.
Chat says, and those who know it's a fake war, satanic sacrifice, get a free hot dog. Made of what exactly?
Oh, by the way, CB,
Yes.
I do want to go to Frontline to talk about some the new episode we're gonna do. So if you don't mind,
Yeah.
hopping over there quick.
Yeah, of course. All right, chat, keep the show rolling. We are now.
Were you meaning the hot mic AI or are you chit chatting? Sorry, I'm trying to be rude.
I'm just forcing everyone to listen to what I'm doing since they're not talking.
That's what I figured, but I didn't know. Maybe some people hot mic sometimes. It's intentional. So
I'm just trying to put up a 32-foot ladder while dunking a basketball.
Yeah, bro, it's ASMR at work.
ASMR.
This is free content.
Oh man, this ladder's so big. Oh yeah. Perfect. Do a couple click rings. Maybe 3. Dude. All right, it was 2. Dude, I put it on 3, leaned it against the building, and just smashed the old vent. It's now dark until you break something. Holy moly, dude. There we go. Ouch.
I'll be back.
You're busted. Oh, really? Tell me more.
Trying to get someone to talk.
Yeah.
I guess it worked.
It's either that or everyone has to listen to me.
I'm
Go ahead.
I'm on the way to the hospital with my kid. Stressors. So I'm here, but
It kind of fizzled out. Earlier was pretty good.
You know what?
That.
I'm just hearing these mean New York City streets on 57th and 10th. So if anybody's willing to test me, come see me. No, I'm just kidding. Um, but I'm looking at the water. Obviously, down to the west side, it's like a hill on 10th Avenue, looking down into the water. I'm like, you know what? A hill always looks like a hill. Like I don't give a fuck how I'm as far as hills I've experienced or grades that I've experienced, even slight ones. Like you can tell because we have a vestibular system, man. Like we know when shit's not looking flat as fuck. When I say flat, okay, I mean you could tell when you're on a slope.
Right. Why?
Well, I mean because the ground is not at eye level, and it doesn't appear to be anywhere near eye level either. Yo,
So perspective clues.
she's hot. What was I saying? Oh, what'd you say?
Perspective clues.
Yeah, basically. Man, I just standing there. I'm like, you know what? It's ridiculous. Like, um, obviously, if you're on any surface that's curving, like you can tell. You know. Matter of fact, I wonder what. Matter of fact, what is the change in elevation between where I'm standing and the water? Because if it's something like 66 feet, I mean, shit. Well, that looks like a lot. It's probably more than 66 feet though. So.
How would you find out?
How would I find out?
Yeah.
Probably Google Earth, I guess.
What about local ordnance surveys?
I could Google it. Actually, I just typed in elevation of current location. So I guess I'll just use that.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, beautiful. Thanks, brother. Yeah. You got to be able to think in order to use technology correctly.
Yeah. Well, dude, eventually AI will be good enough that you could be like, hey, I'm here. That's over there. What's the difference? And AI will be like, what did you say? You'd be like, well, I meant I'm here. It's a certain height. Over there is a different height. Tell me the difference. It'll be like, oh, okay, now I got you.
Hold on, I gotta close the chat bubble. Oh, matter of fact, okay, I don't have to leave. I can just close the chat bubble. Never mind, hold on. That's surprising. So, according to this website, this massive amount of drop of the ground to the water from my eye level is not it. It's only 33 feet. It looks fucking massive. What would making it a longer distance change that? Like, would it? Oh well, obviously, because perspective would play a role, but I don't know. I guess let me think about it. But 33 feet. You know what? Let me take a picture for you guys. Where did this kid? Oh yeah, that's that right there is 33 feet of elevation. I guess. So in 10 miles, we can't see 66 feet. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? No, absolutely not. And I do think it is as simple as that.
I play devil's advocate with you just for fun.
Of course you can.
All right. So the globe curve from the point at which you shouldn't be able to see things anymore, the knife edge of the globe, to distant objects, that represents a very narrow grazing angle. And so it doesn't take much for the air, for light, whatever, to bend or to change direction in order to see the surface along that entire length of that grazing angle over a very shallow curve.
Okay, how is that sequitur to me assuming, because I'm thinking that's what they're saying, that there's 66 feet of drop, and that's perceivable. That's something easy to perceive in 10 miles. I mean, we can look at buildings 10 miles away and everything just looks like what it looks like, right? So it's like if there were 66-foot drop of elevation, that's something that's easily seeable in 10 miles.
Oops, I gotta go the last second. Just totally serious. Good point. But yeah, I'll be back later.
Ready for the zipper? Well, tool's not coming up. Okay. You guys here to visit or see a doctor?
See the doctor,
Okay.
follow up.
Okay. When you're ready, you just walk through. You have a belt on. Okay.
Cheap.
All right. When you guys are ready, go to the window.
All right. Somebody mute his live prostate exam real quick.
Get back. What you have in your pocket? What you have in your pocket? Okay. Okay.
Y'all understand what I'm saying though? Like, all right. As a matter of fact, do you think we have stretches of land that drop 66 feet over some distance?
What?
Do we have a piece of land where we can say, see, look at this. This is 66 feet of drop in 10 miles.
Yeah. The NTC train. I could tell you NTC training grounds in California. I'm pretty sure it does. That's where we do the simulated land battles with our tanks and stuff.
So we can definitely determine what 66 feet of difference in elevation looks like. It'd be nice if it was a smooth
It's not. It wouldn't be the
slope
same
too,
though.
like as
Yeah,
flat as possible.
but it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be analogous to what they're claiming. They're claiming you're only seeing a
What
portion.
wouldn't be the same?
You can't see the whole surface. If you're looking at a curve in which half of the curve is past the apex, you wouldn't be able to see it. So it wouldn't really represent itself as if you're looking down like a diagonal.
That's what I'm repeating. We would be looking at a hill. No, we're on a hill looking, should be looking down, not towards the hill. That's dumb. Think about it. So me standing at the top of this hill that I'm standing on, it doesn't look like a smooth ramp, and it's not. I mean, 33 feet out of my eye line is what I'm saying. Like, you can tell.
Oh man, I don't know.
Matter of fact, the other side of the water, which is New Jersey, most definitely isn't at my eye level, and that's at least 10 miles away. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's what 33 feet of drop looks like. Doesn't rise to my eye level. I don't know. I feel like this is one of those well done moments, just like the East West is. Like, so long they've been telling us, no, you shouldn't see drop in the horizon. Why the fuck not? Is it a drop of 66 feet or isn't it?
Oh,
You see the picture I posted?
hold on, let me look.
Like, I'm literally looking at 33 feet of drop. So I'm not, like, there's no, like, you know how a globe would say, like, okay, well, let's say if it were a globe this, or if it were, no. Fuck all that. Right now, let's start at the fact that I'm looking at 33 feet change in elevation on the surface, looking at what it looks like.
Oh yeah. You read the one road in the that one road is 30 feet lower.
I'm right, because I'm 33 feet in elevation on 10th Avenue. That's water, which means the elevation over there is zero.
Right.
So the other side is New Jersey.
Okay, so check this out. If all that was blue, would you think the same thing?
Yes.
Well, how? You'd have no cue,
If
like you'd
at
have
the
no
end of the blue is
differentiation
exactly
cues.
what
Here, let me draw it. Let me
I'm
draw
saying
it.
is if the blue led what I'm saying is if the blue led all the way up to New Jersey, like what I'm looking at, then yeah.
Hold on, let me do it here. Let's see.
Because at the end of the day, at New Jersey, looking at New Jersey wouldn't be in the line.
Oh, that's not. Hold on, I did purple. Okay, I gotta pick blue. Give me a second. That was freaking blue, man. You'd think blue would be a color on your color wheel here. Oh yeah, this blue matches pretty nicely. All right. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Oh, dude, what? Give me a second, man. Holy crap, dude! How did you do that? That's weird. That's not. Give me 1 second. I'm using the remix. Not exactly perfect. Trying to cut the cards off. That's what cut this lady's feet off too. Draw me, wanna draw me. Yeah, you know, this is my first try, so let's see what happens. Might have to put it in Photoshop, get a better thing going on. Y'all. All right, look at that.
Yeah, there's no difference in what I'm saying. You see where you drew water? Well, that's not where the water is on the other side. Like you've covered up like half a building. That's my point.
Oh, I didn't. That's where that was all blue. Hold on, let me go back.
Let me take another.
No, I'll pull it. I'll put them side by side. Maybe, yeah, you might be right. We'll see.
Yeah, where's all the white stuff in the background in front of that building for differential? Like, see, because that's not water. Where's the little black part on top of the water? That's not water. See what I'm saying?
Let me zoom in here. Yeah, but I figured that was on the near side of the shore.
Good point. Good point.
So I just went all the way to the far side of it.
Like you basically put the blue where if you basically put the blue where my eye line is level, but that's not where the water in Jersey is.
So I put a circle here. That's what it looks like to me where the water's going across. Look at that one. So is that water?
Yeah, that's water.
Okay, so what I drew was pretty close to that. At least I think so.
I see it
I think I even got whatever that thing. One thing is, it almost looks like a boat. I can't really tell. So I'm saying, like, without color field
Here's what
information.
here's what I'm trying to explain. Here's what I'm trying to explain. Even if everything from here to there was water, that part right there where the water ends is not level with my eye line. Not nowhere. It's nowhere close. Not only that, I'm at the hospital where I'm going to try to. So they built this hospital. I'm with the bricks being level, right? So I know where my eye line is at, and it's nowhere near where the water is because there's a drop in elevation, right? I mean,
Right. So the only way you know that is because the horizon would be lower in your field of view from your natural instinct of what level is, right?
yeah, basically.
Yeah,
But
it's like in our
even
class.
without a horizon, even without a horizon, like knowing that I'm looking at a 10-mile stretch and what 66 feet of drop looks like, well, 33 feet of drop looks like, because I'm looking at the bottom of the water on the other side, and I know that I'm looking down, right? Like when we're on the water, like we're not seeing this. Hold on, let me try to take a picture. It's kind of, you're not going to be able to see because there's all this shit. I'm just taking a picture of the wall so you can have a judge of what I mean by, well, these bricks are level, I assume.
Oh man! Speaking of that, I got to make it to the lake today before dark so I can do an observation. All right. What should I do? Let's see. Charge my phone. That's what I got to do. So freaking hot today. I'm kind of loopy, dude. It's been rainy a whole week, and then all of a sudden it's like 80 degrees.
So I'm using the wall to kind of help me judge, like, because it goes just to my eye line. Like I'm looking directly, along the little divot between, like, the bricks. And looking straight, looking level, it's just, I'm not looking at the ground. It's not rising anywhere near to my eye level. I'm just trying to say that drop is perceivable. Like I'm looking at it right now. So this is just 33. Add double that. This is only 33 feet.
Oh man. Yeah. Right,
So
but
this is what I mean by,
half of
like,
that, yeah, but half of that drop would be on the opposite side of the curve, so you wouldn't have direct line of sight access to it.
oh, given the horizon, where it's supposed to be anyway.
Which is a whole different problem because now you're like, okay, well, if it still ends up with, so the Saginaw being a hill in front of you only matters if your line of sight is intersected to the end of the chord line on the other side. You understand? So you're drawing a line through a circle. So that would be your line of sight. But if you're looking out straight, right, it's descending away from you. If your head is level and you're looking out straight, the physical surface of the earth that they claim is descending away from you. Right.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
then of course, even though while it's descending
So
away from you, you still have perspective effects, and nobody's really been able to accurately like show you a picture of what that should look like yet. That I know of.
but think about it. Just open your mind for a second. All that being the case, with perspective and everything in mind, I'm actually looking at a 33-foot elevation drop. Like, has anyone decided, you know what? Instead of looking over just water or just land, let me, get higher in elevation just over the land and look to the other side of the water. So that I know, because the water is so that I know that I'm at directly 33 feet looking at zero. That's the only purpose of that. I'm like, okay, well, this drop is perceivable. So if there was a 30-foot drop from seashore, that should be perceivable.
Right. So when a Glober offers you proof that it's dropping, what kind of proof do they offer you?
Just things obstructed. They never talk about field of view and
yeah, well, they call it obstructed, but that's not what they actually present. They just present something to you that you can't see the bottom of. Whether it's obstructed or not, that's another story.
Right.
And they couple that with, well, there's no explanation for things just that I can't see the bottom, which is false.
Right. But what's that got to do with this?
It's got to do with unless the horizon itself appears like it's below you with some kind of demarcation in your field of view, you have no way of knowing.
I'm not using the horizon in this instance. I'm like, what's it got to do with anything?
Yeah, right, yeah, yeah.
All I'm saying is, I'm looking at a 33-foot drop. I know it's 33 feet because I'm looking at water. So I know my elevation, and then I'm looking at the water.
Right. So you're not on the same surface, and in order to analogize this to the types of observations you're talking about, whatever you describe it just in my mind, I just think of you on just water. You're just trying to say if I'm on the body of water and it's descended by 30 feet in the distance, I should be able to tell. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Right, but if you only have water to work with, there's visual problems with that.
I disagree. Oh, well, timeout. Maybe nope. Timeout. Because all we're going to be looking to is a horizon. You're right. Versus this.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So, for example, so I posted another image where the first image I made perspective lines along the sides of the buildings going back to the water level on the other shore, and then one of the next pictures I drew, I took away the perspective lines, just made the blue field completely horizontal. Now, if I took away the buildings, right, and then I took away the opposite shore, like, how could you tell me you were looking up or down? The only way you could is like your natural, okay, my head's tilted up, so obviously I'm looking up. Or, like you said, another cue is where is the horizon relative to my perception of level? So, like when we do drawings, if you draw the horizon midline, that's looking straight ahead. If you draw it low, that's looking up. If you draw it high, that's looking.
But wait a minute.
You can actually get a camera. You can get a camera to record.
Time out. If the horizon is the ground curved away, then that's perfectly analogous with the other side of Jersey. Because what I'd be saying on the water is, well, there is no drop here. Well, the horizon definitely should be dropped. Because I know what the difference between 33 feet or whatever distance, whatever. The fact that the horizon meets your eye level, knowing that we would be able to perceive a drop, if the horizon were Earth curve. I mean, I feel like unless they're going to say I'm strawmanning them with the horizon being geometric.
Maybe. I mean, you could ask him. Well, okay, I'm at 30 feet. What should the horizon look like if there's no buildings? I'm at 100 feet. What should the horizon look like if there's no buildings?
And wait a minute, I already know that at 33 feet, the horizon should be about what? Somewhere around less than 6 miles away. Let me just pull this up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So for a 39-foot observer, which would be me, 33 feet, that's my height. The horizon would be 7.6 miles away.
Okay, now think about it. His evidence, he doesn't really know the details of it. And he's saying, I don't know anything for certain. I don't know what else. The dude basically conceded that he's fucking empty-headed and confused. And it just
What
ended
did
up
he
in an
say about
argument.
truth? He said something. He said something about
He
absolute.
doesn't believe in truth. He doesn't believe there's any
Yeah,
such
that's
thing.
retarded. That's retarded too.
Yeah,
because either something is true or it's not. It either is or it isn't.
Well, I agree with that, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And he kept trying to
Well, he's
redefine words and say not he has other definitions of what knowledge is, and that he only has a confidence in things, right? But the main point is his evidence was the neutrinos, and he didn't know how it worked, so he couldn't even tell you with any detail. He was trying to read ChatGPT during the debate. Okay, but he couldn't Google faster than I could ask questions. Okay, so that being what it is, the evidence I presented was the symmetry, the reflections, and the Oblivion salt flats. He did something to the image, and he's like, "Oh, they don't line up." We don't know what he did, but he didn't. He tried to line them up like horizontally or something. Because when El Barica, after it, actually just flipped the image, they lined up perfectly. I still got the images. So he basically tried to pull a fast one and say, hey, it's not symmetrical, they don't line up, but he flipped them horizontally and not vertically. You understand? It's just to flip it vertically.
Yeah, that's
so the top becomes the bottom and the bottom becomes the top. He flipped it horizontally.
Right.
So disingenuous.
I don't even know if we got that far into it.
All I'm saying is, if you think about the evidence he presented, he didn't know anything about. When he had to contend with my evidence, he couldn't even evaluate it properly. And as far as just knowing anything in general, he said, I can't prove anything exists. And I don't believe there is such thing as absolute truth. And I asked him, if you remember right at the beginning, I said, so why should we follow you to confusion? Why should we follow you anywhere? Like, why are you here? What are you trying to convince us of? To be confused? So you're trying to convince us that we should also say we don't know anything? I don't understand, like, given the circumstances and his rhetorical devices, what I could have done better. You got to remember, it wasn't moderated. It wasn't well, DJ was moderating, but it wasn't really a moderated debate. Nobody was muting each other, and I couldn't, like, there's no way to, like, keep the arguments focused and, stay on topic, basically, instead of going down all these rabbit holes. It's easy from the bench to say, hey, you could have done better, but at the time, in the moment, based upon what the things he was saying, he was being wishy-washy. He was trying to keep one foot on black, one foot on white at all times so that he could never be wrong.
Yeah. Like I said, it was 5 days ago. I was listening to it on a live stream while I was doing other crap. But the thing is, like, it wasn't just me. I mean, everybody was kind of in agreement that it wasn't good from either side. And it happens. Brian's Logic went on a modern day debate and debated McToon, and he did an absolute shit show job. And usually I like him, but I mean, everyone has stinkers. It's normal. It could get better. I think we've only covered the first 25 minutes.
Well, I wouldn't call this, dude. He lost the debate in the first 3 minutes. In case you weren't paying attention. No, he lost in the first 3 minutes when he said, "I don't know anything."
Oh, was that when he said that? Was it that early? Like, I don't even remember
Within the first 3 minutes,
thing.
he said, "I don't know anything. I don't believe in truth." Then why should you listen to him about anything?
Wait, was this aired yesterday or was this aired on Saturday?
This happened like 3 weeks ago.
Yesterday, I think. Well, right. Yeah, but Huey was his 2 live streams, the last 2 that he's done for a good bit. I think kicked off with those. I forgot there was one on yesterday, but I was in and out of it. I was real busy. I couldn't really super listen to it.
He conceded that nothing he said can be taken as true because he doesn't believe in truth.
Yeah, because he said that truth is not absolute or something.
And he said, I only go by what's probable and what I have give a high credence. Okay? which is completely subjective. Basically, his opinion about what the evidence is and how he feels about it personally is what he considers quote unquote true, which is not truth. It's just his subjective opinion. So basically, it's like him saying, my favorite color is red. What are we supposed to argue? Am I supposed to argue with that? Oh, no, dude, your favorite color, that's not red. It's not red. Right? If he believes something and he doesn't believe it's true, fine. If he says, hey, I don't know it's true, that's fine. He can believe whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care. But for the rest of the audience...
Well, you don't believe in something that you think is not true, though. That doesn't make sense.
He says he doesn't know anything, so what's the point of him even debating? Should you debate things that you don't know are true or not?
Oh, absolutely not. Well, things that are true.
Like I said, the debate. He lost the debate in the first 3 minutes. To anybody paying attention?
I mean, but you don't really debate objective things, though.
Yeah,
if something's objective, in fact, you can't really debate it. Well, my favorite color is red. We can't have a debate about that.
Exactly.
I know for
exactly.
a fact.
So when he says, "I don't know the Earth's the globe. I just believe it," what are we arguing about? What he believes?
Oh.
You understand? You understand what I'm saying now? We're arguing about what he believes, not what he knows.
If I listened to that debate and someone said, "Oh, I don't know truth for sure," I'd just roll my eyes and think, "You're a bad debater. I'm not gonna take your words very seriously."
Yeah, he was the dude. I mean, he's a PhD. He has a PhD in mathematical physics, and his argument evolved to, "You can't prove I have hands." Okay.
Just to what the girl said, you can be an excellent debater and have a track record of 101, but that one time you're back. You know, I mean, Tom Brady got smoked in the playoffs a couple times. And then sometimes if you're a shitty debater, you'll get lucky and win one. Just, you know. Debates are hard, man.
Well, we have a difference of opinion. The debate was over in the beginning. If you go watch it, go listen to the first 5 minutes. The debate was over in 5 minutes. It was over.
I'm just curious.
He doesn't know anything. And I said, why should we listen to you then? If someone says, I don't actually know what I'm saying, and I go, then why should we listen to you? And he doesn't give any answer to why we should listen to his lack of knowledge. It's over. What's the point of him debating?
I totally agree. I agree, bro.
What's the point of him debating, Bax's Wax?
I agree.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's going to win. Indu, you're
what am I supposed to do? Keep arguing with him? Let's argue with him more about what he don't know.
But you end up continuing with it because it turns out to be it's like a 2-hour thing, and then like you guys talk for like an hour at least, right?
I think the total time is like 2 hours. My part is something like an hour and 15 minutes.
Then there was like questions from the audience after or something.
It's like an hour and 15 minutes, including like the intermediate period. I think I can look at it up real quick.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like I was saying, and you know how like when Huey does his live shows, how like if they're reviewing something that's an hour and a half, they're gonna spend 4.5 hours on 15 minutes, and he's going to pause every time someone says a word. So I don't even know how far into it I got. But apparently, I said something that really offended Dandelion. So if she knows what my comment was that she was really offended by, then it might shed light on what I didn't care for.
Yeah, it might. Yes, that's right. Or do you want to tell Indio about your other comments that you made? Yeah, when we were off the air. No, you don't want to. It's fine. Yeah, you portray yourself however you want, Wax. You're welcome to have whatever opinions that you want to have.
Acting so strange.
Oh, I can't even imagine why. Yes, you can just come.
You're coming off
hour and 22.
Awkward.
So it's an hour and 22.
Yeah, I was dying to know what you thought about me. Yeah, I'll write that in my diary tonight. Wax, thanks so much.
Why are you doing so weird? Yeah, you seem like you have...
India was talking to Wax, and then That's Rick said I was awkward.
So it was an hour and 22 minutes.
You are.
Okay? The debate was an hour and 22 minutes. I think what you're disappointed about is that the topic was not a flat Earth globe Earth debate. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Think about it in the totality of it. The actual flat Earth versus globe Earth sections combined are probably 10 minutes.
No. Yeah.
It was a philosophy.
And like I said, I don't even remember hearing about neutrinos because, like, it was driving me nuts.
Yeah, but he said he doesn't know anything
that's
about.
the word of the.
He didn't know anything about the Minos experiment itself.
I mean, But well, the thing is, when I was hearing about neutrinos, I'm like, what the fuck is a neutrino? Like, I don't know. So, and I kept hearing all week, is this going to be the one about the neutrinos? I'm like, I have no idea what anyone's talking about.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to talk about it, because it's very obscure. Nobody knows about it. I know about it. I could have went into more detail than I did, but I didn't, because I wanted to get off of it, because it's basically a waste of time. It's basically going, hey, my globe Earth evidence, I called it, I don't know what you listen to, right? I called them out on it. So it's a particular debate tactic called obscurantism, where you actually try to hide the truth by presenting just like very obscure and esoteric information that nobody knows about. And basically you would have to do reams of research even to find out about it. So I'll give you the brief rundown. So they were measuring the beta decay, which is a radioactive decay of I think it was cesium element, and they were measuring the temperature of water because the beta decay would make the water heat up, but it didn't. It didn't heat up enough. That meant there was missing energy. So Wolfgang Pauli, in a joke of a letter, sent to a bunch of physicists that maybe there's this ghost particle called a neutrino where the extra energy is. Okay? And then years later, they supposedly found it. But there's another guy that also published this that, no, they didn't find it. Actually, the guy that invented the Van de Graaff generator. So, make a long story short, there's this imaginary particle, neutrino, and the only way you can, quote unquote, you can never actually detect it. You have to detect something else, because the neutrino would only interact with the nucleus of an atom, which is very small, via the weak force, right? Not the electromagnetic force, not the strong force, not the gravitation, the weak force. So it has to be super close to the frickin' nucleus, okay? When it interacts with the nucleus, it shoots off an electron neutrino, a tau neutrino, or a muon neutrino. So these are flavors of neutrinos. Well, these flavored neutrinos will create these other particles. These other particles will fly through a liquid, knock off a bunch of electrons. Those electrons will be detected in some way, either with a photodiode or something. Do you see how complicated and convoluted this is?
And that's what
This is why I didn't want to talk about it, okay? Because he brought this up on purpose. This is not, it wasn't an accident that he brought this up. It's on purpose. So that people just have to go, well, I don't understand this. I will defer to the PhD. He knows what he's talking about. He's a PhD in physics. All bow down to his PhD.
Oh, mathematical physics, right?
Well, whatever it is, he teaches physics at some university, and apparently, based on the reviews, he's not a very good professor. But that's not the point. The point is that he intentionally picked this so that no one would understand the conversation at all. He didn't even, but the fact was, he didn't even understand the conversation because he didn't understand what the quote-unquote experiment did. What it was set up, how the detector worked, how they used the frickin' neural network to fucking predict whether they got a neutrino detection or not. Like, all this convoluted shit. The whole point, I just sat here talking to you, right, for 2.5 minutes, laying out the groundwork of neutrinos. We haven't even talked about how any of that would even prove the Earth is a globe. 2.5 minutes just to lay the groundwork to even get to that point. And we're still not even at that point, because I'd have to go into the beam divergence, how they detect the particles, the devices they use, the fucking slabs of fucking metal, how they're magnetized, like all this shit that goes along with it, right? Shit he didn't know anything about. This was his, but the thing is, Peter says a magic word, an esoteric word, neutrinos. We detect neutrinos and we send them through the earth and we pick them up on the other side. Oh, wow. We're high technology gods. Physicists has spoken. We're shooting neutrinos to the earth. This is a gimmick. It's a fucking gimmick, dude.
Well, I mean, from what you were saying, it's not even.
No, they're gimmick, dude. They're always going to appeal to evidence you can't verify. That's why they always go to space shit. Because no one can verify it. You can't prove it wrong. They can't.
Well, I mean,
prove
you can verify. Well, no, you can prove that space itself, as they claim in their paradigm, doesn't exist. That's simple.
Yeah, right. You can prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the gas isn't filling the space. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's. Isn't that the whole second law of thermodynamics violation, where the gas isn't filling the available space of,
yeah, but
of the vacuum of space?
They'll just magically say gravity.
Indio, but didn't he do that to avoid the topic?
This is a debate in front of an audience. But Vax says
they don't have a naturally observed phenomenon for gravity. What do you like?
Yeah,
okay, they say gravity. What type of gravity are they talking about?
Before you move on to that, Indio, didn't he bring this neutrino thing just to not talk about the topic that you guys were supposed to talk about?
Exactly, Jumsy. He brought up neutrinos, so it's not to talk about the topic.
So you guys didn't, didn't agree on.
It was to talk about everything but the topic.
Oh, well. Okay, so like the whole neutrino thing wasn't mentioned until the live show already started.
Vax, did you know that he said we weren't having a debate? Did you know all this? So before it
when did he say that?
Before it happened,
tell him. He needs to know.
Hold on a second. Before it happened, it was advertised as an event, as a debate. Okay, we had there was a private group chat. He said, I didn't plan on having a debate. I just wanted to have a discussion with flat earthers. So DJ went back and he changed it to discussion with a PhD. Simultaneously, while he was doing this, on his YouTube channel, in his TikTok, he labeled it as debate with flat earthers. So we were under the impression we were just having a discussion in the first place. And he specifically told us we're not debating. And then not only lied to us, labeled the debate, and then proceeded to have a debate about fucking philosophy. So I guess we didn't have a debate about flat earth. We had a debate about philosophy, so maybe he didn't lie. The point is, dude, is that this dude did not want to get humiliated by... Look, put it this way. If you go on his own channel, right, and you look at the video, and you look at the ratio of views to likes, it's something like 2%. His people think he took an L. His people think he took an L, dude. On his side. And you might say to me, hey, yeah, you can't have gas pressure out of container and gravity, but who are we talking to here? We're talking to normies. And normies just hear the word gravity.
But when they say gravity...
Yeah, and you say gravity and it just automatically works. You have to
what their naturally observed phenomenon for gravity is.
Yeah, and you have to communicate to the audience that's there, not the one you wish was there. Okay? You have to deal with the cards you're dealt, not the ones you wish you were dealt. And the cards we're dealt is we got a bunch of people that auto default to the globe, and they need compelling evidence, to go off the globe. Okay? And they're going to default to the globe if the evidence is ambiguous. So if they say something like neutrinos prove the Earth is a globe, they're going to go, well, I don't understand the neutrinos. The physicist just must be right. It must prove a globe. This is how people's mindset is. Okay? I'm not just debating just to debate somebody. I'm not debating Blitz PhD because I want people, right, the people in the audience, to hear the interaction and compare the sides. Who's using logic? Who's making sense? Who has a firm foundation? Right?
I'm still hung up on the vacuum of... Well, I'm still hung up on the
That's an
whole
obscure
gravity
argument
thing.
too. That's just obscure. Dude, you're dealing with people that are like a 5th grade fucking education. Well, 5th grade
Right, but if
science
they say, well,
education.
gravity, that's why gas isn't filling the space, and then you ask them for the
Yeah, we
naturally
know
observed
that's
phenomenon for
That's just what
gravity, what are they
we
going to
know
say?
it's wrong. We know it's wrong. They don't.
That's why you got to educate them. And whether they accept it or not, I mean, if they want to continue being stupid, that's on them. But you got to think the 500 people that could be listening, they'll be like, oh, wait a second. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Indio,
Not
I will
everything
listen to a conversation.
Yeah, excuse me, Jimsy. Yeah, Indio, I'm sorry, but Vaxwax, he's here to tell you, how it's done. So,
Yeah,
obviously you need
It's done.
education. Yeah.
I need
How
education
everything's
on
done,
what?
right, dear? Yeah.
Debate is not the format to educate.
I want what she's drinking. Like, if you got some extra vodka, like, send me some.
Oh, Vaxwax, why don't you call me a Nazi again on the live stream? I think that would be fun. Yeah, why don't you call me that?
Oh,
That'd be fun.
you muted me and demanded that I have a meeting with you in a separate room over a YouTube comment that I posted. It's a little bit fascist behavior.
Let me explain why it is unnecessary to try to educate.
What was the comment that I said that you didn't like so much?
You don't
Well,
want to
no,
know.
I want to know what the comment was that I said.
Yeah, you do want to, don't you? 'Cause you want
Vax, let me ask you this. When's the last time you educated some fucking random Glober on gas pressure without a container?
Actually, probably, what was this? I had a toothache then, so it was around I can't remember if it was before or after Thanksgiving or before or after Christmas.
Really?
It was one of the two. Yeah. In the park.
Okay.
To what was he? Dude, they were walking around with a
So
big
almost
giant
a
goat
year
horn
ago.
and they were preaching the Bible.
Almost a year ago.
Yeah, I don't really talk. Well, you mean in real life? Yeah, I don't.
Please train me, Master Jedi.
Well, I mean, I'm a really good guitar player, but I'll go 7 months without playing the guitar.
Why are you giving advice on how to quote unquote educate people when you don't know how to do it yourself?
No, I know how to do it. I just choose not to.
You know how to do it because you have an extensive track record of doing it, right? How do we know you know how to do it? Let's see your track record. What's your track record look like?
Well, okay, what's your track record look like then? How many people do you
There's like
talk to?
fucking 8 years and 10,000 hours of fucking audio. That's what my track record is.
Yeah, my track record's fine too.
Yeah, let's get him. Let's get a Vaxwax here on the next.
Hold on, no, but I'm not trying to have it.
You guys want me to debate a Glober or something?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I
is there a
want to see how
Glober
you're
that you want me
better.
to debate?
I want to see how you're better. Yep. Do we have any
Going right to
Globers in here?
experiment. You're going right to experiment.
We got me in here.
Wait, do you guys have like a Glober lined up that like you just
How
send
about
out?
Cypher? Are you a Globe
Who the hell is
believer?
Cypher?
Cypher, I don't know.
Me.
He's right there next to you. Yeah. Do you believe that you live on a globe, Cypher?
What I'm gonna say is that Jimmy Kimmel got canceled.
Okay, sounds like a Glober to me.
I wasn't a fan of Jimmy Kimmel.
Vaxwax. Yeah, why don't you have a combo with him?
It's
Yeah.
an infinite plane. All right.
Oh, yeah. See, there you go. He's correct. It is
Can you have
I don't know
gas
about
pressure?
infinite.
Well, let's ask Cypher. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Infinity.
Let's ask him though. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
No, you have to have a container, otherwise there cannot be pressure. I mean, if you go to the beach, right, and you hold a glass of water and you turn it upside down and you put a lid under it, before you do that, there's going to be some vacuum in there. And how is that possible without pressure, right? How is that possible without a container? That doesn't work without a container. You have to have a container.
I was talking about the so-called vacuum of outer space. That pressure without a
The
container.
second law of thermodynamics violation, yeah, because the pressurized gas is not filling the available space of the vacuum.
Right. So without a container, you cannot.
Yeah. Why doesn't gas on Earth fuck off into space?
It doesn't.
Space isn't real, India. If it was,
No, we're gonna
space
find out.
was
He's
real,
gonna say
we
the
all
magic
would've-
word, and when he says the magic word, Vax's wax, you're gonna take over.
Okay.
Zephyr.
What?
Yes.
Why are you making?
Why doesn't the
Okay, I
gas
guess
on Earth fuck off into the vacuum of space?
There is no vacuum of space. There's a container that prevents the freaking air. Right?
Okay.
Zephyr, you have to pretend to be a Glober and say gravity. I think that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Or
need a
find
better
the actual
Glober.
one.
We need a better Glober. Yeah.
He's not a Glober. He says we went on our plane.
I'm not a
He's a
Glober.
LARPer.
He said an infinite
Obviously
plane.
a Lapa, dude. Come
He's
on.
a mad LARPer.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you
Oh, is
are.
he? I don't know him.
I don't know how far it extends. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Yeah.
Well, it can't
This
be
is how we
infinity
know-
You
because
need to know that.
This is why we know, Vex, you haven't really been around this conversation too much. That you can't tell a LARPer.
Because I don't know. I don't think I've ever spoken to Zipper before. He's a stranger on the internet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's LARPing.
Yeah, but you should be able to tell by what he's saying that he's a LARPer.
But that we live on an infinite plane. I mean, lots and lots of Dave Weiss followers say the exact same thing, and they're all flat
So
earthers. So they
how do you have
believe-
containment
No,
on
they're
an infinite
Pac-Man
plane?
Earthers.
So you're saying we could have containment on an infinite plane?
What's up with Pac-Man Earth lately? I've been like,
So you're saying, Vex,
even I mentioned that yesterday.
Vex,
Huh?
how can you have containment in an infinite plane? Do you have an infinite container?
Well, no, an infinite plane also violates the second law of thermodynamics, because if you're going to have an infinite plane, that means you have to have infinitely low. What's the word?
No, nobody can demonstrate.
Entropy, there we go. Yes, I brain farted on entropy. Yeah, my bad.
So where does it end, according to you?
Where does what
At
end?
the end. At the end of it.
Which is
So,
The end.
So now do you think he's a LARPer, Vex? Is Wax? He's asking where the flat Earth disc ends.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. He
what
could be.
latitude? At what latitude does it end?
Is that for what's latitude? What is latitude?
I'm sorry.
No, what is latitude?
All right.
When you say what latitude does it end, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so you say that it has to have an end.
Why aren't you answering my question? Trying to
Because
clarify.
he doesn't know what latitude is.
Just to
I'm trying to clarify your question. You asked us, what latitude does the Earth end at? I'm asking you, what is latitude?
All right.
So I can tell you the answer.
All right. Let me
Just say I'm stupid and I don't know.
Right.
I don't remember. Just a reference.
Well, let me tell you what.
Right?
Then I'll tell you what it is.
Can you tell
Latitude
me?
is the position that you see the celestial equator from. So if you see the celestial equator 45 degrees above the horizon, you're at 45 latitude. Got it?
What do you mean the celestial equator?
Celestial equator in the sky. It's an imaginary line
45.
that divides the sky.
So how can you? Oh, okay, so how the hell can you look at an imaginary line in the sky? How can you see an imaginary line at
I didn't
45
say you could
degrees?
see that. I didn't say you could see it. I said it's imaginary.
Is it like a grid that is made like a mapping and people put it on paper and then they kind of draw the lines and it's kind of like a man-made grid of the observation of the
It's
luminaries?
just a man-made grid. It's like Cartesian coordinates. It's a coordinate system for the sky. That's all it is.
Yeah, like a
Oh, yeah,
grid.
the latitudes. Right. Okay. Well, how
And
do
the
you?
celestial
How do you
equator will
derive
be
your
the
latitude?
center line of that grid.
So we use. Okay, what if you're floating out on a boat and you're not lost, but you're just curious? You go, I wonder what latitude I'm on. You've just been sailing for like 12 hours.
Look at the stars. There's no way to tell. from the
Okay, which
ground.
ones?
There's no way.
There's
to
no
tell
way to
from the
tell?
ground. Not from the ground.
There's no way to tell your latitude from the surface.
Not if
No.
you're just in a boat out at sea.
Dude, what if you can't see the sky? What if it's cloudy? How do you find your latitude?
Well, then if you can't see the sky, then you're gonna have to wait for the sky to clear up.
Can you
Okay,
use an
so like I just said, there's no way to tell using the ground. Just like I said.
Yes, there is. If you're outside and it's a
You
nice
just
clear
said
night,
if you
you're
can't
floating
see
in
the
your boat.
sky, you have to wait for the sky to clear up.
Yeah, if it,
Why do you got to wait for the sky to
Right,
clear up?
so-
If you get facts? Why do you have to wait for
Well,
the
is
sky
this
to
at
clear up?
nighttime?
Why are you interrupting me? Why do you have to wait for the
Is
sky
this
to
at
clear up?
nighttime? It would
Why
have
are
to
you
be at
interrupting me again? Why do you have to wait for?
Why do you have to wait for the sky to clear up if you can use the ground?
How would you use the ground to determine your latitude?
Okay, why do you have to wait for the sky to clear up if you can use the ground?
Well, what are you talking about? Sky's kind of important, right? If the sky is all cloudy and you can't see it,
go on mute. Shut up.
What do you reference to find out your
I
latitude?
hate when you people don't listen.
Wait. Wax gave an exit to the other guy that mentioned latitudes, and that there was supposed to be a back and forward about latitudes, and then continue. But what's happening?
I go over latitude with him again because he's not getting it, and I'm losing my patience. I'm gonna give you a second shot, Vax's Wax. Take the fucking wax out of your ears.
Oh, okay, India, we're outside, but it's cloudy, right? You can't see anything in the sky. You can't see
What's my
stars.
latitude? Yeah, what's your latitude?
Well, if you can't see any of the stars, how are you going to determine that just by your own device?
That's
I'm not
my
saying like
point.
bust out. Right, but if you, what happens if 10 minutes later, oh my God, the sky clears up? What a miracle! I've never seen that happen
then you can
before.
see the stars. Then you can use the stars to determine your latitude.
What star would you use to determine your latitude?
The coordinate system is the sky. It's not the ground.
Did I ever say the coordinate system was the ground?
At the moment, we're talking about latitude.
Christ. I said you can't find your latitude using the ground. The coordinate system would need to be the ground, okay, to use the ground to find your latitude.
What do you mean to use the ground to find your latitude? You just happen to be in X location.
You
look at the stars. I don't understand.
Capable comprehension, but I'm supposed to take his debate advice.
Yeah, right. That's an
I didn't give you any advice. Oh, Jedi, what's your opinion on Sigma Octantis again, just for the record?
What, the non-visible star that's at about 5 magnitude or 0.5 magnitude?
It's like
the
negative.
southern star. Well, who cares?
Have you ever seen it, Vax's Wax? Have you seen a picture
Have I ever
of
seen
Sigma
Sigma
Octantis?
Octantis?
Have you seen a photograph?
Have not.
Have you seen it?
No, I've never been handed a photograph. I've seen pictures on Google that are claimed to be photographs, but I can't verify that they're fucking photographs.
Do you know how many there are claimed photographs of Sigma Octantis?
How many?
3. 2 of them were taken in the 70s. One is in ultraviolet, and one is like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. But none of that shit, like you said, can actually be verified because it's zoomed in so far. It's indistinguishable from any other photograph they said they took of a star. You can't see any of the other stars around it. So you can't tell where they photographed that at or what it even is. They could be zoomed in on any star.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Indio, if by any chance you come across these photographs, remember me and share them with me just to take a look. If you find them again, if you see them again through your stuff.
Yeah, there might be some over Discord. If I could search. But I remember Nathan Oakley emailed the New England's Observatory and asked for a photograph of Sigma Octantis, and they sent him back a black square.
Did they really?
Yeah, this is a while back. You talk to Nathan, ask him about it. This is like...
Yeah, I'll ask him in the morning.
Yeah, ask him about the photograph of Sigma Octantis he never got.
You know what? I've never heard that until now because we've talked about it plenty of times. He's never mentioned that.
Well, that's what he said in the stream, and he showed his email.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, he probably did. So we're off of Oh, okay. I didn't know him then. I didn't know him till... Well, know of him till like 2020. Maybe 2019.
He was just doing like casual streams with like Antonio. Who else he do streams with?
Michael, was it Leaky?
Yeah. I think he did some with Ranty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Ranty's the guy that flips. He's like the original Jaren, kind of, isn't he?
Who?
Ranty, like, wasn't he a flat earther for a minute and flip flop?
You can't put Ranty in the same category as Jaron because Ranty actually went out and did tests. Jaron sat on his ass talking.
Can you guys just mute me if I start talking to this clown again, Vaxwax, because he's not even worth talking to. So yeah, if I start talking to him, just go ahead and mute me.
No.
How about if I just deafen myself instead?
So, yeah, so we're all in agreement that you use stars you can use a star to determine the latitude. I don't understand the whole
because the latitude and longitude are latitude is determined by the stars, longitude is determined by the sun. That's the coordinate system. That is the entirety of the coordinate system. It has nothing to do with the ground. It would work over anything. You could be on the back of a velociraptor. It would work the same way.
Well, it has a little bit to do with the ground because all these stars and the location of the sun, they all have ground positions.
Do they now?
Yeah.
You mean there's
like,
a place where the star is at zenith? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like, okay, think of it like you take a 32-degree angle of elevation to Polaris, right? So you got a 32-degree hypotenuse, you got the 90-degree, then you got the opposite, which is, so you got you got your 32-degree, your 90-degree, so that's a 90-degree angle and two acute angles. One's 32 degrees because Polaris is at 32 degrees in the sky. So you, how do you do it? You times, so you do 90 minus 32, 90 minus 32 gives you 58. Then you do 58 times 60, which represents 60 nautical miles. And it gives you the distance from your location to the GP of 3,480 miles.
Okay, so if I do that, and I go to that spot and I look up, Polaris will be right over my head?
See, but the thing is, though,
why don't you answer my question, dude? So if I do that, Polaris... will the ground position be where Polaris is directly over my head?
I mean, yeah, I would say out of everything that we know, it would be.
Everything that we know. Well, you don't actually know that because no one's actually ever done that.
That's what I was about to say. No one's ever been. I personally don't believe anyone's ever been to the GP of Polaris. No.
Well, someone's might have been there, but they got there on the equinox. So they went. So the National Geographic had people go to the North Pole at night. So they started during the Arctic winter, right? It's nighttime the whole time, but they got to the GP of Polaris on the first day of spring, so they couldn't see the stars. Very, very odd. That they just happened to get there right on the equinox.
Trip. That's terrible planning, isn't it?
Well, I mean, based upon what National Geographic has put out, it's probably just made up bullshit.
Yeah, so I mean, if National Geographic said people went to the GP of Polaris, what
they said was, we're at the North Pole. Here's our Garmin frickin' handheld GPS frickin' thing. It says 89.9, right? That's in the North Pole supposed to see 90, right? But it's daylight out. That day, if you look at the Garmin, you got to zoom in on the video. I'll post the video in 1 second. If you zoom in on the video, you can see the date, and the date is the equinox.
Right.
Which is the first day of daylight at the North Pole.
Yeah, so it just goes to show National Geographic isn't worth their weight in dog shit. They can't even plan a trip to go to the GP of Polaris and observe it. So yeah, fuck them. And I just realized, Jedi, you're not Australian, are you? I think I may have to eat some crow. I think I had you confused with somebody else.
He's Canadian.
I swear to God, I thought Jedi was Australian. But he's not. I think I had a mix up.
Vegemite Jedi.
I'm Jamaican. What the fuck?
That's the Vegemite. You having shrimp on the barbie?
I thought for sure you were an Australian guy. Damn, who did I confuse with? Oh, it doesn't matter. That's why when I
Yeah,
asked you about Sigmar Campus and you responded that way, I'm like, wait a second, you're not
I thought it was a
Australian.
Canadian. You're not Jedi. I thought for sure you were Canadian.
Definitely not Canadian.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bex. Yeah, I'll have to sign up for your flat Earth tutoring, and then maybe that will. You can give me the accent tutoring on the side.
Yeah,
running that.
I'm good.
I can do.
Shut up, Jedi.
So, see, I'm starting to get a vibe that the temperatures changed on, because we had big issues about Sigma Octantis during the holidays, and it kind of seems like that's not really a thing anymore. Because now it's invisible and.
What do you mean? It's always been invisible. Think you see
Dude,
it?
like, see, that's why when I realized you weren't Australian.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here trying to figure out why you asked. Why was it relevant?
Yeah, no, I had you absolutely confused with somebody else. That's just my. I was getting your like the little blue Jedi picture you have, and I was imprinting on someone else in here, and it's definitely not you. You're English. I thought for sure you were Australian. So I was getting into an argument with Eli because I thought that you were the one telling me during the holidays about there being a 1-for-1 equivalence in the south to Polaris in the north, and it's most. Now I realize that it wasn't you at all, so my bad.
What do you mean by 1-for-1 equivalence?
Like there's more than one pole star. There's Polaris and Sigma Octantis, but Sigma Octantis is kind of just a big water polo paper.
Yeah, it's a non-visible star.
And it wouldn't
Shit, so that wasn't you that sent me the diagram either. I thought that was damn. You never like were like showing a diagram with like just picture like two perfect circles, and they're just touching, almost like a Venn diagram sort of. And then you got Polaris as a center point in one, Sigma Octantis as a center point in the other, and they kind of like rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. Does that ring a bell at all?
That's both circles under each half of the northern and southern celestial sphere.
There you go. But there is no southern and northern celestial sphere. There's just the sky itself.
Yeah, it's a conceptual idea of the sky moving in the spherical motion.
Yeah.
Do all stars? Maybe this will clear things up. Do all stars, apart from Polaris, move counterclockwise around Polaris?
Well, no, not counterclockwise, because that's all based on your orientation to it. If I was to set up if I was to set up a time lapse, if I was to set up a time lapse filming Polaris, all the stars would be going counterclockwise. But if I took a camera, set it directly next to the one filming Polaris, put it at the same angle facing south, all the stars would be going clockwise. And then if I pointed one straight up next to that one, point it straight up at a 90-degree angle, that would be going straight.
So when you say 1-for-1, are you alluding to northern and southern celestial rotations? You keep bringing up Polaris. That's a circumpolar star as well. It's not the star that all other stars rotate around. It's off the center of axis by a degree.
So what's the star that they are if it's not Polaris? Because
it's not a star.
Well, right, but Polaris
it's just a central point of rotation.
Because Polaris is in its fixed spot.
No, it's
now,
not
whether
fixed.
or not, well, I was going to get to that. Whether it pivots or doesn't, we were talking about this yesterday. There was this one Glober. I don't know if he's ever in here. His name is Edgewise. He promises he has 24-hour time lapse footage of Polaris, like in the Arctic when it was dark, that he took himself personally. We'll see.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like I've never seen it. So people say Polaris moves. Okay, I've seen time lapses where it makes like a semicolon or a comma shape. I've seen I've seen time lapse videos where it makes a
What do you say the
straight
time
little
lapse
dash,
looks
and I've seen time lapses where it doesn't do anything.
What do you say the time lapse looked like? A Polaris. What do you say it looked like?
Huh?
What did he say it looked like? What did Polaris make? What did Polaris do?
Oh, no, he
time
said-
lapse of Polaris, the 24-hour one.
Yeah, no,
What
he
did
says
look
it makes
like?
a perfect circle
Yeah, well,
says it
he's
made-
lying.
because he filmed it for 24 straight
He's
hours
lying.
in the Arctic winter.
Who's a person? Who's a person?
Edgewise.
Edgewise. Okay. I'm going to be looking out for him because he's lying. In the
I will say
heliocentric
his
model,
defense, he
hold on,
has-
hold on,
his-
brother.
his-
Hold on,
His
brother.
accent does
Hold
sound
on,
Scandinavian,
brother.
so he might be far enough up to see.
Dude, hold on. In the heliocentric model, because there's an orbit and a tilted axis, they would never be circles. They would be spirals across the sky because the constellations process by seasons. So if you had the Big Dipper pointing east and then 6 months later it's pointing west, how can you just have circles and it reach the other side?
We know
You
that.
can't. It would spiral across the sky, missing by 1/365th of a circle each night.
Right, but
We never make
thing-
circles,
no.
ever.
Yeah, but we're not on a
So if
globe
he
with an
saw it being
axis.
circles,
So,
he falsified the heliocentric model as soon as he saw that.
well, I mean, you can clearly see that all the other stars will make a circle in a nighttime time.
No, you're seeing trails of some stars go into the trails of other stars. That's what makes it look like a circle. If you ran there for 24 hours, the star trail of one star is not going to meet up where it started. It'll miss. It'll
Okay, I
miss
mean,
by
I'm
1/365th of a degree.
1/365th of a degree.
That's right. That's right. A year. Because it has to meet up in the same location after a year. That would still be slightly up. But that would be so small.
I'm perfectly comfortable calling the star trail circles. I mean, it just is what it is.
But it would be
Whether they're not
spirals.
perfect circles, okay.
No, they would be
Fair enough,
spirals.
but
They
I
would
mean-
never be circles. What you're seeing is a star trail going to the star trail of another star. Not the same star.
You know what? Now that you mentioned that, I never really paid. Not that I didn't pay attention, but I mean, I'm looking at it. I just didn't notice. But you are right because the star trails will get fatter as the night goes on, like they're running into each other. So that's. Now, you know what? Next time I see a time lapse, I'm going to look at it a little differently. So that's cool.
The longest time lapse I've ever seen is 14 hours.
There's people in Alaska that can experience stars for 24 hours in the way north of Alaska.
Oh, we didn't
So you
keep one
feel
of them
like,
to
but you
film it.
feel like there would be 24-hour ones, but there isn't.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll just get one of them to film it.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about, man?
I mean, to say Polaris moves, I mean, we don't really have any proof that it actually is because there's never been a full 24-hour.
Lucho, hey, be quiet, VaxWax. We're talking to someone who there's hope for. Lucho, welcome to the Flat Earth server.
Lady, you really are like a super Karen. Do you have like a blonde bobbed haircut too, and a little dog?
What did you say it was? Did you say it was a super non-fan of VaxWax? That's right. That's what I am. Hey, Lucho, welcome to the Flat Earth channel. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm trying to learn some English and listen to you.
So you want to learn some English swearing?
Yeah, let me tell my real thoughts about VaxWax. He's only scratched the
Yeah.
surface so far.
Oh, why'd he leave? That little shit. Oh, wait, that's when I showed Polaris actually not being in the center. Anyway, what else is new?
I'm looking at the Gleason map.
And
what I meant to say was the latitude. A whole parallel, right? What parallel does the dome touches the surface to have this what you would say container, right? That it ends for the pressure to exist. You say that it cannot be infinite; it has to come to an end, which logically makes sense. So my question is, looking at the Gleason map,
doesn't logically make sense. In fact, that logically makes no sense.
Why is he looking at a Gleason's map?
to look at the are the parallel, right? Where the dome is supposed to meet with the surface.
But the thing is, those lines, those parallels of latitude, if you're paying attention to the other conversation, they're not on the ground. That coordinate system that they portray on the Gleason's map is in the sky. That's why when you look at it on the side of the Gleason's map, it says longitude and time calculator. Longitude is the position of the sun, not where you are on Earth, but where the position of the sun is. So, say, when you have a clock, we say, hey, it's noon in Greenwich. We know that at -7, negative 5 times 15 longitude, right? That's going to be your longitude 5 hours later. Right? That's the whole longitude system. It's based upon where the sun's going to be. It's not based upon some line on the ground.
Okay, so if we move away from what's on the sky to what's on the ground itself as a point of reference, let's just say, for sake of argument, that the North Pole is the center, and if we move away from the center, we're heading south. Anywhere away from the center will be south. Are you with me on that?
But the North, I understand, but why would you say the North Pole is the center of the Earth when the North Pole is the center of the sky?
Okay, so what would be a...
You can't even conceive of the Earth outside of the sky, it seems like.
Okay, so...
See, this is what you don't... This is what you don't... Like, a lot of you guys just don't comprehend this. That the entire coordinate system that you think references the ground is the sky.
That's what I said. Let's move away from the sky.
You said North Pole. Well, as soon as you said North Pole, you were meaning the sky.
Yes, I acknowledge that. That's what I'm saying after.
Okay, so now let's use a coordinate system without poles, without latitude and longitude. Now let's talk.
All right, so what could be the center of the Earth without looking at the sky, without looking at anything? What would be the approximate center?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. How would we tell?
To me, that's what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find a point of reference, a frame of reference, so that I can guide myself from that point going forward to see how many miles away from it we will reach an end where the dome is. Yeah, where the dome meets.
What makes you think there's an end?
You said that the Earth cannot be infinite.
Do you think
right?
that? Listen, let me ask you this: do you think that we think the Earth is a disk floating in space?
I never said that.
No, I'm asking you if you think that we think that.
No, I don't.
Okay, then why are you treating the Earth as if it's some object that has a finite limit?
No, I said that it was an infinite plane. I don't know how far does it extend.
Infinite doesn't. There's no such thing as infinite.
So there is. Okay, you're saying that is not infinite. So my question will be, where does it end? To what point of reference would you?
Okay, I'll illustrate the problem for you like this. What is the universe inside?
I have no way of knowing.
Yeah, but is it inside of something? The universe means everything. So is everything inside of something?
It could be some container.
You think that? No, it couldn't be, because then it wouldn't be everything. There'd be something that's not the everything. So your thing that you think is everything wouldn't be everything anymore. See, this is a known paradox. It's known. It's like you guys don't have an education. This thing called Zeno's paradox. Proving it. When you try to do this boundary question, whether the universe is bounded, unbounded, what's it inside? What's the universe inside? Where's its edge? Can it fall off? When you start talking about the Earth, that's how I think about it. That it is the entire universe. There is no outside. Saying what's outside or where's the edge, it has no meaning. Because you're asking, like, what's outside of reality?
So when you say that Earth is a pressurized system, right? It has to have an end, a container, right?
No, you can't have gas pressure without containment.
Right, so that container...
That doesn't mean it's a discrete object like that.
So
It means it's a vacuum of space. Go ahead, Jai.
You'd only need a container if there was a vacuum beyond it. We don't claim what the sky is.
We're saying that the vacuum of space, which they say there's people flying around in, and there's a Mars rover picking up frickin' rocks on Mars, that is impossible because the Earth would need a container.
I agree with that. Like, we cannot leave this Earth. We cannot go to Mars. We can do none of that shit.
Okay, and that the whole story behind them, that Mars is fucking 151 million miles away, zipping around, circling the sun in a near infinite vacuum, that entire story can't be true because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. That physical system, right, of us having gas, no barrier, giant vacuum, that physical system can't exist in nature. In fact, says Wax, I posted your Polaris movie in the chat right when you left.
Wait, what did you say about? You said there's no isolated system in nature. Is that what you said? My bad.
Oh yeah, I didn't say that, but that's true.
Could there be like a conditional isolated system? Because when you have let's say a design, let's say a container, can a container that a designer makes, that's not nature. That will be a conditional isolated system because it was put in place and made by someone, right? Because could the whole universe be a conditional isolated system where the creator is an outside agent?
I don't know, because they could transfer his spirit through in and out.
What energy can pass?
Yeah,
it's matter that can't pass.
Is there artificial containers that we can label isolated, or that's a thing that actually doesn't exist? Even man-made. Is there isolated containers that men can make?
Are those thermals supposed to be like isolated, like thermal cups? When you seal it, but then you open it up, so I guess it's conditional.
It is conditional. That's what I'm saying. The whole of let's say this whole construct could be a conditional isolated, like a container that you can make. People say isolated, like the one you're saying. That's another option actually. It is obviously speculation, but if the curator is an outside agent and his construct is in a place, that will be the creator will be an outside agent, the designer of the whole creation. And this system or this container will be a conditional one because the creator could open it up and add water or add more pressure or do whatever he wants to do with it. It will be a conditional isolated system. Just saying, that's another thing out there that I'm mentioning myself. Go ahead.
That leaves a lot of room for speculation, though. I mean,
it does?
No way we could ever actually know that.
No way. No, there's no way. There's no way, bro. No, I didn't.
Yeah, what is with the hostility? Holy shit, dude. I'm just saying, it's just, I mean, it could. Whoever just had that sarcastic ass tone.
Just saying, no way. No, there is a way. Like I'm saying, if a man makes an isolated system, we can find that as a design thing. I mean, and we live in a design environment. That's, that will be my conclusion about this whole thing. It could be that this whole construct, it is a conditional design environment. If it is an isolated containment, it could be conditional by the outside agent, the creator. Go ahead.
I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't know anything about that. I have no way of knowing.
I didn't ask you if you knew.
Why are you... Dude, chill. Good lord.
Well, when
I posted.
Wax, when I asked, is there such a thing as isolated containers? Why didn't you answer that one? Is there such a thing?
Well, what would be an example of one?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, I'm asking that too.
Yeah, the elbow mentioned like one of those containers that you can close and put ice in it, and it will keep the ice for a long time or whatever.
Yeah, a long time. It's like the entropy's slowed down. So it's not going to stay like that forever, but the entropy is slowed as much as it can be.
Yeah, that's why the term conditional is, I'm saying...
yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Even bringing up the Gemini, it just says a thermos or a flask. Or a vacuum flask, yeah.
Hey, Indio, I didn't want to take away from what you were saying to the other guy, but I'm just trying to throw that idea that, I mean, if we're going to speculate about the universe and what's beyond it, we can say such things, I will say. I mean, guys asking, where is the end? The guy earlier asked, many people are asking this. This question has been coming up so often. It's always been the case, but these days people keep asking it, where's the container? Where's the latitude of it? Can I go to it? Can I touch it? Can I smell it? Like, people are asking this like every single day. And I'm just saying.
I just want to ask something real quick, and then I'm going to hop off here in a second. I made a comment in the chat, and I must have gotten like 12 different clown emojis, and I don't think there could be 12 Globers just chat skanking, but when I said that the sky is measured planar,
hey, Faxwax, doesn't matter what you say.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you 12 clowns no matter what you say. So I'm not arguing.
That's fine. Okay, Dandelion, I must have.
That's just because you're a clown. You're a clown.
Why are you so hostile, lady? I don't understand what you're so upset about.
You obviously fucking retard.
I literally don't think I've ever spoken to her, and if I did, she clearly never made it enough of an impression for me to remember who she was.
There you go. Open your mouth, acting like a clown. Your mouth. Sit down, buddy.
Is she your wife? Like, why are you like defending her? Like, do you know her? I mean, I don't know who she is. I don't think.
Just don't worry about it. Just move on. Maybe take it to DMs or something. We were trying to keep. I wanted to keep the conversation going about this topic and ask people questions about it since we were talking
I just
about.
wanted to make sure. Yeah, but when I said that the clown is the clown,
yeah,
the sky
is in the text.
When I said the sky is measured,
text something and someone added emojis to your text, you can long press it and you can see who reacted to it.
I didn't know that. That's fine. No, I just wasn't sure if like a lot of people disagreed with that statement that the sky is measured as a horizontal
just
plane.
ask in the text. Whatever. Oh, who disagrees?
I guess I'm gonna die on that hill. All right. I didn't mean to come across as, I don't know, sarcastic.
The unknown will be the makeup of it, the size, the distance, the medium that is in. That will be kind of like unknowns. What we actually can demonstrate about the gas pressure and come to the logical conclusion that there has to be a container is that that's the way that gas behavior is demonstrated to show pressure, which is gas pressure pressing against the walls of its container, causing the pressure. So that's why people logically come to the conclusion that that's the case, because it cannot be demonstrated otherwise.
No, I mean,
that's the way. The unknown, there wouldn't be an unknown about what gas pressure is. I mean, that's kind of like demonstrated to be the force that the gas exerts on the walls of the container. But what is the container of the whole of the world? How big it is? What is it made of? Those will be the unknowns. Plural.
Right. I mean, the first thing
there's just like there's many unknowns. Those are unknowns as well at this moment.
Right. It's like the first thing that comes to mind when somebody hears the word container. The first thing that comes to my mind is something solid. But I have come to know that doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter what is it made of. The thing is, the concept is.
It does matter because what it is what it is. Doesn't matter my opinion or if it's mattered to me or if it doesn't matter to you, but it is what it is, right? But we don't actually know about the conditions of it or the makeup of it, and the unknown. That doesn't mean that it doesn't matter, because it does matter. Because if it wasn't for it, there wouldn't be no you and I or anybody in here having a conversation, because the gases will be escaping our lungs. So it does matter. It's just that it's an unknown.
The solid idea, or the solid conceptualization of a barrier is because that's all we can actually show. We can show bubbles in water, where it has to be a specific medium change. We can show plasma, but again, that's not. It's in a containment field of where it's being generated. We can show what's the other one? Gas pressure in a flask or a vacuum seal. But that's how we express it. What we see working in natural law. We don't see a great big vacuum flask between us and wherever out there is, because we can't go far enough to actually confirm that. For a start, we don't know what this barrier is, but there's a barrier. There's something. It implies a physicality, but until we quantify what that physicality is and how it works, we can't make claims on it. Again, coming back to the dome thing, that's a conceptual idea that's been presented as snow globe Earth or disk Earth or space disk Earth or whatever.
No, when you say the word dome, to me, it's something solid. Period. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Dome is a shape. Dome will be a shape.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to like a giant football stadium that was enclosed, like Wembley Stadium or something like that?
Holy crap! Have you ever been to the end of this conversation?
Or
is that going to be infinite? It's going to be infinite.
Oh, yeah.
It just begun, but it won't be infinite because people are gonna go to sleep eventually. So not infinite.
Well, if I keep talking, you're all going to sleep.
No, the point is, I tuned in 20 minutes ago, and he was asking the same thing. It's like he didn't learn anything.
What happened, guys?
Lots of things are happening.
Why are you angry?
Nobody's angry. This is.
Sorry, I'm Scottish. I'm just Scottish. I don't mean to sound angry, dude. It's okay.
But for the curious people, I actually know the exact shape of the Earth container, and I'll tell you for a small fee.
How it looks.
So the exact shape of the Earth container is Earth container shaped. I rest my case.
Yeah, that will be a good way to put it. That's.
Oh, I don't know what is Earth container. What Earth container mean?
The antecedent to the gas pressure that you're breathing, because gas pressure will be the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So the container will be an antecedent for that cause and effect relationship, the gas pressure that you're breathing.
It's a barrier. It implies a physical barrier, but until we can actually quantify it, we can't claim what that physicality is, or the physics of it.
Right, so Encyclopedia Britannica says a dome is a rounded roof or ceiling that is shaped like a half of a ball.
What does it say when you ask what a container shape is?
Dome. That's
a container. All containers are domes, are they?
No.
No, right. So the proper word is container. Dome invokes a shape. Like old dude was saying, well, we don't know. We can't quantify these things.
That's what I'm wondering now. If Earth is flat, if I kept swimming on the open sea, will I reach the moon?
If you keep swimming, you'll die, though.
What? Will you reach the moon?
If I got ship.
If you keep
swimming, you'll get tired and maybe eaten by fish. You know this, right?
No, I will not swim. I will not swim. I will.
I want to recommend you to keep swimming in the sea.
I'll bring a ship, a big ship, and I will keep sailing until I reach the moon. If Earth is flat.
If you keep
do you reach what?
If you keep swimming, you turn to a dolphin.
The water is on the ground, right, below you, right, or the moon is above, celestial, in the sky.
Okay.
To reach the moon, you have to go up.
Okay. There is misunderstanding. I mean, if Earth is flat, you're saying that's right?
Yeah.
That means it's going like infinity to the space. There is no end.
Infinite again.
No, not infinity. No, there's natural boundaries, and there are legal man's law boundaries of law that you can't go beyond. No one's claiming infinite.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What is boundaries?
The boundaries are the international, the Antarctic Treaty that prevents free access without paperwork. Parallel south.
Okay, I got you that there is law and international countries that.
Yes, Rain. What you're asking the hypothetical is that can you go forever towards that direction? Where are you going to?
I mean that if there is no international. No. Hear me for a second. I mean that if there is no boundaries. If there's no boundaries, and we are talking about that the Earth is flat, we don't know the end of the Earth.
No, Rain. Before you reach the boundaries, you already know that the Earth is not curving. Here, we're not touching. Is there any boundaries around you? Probably not, right? You can travel across your area. You can reach. Listen, Rain. Listen.
Okay, go.
Here, stop talking. Before you reach this imaginary boundary, right, or whatever, you can actually measure the bodies of water across your region, many lands, many lakes, and you're gonna come to find out that the Earth is not curving, it's not spinning, and there's containment required for everything to be.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey Ahmed, you're interrupting. Ahmed, mute yourself.
I'm not doubting that.
I'm Ahmed Ali. I'm from Egypt. I'm 21 years old.
You're interrupting, Ahmed. You're interrupting. Mute yourself, Ahmed.
I didn't doubt that the Earth is flat. I mean that if it's flat, okay, at the end, will I fall at the space, or it reaches out to infinity to somewhere like other planets? Or you got what I mean? I don't.
The planet is not the Earth. The planets are luminaries up in the sky, the celestials, the heavens above. That's not the Earth below your feet. Separate things, different, not the same. Ahmed, I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't mute yourself, Ahmed.
What?
You're feeding noise into the mic.
Okay.
We don't claim or believe that Earth is a disk in space, or that it has an edge that you can fall off of into the void.
Yeah, that's what I imagined when we talk about flat Earth. That's what you said, right? I feel like it's a disk on space. Yeah. That's what I imagine. If you have another imagination, tell me.
That's what you've seen. That's what you've seen on the internet. Now that is that idea. That's the Flat Earth Society. We're not them. And people like Professor Dave strawman us with that idea. It's posted that we think flat Earth is a space disk, and it's not. That's to make you think we are silly, and the idea is ridiculous. Now that idea...
I'm trying to understand your idea. I'm not making fun of your idea.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Everyone comes to this the same, of having seen the same things. That we have to answer this question hundreds of times a day. It's okay.
So you gotta start from, instead of trying to think about this from an outside perspective, Rin, you have to start from your point, from your reference, from you, from the realist level. You start from there. And then when you start from there, you can go across reality, and you come to find out, when you test it, or let's say you're coming from the questioning the globe idea, the Earth is curving and spinning, you can test those things, and you can falsify it. That's why people have come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a sphere of the certain radius that they claim, because it doesn't measure to be that way. It measures to be not curving, not in motion, so it cannot be the sphere they claim.
Well, you know what makes the idea of flat Earth maybe right for me is that, like 500 years ago, nobody knew anything about America.
Rin, that's a falsehood, because 500 years ago there was people already in the Americas, millions of people.
Okay, I know. I mean, like the whole world.
Nobody knew about America. That's just wrong.
No, I don't mean that there was nobody there. I mean, as a country, there was no United States. There was the Indians there, the real people who own the land.
Indians were in India, Rin. Indians are from India. There was natives in America, people from all across the continent, North America, South America, the Caribbean islands.
Before the immigration.
All of the islands.
Did you know that?
Go ahead.
Did you know that the Vikings discovered America 500 years before Columbus?
What?
How come anybody is not talking Viking in America?
The word is too big.
Oh, there's lots of symbolism.
Supposedly, these guys with ironclad came in and they got spooked by the Native Americans. No, man, that doesn't work.
I don't mean that nobody knew about. I mean that there were no countries there, and there was like.
There was nations, Rain. There was nations. Countries are political constructs between people. There are still nations without countries.
I think
you don't need countries to have civilizations.
Western world was aware of the landmass that is America, but yes, Rin, you're right. USA, as we know it now, yeah, Britain, the Highlands, Scotland had a massive new land that they found. Yeah.
There was the American people. That's why you got the Americans, you got the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the Cubans. You see, you have all the Americans, the Colombians, all the Americans, Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, all of the Americans in the Americans.
The old dude always know what I mean.
Yeah, Rin, that story that they told you that this guy discovered the Americas, and he proved the Earth was a globe. That's complete fantasy, Rin. That's complete fantasy. Just like the globe, a story in a book, like Harry Potter. You know, have you ever read a story like Harry Potter, Rin, Narnia?
I watched the movie.
So there you go. So the globe idea, that's what it is. Hollywood, Disney, exactly that.
Propaganda, what you see on television from NASA, Rin, that's propaganda for the heliocentric model, bro.
I mean, maybe in the future we will discover that there is more land that we don't know anything about because of the international boundaries that you're talking about.
Japan recently released documentation on having found something like 200 new islands. Is that right, Ginger?
7,000.
Oh, bro, wait, sorry. I'll shut up, man. Thank you. 7,000 islands, Rin. Now, some of these are they found it on satellite imagery. You're not telling me all these little islands appeared overnight, and you're not telling me they're all small either. or they didn't know about them in the first place?
Rin, the issue about discovering Rin is that there's limitations of travel. So whatever places you're allowed to go to, or you have the resources of the capabilities to go to, it might be already discovered. So to discover new lands, you're gonna have to go beyond the boundaries that you're allowed to go to. You're between fences, Rin. Don't you know this?
Even without the official boundaries, there is like unofficial boundaries in sea, like the Bermuda Triangle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the Caribbean, the Bermuda Triangle. That's like a man-made concept of an area.
feel like
I think that's where they shoot the rockets, and they fall around that area, and that's what people say. But I don't know, maybe.
I don't know how, after all the technology and everything, and nobody can discover how ships go in there and they disappear just like that. You know, it's
Ships
just like
disappear in all many regions across the world, over there and other places. So, yeah. Ships
I mean, it's like
disappear not necessarily at the Bermuda Triangle.
hiding or protecting some people from going and discover something. You know, they're making this place like forbidden or dangerous.
If you look at the old maps, there's many islands that are in the old maps that are not in the new maps. So that might be what you're trying to say. But that's kind of like we're speculating about that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They hiding something, you know. That's why they're making like natural disaster at this place or something that's scary.
Tell me this, Ren. Can I ask you something? Why would they hide these things? Why would they lie to us?
I don't know. Maybe they making like experiments. You know, they don't know anybody to know about. Superpowers sometimes they hide their experiments. Like the nuclear weapon, nobody heard about the nuclear weapon before the United States used it.
So, why? But why lie? Are they lying to protect us? Are they lying to control us? Are they lying to manipulate us?
No, I think they seeking control. Such superpowers always looking to control everything.
I think that they want you to pay taxes and they don't want you to go outside of this little freaking camp, right? So if you want to go outside of this camp, then you don't have to pay taxes.
So what you're saying are governments are governments colluding and keeping us all thinking this? Or are they all doing it on their own, Ren?
They just want you to pay taxes till the day you die. That's all. And if you want to avoid taxes or you're a tax evader, then yeah, Uncle Sam is not going to like it.
Avoiding taxes is not illegal. You can be tax exempt, but
no, avoiding taxes illegally. That's what I'm saying.
No, there's tax exemptions. There's people that are tax exempt. Not everybody pays taxes.
Did you hear about Area 51? People was talking about such a strange area in the United States that imprisoning aliens and a lot of rumors. And up till now,
aliens are foreigners. Aliens are foreigners, people from other lands. In the fictional sense, the globe sense, it will be beings from other planets. So in reality, if you're talking about aliens in the real world, you're talking about foreigners, like Mexicans in New York or Dominicans in California.
No, that's not what he's talking.
I mean, like the superpowers, like
that's what I'm talking.
No, you're trying to describe aliens. I got what you say.
Foreigners, yes, people from other lands. That's what aliens means.
Yeah, I wasn't describing them. I was talking about something was famous at the news like a year ago or 2 years ago. Was called Area 51. It was like, yeah, you heard about it?
And then you said the word alien, right? And what does that mean?
No, I meant that they were talking about this area that the aliens are imprisoned there by the USA Army to make experiment about them.
Okay, and those aliens are from Area 51 or they're from a different land?
No, they get from different land.
Oh, there you go. Exactly what I said. Beings from other land, people from other lands. And you say, no, it's not that. And the other guy, no, it's not that. But
They mean people from space, not from.
that will be the fiction. That will be the fictional sense of it. In the etymology of the word, because you're thinking aliens, beings from Mars, from other planets. The Earth is not a planet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Those places are not terra firma, and when they tell you that aliens come from these planets, that's fantasy, that's fiction, that's movie, Hollywood, Disney. That's the separation between the meaning of the word when it's used in reality, and then when it's used in fiction, like in Star Wars. Star Trek.
But why they were talking about aliens in USA and being imprisoned and experiment? Why they want to?
You don't know that. That's people speculating in the internet. You don't actually know. That's speculation. Yeah, there are foreigners that are in jails. Yes, people from.
No, they were talking about something fly on America.
That's UFOs. That will be. You're talking about flying objects up in the sky. Yeah, that's not aliens. Those are flying objects, not aliens.
Yeah,
aliens
they were talking about them as aliens or something came from space. Even Trump, the president of the United States,
space doesn't exist. The outer space thing doesn't exist, so they cannot come from there because it doesn't exist. People don't come from Narnia, and you don't. The talking lion doesn't come from out of the movie and speak to you, right? In English, Chinese, Spanish, right? That doesn't happen. Aslan doesn't exist in reality, just like outer space. Aliens from outer space doesn't exist. If you're talking about across this place, there's people from other lands, yes. There's such a thing all over the world. From outer space, no. Fantasy.
Don't lie to you, Ben. They don't lie to you. They're dealing with entities. They're dealing with something Area 51 and Area 52, yes. Government and space agencies are involved. Yes. They bought the land. It's clear and obvious, yes. They're dealing with beings, they claim. Yes.
He said from outer space.
Forms of existence, yes. That are alien to our form or our existence. And what they're doing is implying that it comes from Mars. Little green men from Mars, bro. That's where the lie starts to really twist in.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You just did. Do you got a second question?
Yeah, it's another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think that with conversation and how will you guys research and find out if Earth is really flat, or you sure about what you're saying, right?
It's not. Yes.
What you said?
Yes, very sure, yes.
But there is no solid resources,
That's what you believe up until now. Up until you're showing how you can test for yourself, how you can put the model, the globe, to direct test. You won't think that there are sources. You might think, I could look at things on the internet or see pictures from space, but you don't know that there's actually a way to test this directly. And it's in the physics of water, as well as simple observation and easy mathematics. It's physically testable. Earth doesn't measure as curving.
I mean, I got what you're talking about, but I mean, if for example, if you been to travel to space and you have seen the Earth from the space, and you found out
cannot do that. That's fantasy.
I mean, if you could do that,
you cannot.
You started with F.
It's like imaginary scenario. You got what I'm talking about?
Don't worry, 5 more years you'll be able to do it, dude. 5 more years.
Start without F, Rin. Start without once upon a time. Just start without F. Put the same question on the table without F.
Listen, you can say whatever your name is. You can say if we go to a body of water and we bring a laser and we can shoot it across a certain distance, right? And we can determine that there is no drop over a distance. We can determine that the water is not curving. to a specific array for the globe, so we can falsify the claim of the globe. You can say that if, but if you're saying, if we're gonna someday in the future go to outer space, a fantasy place that doesn't exist, and do fantasy things in that place, that's just a bunch of fallacies put together. We're going into imaginary land.
No, bro. I mean, when will it be enough for you to know I was wrong or that Earth is not flat? You know.
Ren, listen, I told you, if you stick to the ground, you stick to the thing in question, or the waters across, and you test that, you can answer this question. But you're saying, let's go away from the thing in question, the Earth, right? You're saying, let's go away from it. Something that you cannot do. Can you do it, Ren? Are you able to do it? Can you leave the Earth? Can you, Ren? No, the answer is no. Right?
What you mean by leaving Earth?
You're the one proposing that we're gonna go to outer space. Can you do that?
Go far enough away to see it, Rin. That's what you're proposing.
Rin, can you do that right now? Yes or no?
Yes get out of Earth. You mean go to space? Is that what going away from Earth? That's what you mean?
Yes, that's what you're saying.
You mean you going to space? That's what you mean?
Can you do that, Rin? Can you do that?
No, but governments can.
Exactly. But do you know what you can do? You can measure the Earth, the thing in question, that thing that we're talking about.
And the governments that go to space, that's the model that we're testing, Ren. That's the claim. We have their evidence, so therefore we'll take the size of the model and we'll physically test its surface to see if it does what the pictures show us.
But you know, like in democratic countries, people in power change over time. So I think if there's a secret like that, someone will expose it, because it's like no one stays forever in power, especially in superpower countries.
In all countries, people are exposing this, Ren. There's flat earthers all across Earth talking about this right now. Many of them are in the room with you from all across Earth.
Ring, if someone comes to you and show you a cartoon of something, whatever, a misrepresentation of reality, do you just believe what they showed you, or will you have like doubts about it? And if it's important enough, will you check it if it's true or not?
It depends. It depends on how many people show me this cartoon as something real. You know, if a lot of people, like millions, a trillion people, believe in that, then I will believe until someone comes with something else.
So that's appeal to majority, or to appeal to consensus, Ren. That's actually a fallacious standpoint. I'm not pulling you down. I'm just letting you understand that that's the wrong scientific standpoint to take on this.
Yeah, that's because I'm not living alone, you know. There's millions of people and with a lot of specialities, and everyone is special at something, you know. Some people know better than me in space, some people know better than me in medical issues, you know. That's why I know.
Many of them don't know. They believe just like you do. They believe. You're saying that they know, but they don't know. They believe.
Okay. I mean that people depend on each other. Nobody is living alone, so I can depend on my mind alone. I need someone special on carpenter, in driving, in like professional sports. You know?
Yes, that's real is level. Like you said, a medicine, you said a mechanic, and things like that, right? Yeah, that works in driving. That works in reality. That's reality. Good. Stay in reality. But when the person that you're saying, the mechanic or the carpenter that you mentioned, when they start saying that they know that the Earth is this cartoon ball, like a curving thing in the vacuum of space, they're just talking belief. They don't know that.
do you go to for confirmation of Santa Claus?
I mean,
Ren?
when people specialize in space, studying space for a long time, trying to find out what is going on.
I specialize in it.
I know, but there is like NASA is a big organization.
No, NASA is Hollywood, Disney. You know Hollywood, Disney, cartoons, fantasy, movies, Narnia.
You remember, Ren, that we agreed that NASA shows us pictures of the globe, so we can't go there, and we have to do what we can on Earth to compare reality to that. Yeah.
But I mean, we have no choice now because they already have all the ways to convince us with what they have. They spend trillions of dollars on researching and on spaceships and a lot of things. That's why we, on the other side, we don't have a lot of convincing papers to negotiate, speak about.
Convincing. Nobody's here is trying to convince you, dude. This is about you acknowledging reality or denying
I'm not talking
it.
about someone trying to convince me. No. I'm just telling the truth. What is going on is that they have more convincing ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, propaganda. Yes, fiction.
that's what I
People
mean,
believe in
yeah.
cartoons. They love the outer space hero. They love the movies. People love Hollywood, Disney.
They got a lot of tools. Yes,
That
what I mean.
doesn't make it real.
They've got a lot of claims, Ren, and pictures that you can't.
It doesn't make it real, but it makes it more to believe. You know, the possibility that a lot of people will believe that is more.
Yeah, because to be honest, Ren, it's just the current model of science, the heliocentric model of science, the globe, and it's spinning through the vacuum of space. That's the current idea that's what we're doing. They've stopped mentioning that Earth might actually be flat. They don't teach that anymore in school or education. They ridicule it now. Oh, you silly flat earthers, ha ha ha, look, science has discovered. No, science didn't discover this. Science pushes this as the model. It's a theoretic paradigm, and when you actually test it, Ren, what we can show you how to test it yourself, it proves it is only a theory that is wrong. Actually wrong. In umpteen ways.
You mean pseudoscience, right? I'll do like the pseudoscientists, because that wouldn't be science.
Yeah. Theoretical.
Yeah, I mean the idea that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, that's complete nonsense fantasy. And you can actually check this for yourself and falsify it. Nobody has to tell you.
They invested in television. Now we have television and we have better communication because they went to space and there's
communication is undersea cables. Mainly undersea cables. But yes.
No, I mean television broadcasting. You know, the television broadcasting depending on space. You know.
What are you talking about? You're talking about like footage and videos that they give you from outer space that plate doesn't exist.
Yeah, the connection.
Listen.
The connection between you and the channel. You know.
The connection, our connection, you and I talking, that's cables. That's fiber optics.
Not you and me now. I mean on television. Before even me and you talk now, there was spaceships giving signals to our TV so we can
There's
watch.
No spaceships. That place, outer space, Rin, doesn't exist.
Satellite television doesn't mean that you're getting a picture from something floating next to a vacuum or in a partial vacuum. That's not what satellite means in that regard, Ren.
You're talking about towers?
Yes.
Towers are on the ground, not in outer space.
No, the towers, they emit these waves to your, I don't know, back 50 years ago to the television, right? and that's how you were able to get a signal and watch.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, towers are in the ground, and the ground is not curving. It's not on a sphere. Yeah.
That's what
satellite run. These towers are satellites because they're spread out from the main broadcast centre. They're satellite to it to broadcast to boost the signal far enough. That's the satellite reference. Same as GPS. It's a ground positioning system, not global.
So how inaccurate is the GPS coordinate system?
It's not that it's inaccurate or accurate. It's that you think that that's happening on a cartoon spinning globe. But that's not what's happening.
I never said that. You just assuming that I said that, but I never said that. I never assumed that.
Okay, so satellites work. I mean, GPS works, right? It works. What were you saying? How inaccurate?
What I'm getting at is, all right. Say that you are sailing on a boat in the middle, I don't know, of the Atlantic Ocean, right? And then something happens to you, right?
Yeah.
You get stranded, and then you have this emergency beacon, right? That will emit a signal for you to get rescued, right? It will provide some sort of a coordinate, right, for the rescuers to come and get you, right?
Yeah.
So
radar at the shore of many countries, they have antennas, military antennas, and they have radar antennas that shoot across the water for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. Radar.
They also have radio antennas that scan higher and lower frequencies. And when you pull that little string on your very expensive watch for a Team America to come and rescue you, it activates a signal on a higher or whatever frequency to tell them there's an alarm. Then the radar kicks in, then they track you down.
That's not saying that there's no stuff floating in the sky or doing what they do in the sky, but they're not going around a globe in a vacuum of space, dude. That's not what's happening. We do have devices that are used in high altitude, maybe beeping some signal, giving some type of imagery or whatever. But that doesn't mean you're in a globe. Stuff works in reality, yes. It works good. But the globe is not reality.
But in reality, as you're saying, they working hard to prove their idea. You're investing too much. There's a lot of technology, and now we use a better transportation using the flying planes, and life going to
airplanes don't work on a globe.
Yeah, but I mean,
airplanes debunk the globe.
What?
Airplanes debunk the globe. Airplanes don't work on a spinning globe in a vacuum of space.
Want to see the proof, Ren? I'll post the proof for you in chat. We know planes don't fly around the ball, bro. We're not fantasizing or guessing or surmising or calculating. We have information, direct information on pretty much everything we say.
He says technology, airplanes, yeah. Go ahead, Ren.
I mean, if, for example, if Earth is flat, when the sun rises, it will shine in all Earth at the same time. America will be morning at the same time.
No, when it's raining at noon, and the sun is noon above your head, and you cannot see it because clouds, water, stuff in the air, light attenuation, right? Light diffuses. It doesn't just go forever through a medium. When you're in the bottom of the ocean and you cannot see, it's dark, even the sun is above.
Yeah, but we're saying the Earth is flat. There is no. We're not on the ocean.
How far away is the sun?
I don't know, 10,000 miles?
Who told you that?
A little bird. I don't know. Okay. Fuck.
Nobody knows how far away it is. It's an apparent light source in the sky.
I think it's 93 million miles away, Rin, and it's going to light up all of Earth at once. It doesn't actually work like that.
No, that's not how light works. Yeah. That's just you trying to change reality into something else. That's not how reality works.
You know what the wild thing is?
No, I mean, if it's flat, there will be no time zone, you know?
Here's the problem, Rin. You're saying if the world is flat, this is how it's supposed to work. The problem, it's an error in the way you're thinking. So if the Earth is curving, there's measurable curvature. If the Earth is not curving, then the Earth is flat. And then if the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over flat Earth.
Yes, because we're talking about hypotheses. We're not having proven thing yet, you know.
It's already proven that the Earth is not curving, dude. It's just that you haven't looked into it. You haven't checked it. You haven't checked the Earth yourself. That's why you still believe in the fantasy. But when you check, you come to find out that the fantasy was that fantasy.
Yeah, because we don't have the tools like governments to use.
Yes, we do have tools. We do have long distance observations. We have infrared cameras. We have optics. We have lasers. You can go to a body of water and you can look across it and you can see distances that go beyond the limitations of the globe. Yeah, people can do stuff. You don't need the governments to do anything, dude.
No, I mean they have the tools. Even our tools is very weak compared to the government, you know.
Which tool are you talking about? You can grab a mirror. Listen, you can grab a mirror.
They have like the big companies. They have the space shape. They have the ability to create. You know, we are customers. You know, we consume what they produce.
Green, when you woke up every day and you say your grace on the dinner table, do you say, "Thank you, government, for creating this world for me. Thank you"? Is that what you say? Thank you, government?
No, I thank God because He gave me a chance.
Oh, you thank God. So God gave your God-given senses, didn't He?
Good man. Ren,
Yeah,
can I ask?
God. Yeah. Go ahead.
Ren, can I ask you something, Ren? Do you drive? Do you have a car, Ren? Do you have a vehicle?
No, I don't have. No.
Oh, okay. Can you drive?
Yeah, I tried before. Yeah, I tried before.
Okay. So you can drive just because other people have cars doesn't mean you can't drive. Just because someone has a Ferrari doesn't mean you can't drive, bro. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't need to be a big fancy toy for you to be able to do it. Anyone can learn to drive anything from a push bike to a whatever you like. It doesn't mean that one person can't learn to do it and can't learn to do it well with a smaller, more simpler model.
Okay, for example, maybe I don't know the tools, and maybe you know better than me. Tell me, what tools did you use to discover the truth, you know?
Okay, the tools that we use to discover the truth are the claim on the size of the model, the dimensions of Earth, and the geometrics of Earth. And we imply that across bodies of water, which must curve. It must fit that paradigm, that geometric curve. Now you can use a thing called a distance to the horizon calculator and calculate your eye height to where the curvature of the water must be. Now what we observe, what we measure, what we test defies curvature. It doesn't curve, it doesn't drop away in. You can use lasers over long distance, 20, 30 miles, thereabouts. No curvature, no drop over distance. You don't need spaceships, bro. All you need is your eyes.
But you're still using something was produced by the government that trying to make like the centralism system that you're saying.
Yeah, we test the government model. We test the world model, the heliocentric model of the globe. the dimensions of the globe. If you look in the text chart, that's the dimensions. That's what we test against reality.
I mean, even if we depend on ourselves, we still need what the governments produce. We can say just we boycotting the governments and everything they produce.
Oh, the government doesn't produce anything. The government sets the rules and takes from someone and give it to someone else. The government doesn't produce anything. What are you talking about? The government doesn't produce anything. The market does. Private companies, people produce, not the government, dude.
Okay. I mean, the military industry, there is like strategic weapons and things that the governments keep it, that they are the only one who produce.
So you mentioned the government. You mentioned the military industrial complex. So they use lasers, right? And they shoot targets, line of sight with lasers over 100 miles across water. That debunks the globe right there. So you brought up a good point that the militaries don't use the globe to do anything.
No, for example, they use the globe to spy. Footage
to spy.
They take footage of the positions of their enemies and all of this by taking footage from the satellite.
Oh, high altitude photography. Yes, they do that, but that doesn't mean it's a globe run. You're implying it's a globe because they show you pictures of it being above a globe. Therefore, it's a globe. That doesn't work, bro. That's a story. Yes, they spy.
No, I don't mean the photos of the globe. I mean photos of Earth itself. When two armies in fight, sometimes they use developed devices like satellite and things from the space to photograph the positions of their enemy and how they move, for better planning,
Have you ever heard of satelloons, Rin? Did you know that some of these things that you think of as satellites floating about in space are actually on
high-altitude drones?
Or high-altitude drones, yeah. Or U-2 spy planes.
You've seen a lot of movies, man.
But it happened even before drones was popular,
Yeah, we had.
You're mixing movies with reality.
From the 50s, Rin, we had U-2 spy planes, bro. Before that, we had high-altitude balloons, Zeppelins, taking photographs.
But you guys, depending on someone who's researching or publishing his own research about this topic?
No. I saw somebody put some video out, and I'm like, that's interesting. That doesn't make any sense. Let me go check for myself. And then that was the beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning.
Testing, repeating tests, verifying, double checking, triple checking, that kind of stuff. Like you can do it one time, then the other guy can do it, then another guy can do it. That kind of stuff. Verifying.
It's testing. Not actually science, Rin. It's the ethos of science, the method of science. But what you're testing is the geography of the globe. Direct testing of the geography of the globe against the claim
geometry
against reality.
Geometry.
Yeah, geography. Sorry, yes, yeah. Well, the geography would be the landmass, the topography of the landmass, yeah, and that does become more confusing because you have to remember that you can be lost unless you calculate in above sea level, you can be confused. So, but yes, you're right, mate. It's what's up?
The first time I heard it, I was like, "Oh, that's my friend. I'm not going to say anything." And then, 6 months later, I hear it again. I'm like, "Dude, what's up with that? Why do you keep bringing that up?" And then so he showed me some things, and I did some more research on my own. And then I was like, "That's pretty interesting." but the Earth's too big to see curvature, right? Like obviously it's curving because boats go over the curve and sunsets. So this is absurd. And then I decided to go check myself. I had to do research. I had to understand what the Earth curve calculator was, and then that's when I went out and did my own tests after I learned all of that.
I've got a terrible connection. I keep trying to put the Earth curve calculator in the text chat for you, Rin, but it's just not going through. To show you how this is actually testable, it's very easy. The mechanics of fluid dynamics, the physics of fluid dynamics. We use water to find level when it's at rest. We use it in the building industry and various other ways. Now, that can be implied across the face of bodies of water, i.e. Big sea inlets, big rivers, oceans, not quite oceans, well, across oceans from landmass to landmass, or alongside oceans on beaches. We can test this. And bodies of water at rest don't curve.
I put an Earth curve calculator in the side chat, but you can Google Earth curve calculator. You can use any one that you want.
Is Rin alive? Are you there, Rin?
Fell asleep with me talking, Rin.
He fell asleep.
Yep. I've done it again, Jamesy.
They do it to me too.
No, guys, I hear you. Thank you. You really provide a lot of information and trying to, to understand the world with the truth. Because there is a lot of lies, I know.
There you go.
Thank you for being patient and hearing us out and talking this through and not getting annoyed. Thank you.
What time is it in the UK right now?
It's a dark o'clock, I would call it. It's 3:18 a.m.
What time you go to sleep?
When I'm tired.
During the day?
Well, whenever I'm tired, my friend. Yeah, I'm not. I worked for a very, very long time night shift, and some of those shifts went on for a week at a time almost before I was able to fully lie down or go to bed. So I learned to catnap and things, and also later on in life I worked a lot of night shifts. So I'm very used to it. I worked in the security industry as well as food production industry, and it was round the clock then, sometimes in both scenarios, just round the clock. So yeah, night and day don't bother me. I quite like being able to watch a sunset and a sunrise.
Are you retired now?
Tired? No.
Retire.
Oh, right. Yes, retired. Yeah, I'm. In a lot of ways, I'm lucky enough to be retired while I'm still quite young. I'm only in my 50s. But I'm physically retired. I kind of damaged myself in my 20s. I've got snapped tendons in both forearms, and I didn't know until my late 30s that there was something seriously wrong. But yeah, I'm also in a position where I don't need to work. I have no mortgage, so I'm financially free from the constraints of that. And everything else that I've got is bought and paid for. And I have a certain amount of money coming in from a work pension, because again I was damaged through work, and that's enough to keep me going. Thankfully the government in this country also pay me something, but I try to not take too much from that. Some people think that the health service in this country should pay them a fortune. I don't believe in that at all. I believe it should be means adjusted, and if you need more from them and you haven't got it, yeah, fair enough. But if you've got it, you don't need it. You shouldn't take it.
No, I guess you said enough when you said that you're retired, so...
Yeah, sorry, long way around, yes, bro, I'm retired, yes.
I mean,
Hey, I want to
time doesn't mean anything anymore.
I want to ask Ren if he's still there. Ren, you still there?
Guess not. Has anybody been able to map the Earth as it is?
How come you want a model so bad?
I'm not asking for a model, man. I'm just wanted to know the topography and how you would travel from point A to point B, right? How is this tied into where I'm going with my next point? Is the day, the sunlight, right? And the absence of light, which will be darkness. So when somebody in I don't know, freaking Australia or Santiago says, hey, it's still daylight, or they say, oh, it's dark, I'm just curious to know how is the light being distributed across the landmass? So on certain regions it will be daylight and others will be dark. You know what I'm saying? And that can only be done if Earth is properly mapped, not this, what's it called?
Wait, it didn't happen before the Earth was mapped? So before the Earth was mapped, that wasn't happening? The Earth was the light wasn't shining on the Earth before the Earth was mapped?
No, that's not my point.
You said that it couldn't happen if the Earth is not mapped.
I didn't say that.
So what did you say? Let me check the YouTube again.
I kind of missed that too. Like, what are you talking about time zones? I mean, everywhere on Earth, people know what midday is. They know when the sun's at high noon. They know when the sun's on the equinox or when it moves south or north across the seasons.
What I said was, how is the light of the sun distributed across the Earth? So some regions on Earth are illuminated and others are not.
The sun moves. It's transit across the day.
Huh?
The sun moves in its transit across the day and across the year, giving seasons. Night and day because the sun moves.
It sounds like he wants an explanation for night and day.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm specifically asking, how is the light of the sun distributed for certain regions to be, daylight and others to be completely dark?
Oh, are you asking for the solar map? How much is actually lit up at a time?
I can't understand what you're saying. Can you say that again?
Sorry. Are you asking how much of Earth is lit up at a time as compared to the other part of Earth that is in darkness?
What regions are lit up or illuminated by the light of the sun? Right?
So where is it daylight when it's daylight?
He said earlier, there's in some regions it's daylight, in others it's nighttime, and that can only be done if it can be mapped.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, Jamesy. I know it might be a language barrier, bro, but I don't think any of us are quite getting what you're asking.
All right.
It sounds like he wants to know what the light bubble is and how far that bubble stretches in all directions.
He wants to know the mechanisms of the heavens above, how the sun works, what is the operator, and how that works.
No, the
size of the footprint of light when it's light. Yeah, you can get stuff of that online, but again, it's mapped onto a globe in a lot of ways. Some maps display it differently. They display it flat, but with north at the top and south at the bottom. To actually measure it, well, it's not easy. It moves across the seasons as the days change. And again, it's hard to follow because the weather systems change. The actual footprint of daylight as it moves across Earth or around above the face of Earth It's actually very, very, very hard to track. Very hard. But we define different areas of it with time zones, and they're political. China has one. It might have two now. But generally, if it's daylight in China, it's daytime in China. They're all on the same clock.
Yeah, they say that there's 19 time zones in the north and 33 time zones in the south, which is odd because there's less land in the south. So why do we need 33 time zones down there?
Yeah.
So, in other words, the light that emanates. Huh? I don't
English, please.
Bubba, mute yourself, Bubba.
We'll come to you soon, Bubba, but let Zypher finish his questions. If you could just mute your microphone and be kind.
All right. So basically, what I'm saying is the light that emanates from the sun, is it on a radius, circular, or does it like wobble? Does it like change? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Have you heard of the June solstice, December solstice? No.
You say circular, do you mean it's the light of the sun hitting Earth in one big circle?
However, the light hits the Earth, right?
Does a street light light up in a circle?
I did not say that it was a straight light. Straight light, whatever.
It's just a light.
We can only go on the kind of light that we can actually create and mimic down here, and its effects and the way it works to compare. But it's not sunlight. And if you're asking what is the sun's footprint on Earth, is it a circle? Is it a bar? Is it, a dot? We can't actually quantify that because we can't see it in its entirety, dude. We can only see part of it. We can follow the sun's transit with very, very fast jets and stuff, but we still can't map its. I mean, you're talking about something that's massive, bro. It starts getting daylight here when it's like before it gets dark in New Zealand, and it starts getting daylight in America before it gets dark here. It's huge. It's unmeasurable. It's beyond our ken, our knowing, our testing, our metering. But it has daylight and it has an outer edge. And that is very changeable due to atmospheric condition, time of year, the amount of water in the air, all that stuff, and where the sun is across the year. Sorry?
But if the sun is not flat and the moon is not flat, right?
That will be an unknown.
Are they flat or no?
You don't know. Maybe they're half a sphere, full sphere, flat.
But even from far away, they still look like a circle. Even from far away.
Circles are flat.
Yes. Circles fine. A fine explanation. Yes.
Are the pictures fake?
What?
The pictures from Earth, they are fake? Are they fake?
That will be a misrepresentation of Earth.
You say from Earth or of Earth?
I mean, we are using like a computer, right? And for this computer, we use physics to work, all right? But when physics talk about Earth, the physics wrong. I mean, how light works, how computers works.
Oh my God, you're galloping and dude, just stick to one thing. The first thing that you said, Are pictures
No,
from Earth?
I think you
No?
don't understand me
No, no,
because
no.
you,
There might be a language barrier because you're jumping
He said that
around.
we do. He said that we do physics
no,
with computers.
it's not a language barrier. Is that
Okay, if we do physics, hello, I'm trying to address it, guys. So if we do physics, we have the physics of water, and we know based on the physics of water that the Earth cannot be a sphere in a vacuum of space because based on the physics of water, the water cannot be on the outside of a sphere, right? You said physics, and also the physics of spheres. And then we have gas pressure, and we cannot have that in combination. So the globe being a sphere with water on the outside, gas pressure on the outside, in a vacuum of space, that's an impossibility. It doesn't happen in reality. So based on physics, the globe is an impossibility.
the globe is impossible?
The globe, as claim, is an impossible.
Sir. But why it is a globe? You know why they?
No, it's not a globe.
Well, so it's what?
Earth is not a globe. That would be impossible.
It's not curving. The surface of water is not curving.
Water cannot curve.
Because
If you make a wave, you can make a wave.
Splash to the floor.
Water cannot curve, but we can talk with a person that is from another country. That's fair.
That's technology. That's not water. That's
Technology makes sense.
Undersea cables.
Marcelo, do you know that the connection that we have is underwater? The cables under the seas?
But I think that's false. I think we just using
That's not
our
false.
mind.
That's
Our
not
mind.
false.
Okay.
Underlying seas, underlying cables under the seas are real.
ChatGPT. Ask your
Marcelo, guys.
ChatGPT.
Let me talk to Marcelo's. Come on.
Where's the proof that are cables underwater? There's no proof.
Marcelo, just do a Google search, ChatGPT or something, and check undersea.
I really think
cables.
ChatGPT will tell you that the world is not flat.
I think he want to say that if we can believe that the physics and the spaceships and all of what the government say about the space, then we shouldn't believe the computers and everything they invent.
That is not physics.
But based on physics, that's what he mean. I think.
Not physics. Yeah, based on the real physics of water, gas pressure, the Earth. Those physics, the ones that we check in reality. The physics that we can check in reality don't conform to the fantasy physics, the misrepresentation of what the globe is, which is not physics, not physical.
Even the pipes on water for the internet, you can't make sure as long as you can't, see it yourself. He's using the same principle, He's using the same principle of thinking, trying to prove that then we shouldn't believe everything as long as we can.
He's using nonsense. He's saying that because we speak through the internet, therefore Earth is a globe.
One question: is the real physics documented anywhere, mathematically coherent and those kinds of things? Genuine question. Or is math also rigged?
We're talking about geometry, right? And the surface of the Earth is not curving.
Yeah, the thing is, with physics, you can from the basic things, you can start to derive other things. So, for the flat Earth to work, I assume that there is a whole set of mechanics, laws, types of things, and that would be the substitute for things from Newton and also from Kepler.
Yeah, water. Yeah, the physics. Water. The physics that people use to construction, like water level, level of water. The water lays level, horizontal, flat. That's a description of the surface.
Yes,
and that requires containment. It requires pressure. That requires a container.
And
that will be real.
That's real, right? That's
real stuff. Yeah. So just those things, just the fact that you have gas pressure and physical water laying horizontal, that debunks the globe right there. That's pretty simple.
Yes. I see that, but is there like it's a genuine question. I'm not trying to trick you or anything. Is there like do you agree with the mechanics, laws, the mathematical thing of like how fluids behave that we have? The small ones, like when you're using like the thermodynamics.
Yeah, the laws of thermodynamics, the second law dictates that gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, and the globe doesn't have a container and it's next to
Yeah.
to the vacuum of space.
But like that's credible, like right?
Yeah.
But is there like a derivation that builds on top of that, and on top of that, and on top of that, that would describe the way that the lights in the sky behave and how the flat Earth?
Well, there is the stuff that we can verify here in reality, right? The stuff that we can check and repeat and test, right? There is those things. And then whatever you're asking about the luminaries, no man can go up there. Do you know any man that has been to the sun, to the moon, to the luminaries, the stars, and checked them?
Yeah.
So there is the physical stuff that we can check, and then there are also wonders or unknowns that we cannot check and determine the cause of the effect. So there is phenomena that we can test and check the cause of that effect, like boiling water, right? But then there is phenomena like the sun, the stars, the moon, and many sky phenomena that we cannot check.
There's no way for
We
like
can observe it.
real science to get from like reality, base reality, that's like the water level and those kinds of things, thermodynamics. There's no way to get from that to explaining the luminaries, you say.
Well, the sky looks like a giant clock and calendar, so I don't know what else you're going to derive from it.
We can explain it. We can observe it and give you explanations, but to establish a cause and effect relationship of what is causing the luminaries to move like a clock, that's the only logical conclusion for me, that I won't be able to science it, but you probably can do something to reach to that conclusion, is that it was designed to be so. But when you ask about science, how science, I cannot do a scientific test to determine the cause of the effect, the observable phenomena we call the luminaries.
About the luminaries, do you believe the idea that, let's say, the sun is a star that is burning and it's using nuclear fusion to generate energy, or do you believe?
Why do you keep asking? Why do you keep asking if we believe?
Because
is there anything that you know?
Beliefs. I have different beliefs. I want to understand.
Well, we don't have beliefs.
Yeah, you do.
No, they got thoughts.
So he says, you're asking about if we believe what the mainstream says, or some people say, because that's not everybody, that the sun is this, such a thing. Have those people went to the sun, been to the sun, and checked all of this stuff and verified it?
That's for sure. I'm not disputing that. But like, is there any explanation for, let's say, how much energy we get from the sun? Is there like mathematical explanation how we can?
Sure, there's most definitely mathematical explanations about many things, but that doesn't necessarily means that there is what is actually happening.
Yeah, but is there real? When I say that, I mean like, what do you believe to be reality? Is there some way to explain mathematically the real thing, the real way the luminaries work?
Yes, you can mathematically explain how the luminaries work. Yeah, math is a language. It's like you speaking now. I can tell you the sun moves like one hand of the clock, and the moon moves like the other hand of the clock, and they all move in cycles, and they reset every year, right? The stars is another gear of the big clock, and God is at the center, and He's the one making the clock move. I can explain you that in English or Spanish, right? But then mathematics, with mathematics, you can also do an explanation that will explain whatever idea you have about the movement of the luminaries, but that doesn't necessarily make it true.
Got it. So, but on that situation, would the energy from, let's say, the sun come from God, or something like that, or is there like a material source or something of the kind?
That's where the speculation kicks in, because to be able to say something like that and to determine the cause of the effect, we will have to go there and dissect the sky.
I see. So the only valid thing is things that you can like see with your eyes and check with your hands.
No, we have opticals, so we can see with our eyes, and we observe the phenomena. But we also have other opticals can see more than our eyes can see. And well, if you're talking about the luminaries, what we observe is cycles. They're moving like cycles, and you can see colors, and they're bright, and they move this and that. But that's a phenomena, an effect that is being caused. What is the cause of that effect? That is the thing in question.
But why you accept to use opticals, not your eyes? At the same time, you used to use like spaceship or anything else, you know?
Opticals are not spaceships. You're putting two things that don't go together.
If we're going to use,
we have opticals in reality. We don't have outer space in reality.
No, there's spaceships already in reality, and people can go and visit.
Ren, you're breathing air, okay? So when they tell you outer space, the vacuum of space, which is a volume that is available next to a pressurized system that we have here, and it's like a emptiness. The high pressure that we have right here, the gas, the air that you're breathing, when you expand your lungs, you expand the medium of your lungs, right? And that pressure rushes towards that volume that you are opening up your lungs, right? Ring?
No, I mean,
Ring?
if
right. So when you open your lungs, the air pressure around you rushes towards the volume. Now, the air pressure has to be contained. There's a container, and they're telling you in the globe idea that there is no container. So it's a fantasy claim when they're telling you that they're going outside of the Earth pressurized system into a non-pressurized system. That will be an impossibility, because there will be you'll be not breathing air. The air will be rushing outside of your lungs, Rin. There will be not you breathing air and having a conversation.
And now you made me wonder about something else. If the Earth is flat, you know, how people dig like for hundreds of miles under Earth to extract like oil and gold.
That's another belief that you're holding, though, because the deeper hole ever dug, there was a race. There was this competition between some nations, and the ones that dig deeper was the Russians, and they only digged for 7.8 miles. And you're saying hundreds of miles. The deepest hole ever dug by men, it took like over 10 years. And they only dug 7.8 miles. So are you going to retract what you just said? Hundreds of miles dug?
No, not hundreds. Okay, 7 miles. How we know the depth of Earth?
So I worked in the oil field, and so the farthest we dig down in the oil field is anywhere from a half a mile to 2 miles down, and that's it.
You see, you have a bunch of misconceptions about reality at the moment.
Yeah, maybe I made very big number, but I mean people dig for too much, you know. How we know the real depth of Earth and where it goes to, you know. If Earth is flat, then if we dig, you know, where it leads to, you know what I mean?
Listen, the surface of the flatness of it that people describe is the surface. Flat surface, flat lakes, flat Florida, right? Flat water. That's a description. Whatever is below, that's another thing. The containment and the heavens above and the sun and the moon.
Yeah, for example, water. People can go dive underwater for how much maximum people can go underwater? You know?
How much maximum was that?
How much people
go to the moon? How?
Yeah, the Mariana Trench.
How deep people can go underwater?
How he went back
People use containers. People use containers. They hold air either
about 8 miles.
right?
No, I mean that.
Rin, I'm in the middle of replying to you. Don't say no in the middle of my sentence. Just stop.
No, this misunderstanding. He was about to answer something else. I'm not talking about oxygen.
Underwater.
I'm not talking about oxygen. I mean the distance.
The distance. I mean, the deepest underwater place is the Mariana Trench.
I think Gem C just trolling us. He doesn't believe that.
Marcelo, you're trolling yourself, bro.
Gem C, you're too smart to think Earth is flat.
Flat is a description of a surface.
I think you're trolling us. You're saying that water cannot curve.
You're imagining things.
Right? Water cannot curve.
I didn't say that.
It doesn't curve when it's at rest.
No, but for real, you said that water cannot curve. I remember.
Okay, we're gonna speak with one person. Stop jumping.
When you take a piss, the water from your pee makes a curve. How
Marcelo,
do you explain that?
Is that how you speak to your mom? Your dad?
Yeah, bro, don't be an idiot.
When the water comes out the pee, it's curved. It's clearly curved.
Marcelo.
True.
It bends different.
Yeah, but bending and curve is not the same.
Marcelo, ¿tienes miedo de hablar? Dejar miedo.
¿Qué?
Nothing. Just mute Marcelo. Someone. He's not here.
Ask him.
You're cutting out.
Jamesy, ask him in his own tongue, please, to not troll and be honest. Ask Marcelo in his own tongue to please not troll and be honest.
He doesn't mean to insult. He got really.
He knows what trolling is. He knows what trolling is. He's not dumb.
No, but he's right. When you do this, it curves.
Yeah, it's going. I seeking its level, right? But you cannot have water and your pressure. You cannot have that pressure to be able to push the water out of your system if you weren't in a contained environment. If the Earth was a globe next to the vacuum of space, you wouldn't be able to piss. The water will evaporate. It will be rushed out of your body.
I'll say this real quick before you go pee-pee. The urine in your bladder on the surface is flat and level in your bladder before you go pee-pee.
Also, the liquid in your vestibular system is a horizontal frame of reference. It's horizontal, level. So the globe doesn't make any sense when you're using your body. And your body's a contained environment too. It has many contained layers. That doesn't work on the globe. So yeah, Marcelo, piss debunks the globe. Good job, Marcelo. You debunked the globe. Welcome. Did he leave? He's muted, I guess.
Yeah, you want me to unmute him?
Yeah. Marcelo, be cool, dude. Don't troll.
We can keep talking to Rin, but if Marcelo, you brought up that, and we can keep it a little more serious.
I was asking about how deep we can go underwater and where it leads to, the bottom of Earth if it's flat.
So check this out, Rin. The deepest hole ever dug is 12 kilometers or 7.8 miles. And subsequently, the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean of all oceans, also happens to be about 7.8 miles deep. So there seems to be a limit to how far we can go down in Earth.
Also, depth is measured from the surface of sea level. So that flat water that you use to reference the height of mountains and hills is also the reference point for the depth of the ocean.
Regarding internet and how it works, how do you guys deal with the latency between, let's say, here where I am on Brazil and let's say Asia, because
Latency has nothing to do with whether the shape of the Earth is a sphere or it's described as a flat surface. So that's non sequitur. It's not following the topic.
yes, but if there's
It sounds like a silly question. It sounds like a silly question because you think the flat Earth is silly.
No,
Yeah,
sorry.
latency
The
between
thing
me
is,
and
like,
you
I
is not my
don't have
problem.
the basal beliefs that you guys do, so I will have silly questions. I'll have to understand the thing from the
I have a
child
silly
level.
question for you. I have a silly question for you.
Consueño, the one asking the questions, he's more serious than the other guy. He asked some other questions, so he's all right compared to the other one.
Let me ask him a silly question. What's his name? Casino? Vitor Casino? So, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
If it's not curving,
Mm-hmm.
He believes it's curving.
yeah, I think there's only flat. There's not.
Hey, that's an honest answer. That's an honest answer. Because that's really what it only could be, right? It's either curving or it's flat. But if it's curving, then we have to determine whether it's convex or concave, right?
Yes.
Right. But starting with the base, it's either curving or it's not curving. And if it's not curving, then it's flat, right?
Yes.
So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in this world is only happening over a flat Earth.
That's the jump that I don't get.
No, it's not a jump because internet functions in reality. We're using it right now. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. The shape could be anything. Your deepest heart's desire, it could be anything, and the internet still functions because we're using it. So the internet has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
But you know, if Earth is flat, why ships disappear after a distance in water and in sea? They disappear after a while.
Good question. That's a sequitur question. It follows. Because you're trying to determine whether or not the drop over distance is the reason why the ship is disappearing bottom.
Yeah, there is like curves. That's why they disappear.
Yeah. Well, in this case, we will determine whether the shape of the ground is like they tell us, which means it has a arc on that circumference that we can measure, which is the drop over distance. And then we can use that arc or that drop over distance to determine the radius value and see if it matches the radius value that they give us, 3,959 miles. If we're seeing beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, then we are not looking at a geometric curve. We are looking at an optical issue.
The thing I have with the internet connection is not like that.
Why do you keep going to the non sequitur when we're on topic? Are you a gear diver?
Sorry?
Hush. We're on topic. So 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. At 1 foot
No, I think this is misunderstanding. I mean, if Earth is flat, we should see forever using our optics, you know, using like the new technology of optics.
Am I roboting? Am I not coming through? Because this happens.
You're coming through, Freud. Rin, my friend, could you not cut other people off, please?
Okay, sorry.
At 1 foot observation height, the distance to the geometric horizon is 1.2 miles. We have instances where people have put a camera down at 1 foot elevation height above sea level and looked out over the water, which should be curving and conforming to the sphere of the ball because gravity holds it down, right? And the distance to the horizon is greater than 9.6 miles. That means it's easy to say that the horizon 10 times farther than what it should be. Have you ever seen that observation?
I know, like I got like lost in a lot of calculations that you're saying, but it sounds like why it's daytime at some places, at night and
You're
at
going
some
in
other
the
places.
abstract. I'm trying to be precise because they gave you a precise size to the sphere that you believe in. And I'm trying to show you that the sphere that you believe in is not observed in reality. It's not something you see with your real eyes.
Remember what I said earlier about whether the Earth is flat or curving, and if it's not measured any curvature, and that means it's flat, and if it's flat, then whatever's happening in the sky, sunsets, daytime, nighttime, satellites, it's only happening over a flat Earth. That's what Tactical Droid is trying to get at in this observation that he's talking about.
Is what I posted readable? Can you read that? Or do I need a better example? Because for mine, it looks like I might have a better example.
It's a bit iffy, bro.
I'll grab it. Anyway, in the meantime, you see the rigs, right?
Got you. 2 seconds.
Okay. Well, those rigs, the guy put the camera, he was making a video, and he put the camera down on the ground and was looking at the rigs, and then he zoomed in on the rigs. And the horizon is beyond the rigs. I need to delete that one, because that one is garbage. All right.
Check if Rin is looking at on it. Are you looking what they post in Rin?
Ren, are you able to read that?
Second, I'm trying to check what you said.
Are you able to see the picture, Rin?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
When you're looking at that image or that picture, you understand what the horizon is, right? Do you know what the horizon is, what that word means? Rin? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, second, I was just seeing the photos.
That's fine.
The horizon,
What is the horizon? What is the horizon? What does that mean? What does that word mean, horizon?
It's a place where the land and sky seems like they're collapsing, you know?
Right. It's where the earth and the sky meet, whether it's water or dirt. There's sky and then there's earth. Right. So when you're looking at this image that you're looking over here, you're reading the modus tollens logical reasoning behind it. But what I want you to do is look at the image, and I want you to tell me, since you know the horizon is the apparent location where the earth and sky meet, where in the image is the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or beyond the oil rigs?
It's behind the oil rig.
Okay, good. You're seeing too far. You are not looking at the geometric curve of the ground. The sphere radius is much larger than what they tell you. With this observation, the radius value of the Earth would be 250,000 miles. That means it would be half of a million miles to make the diameter of Earth.
Guys,
So
look at the
that means
quality
that
of this image, guys. I don't know. It's
I'm sorry, but I can't understand what
the image of the Earth
what
they
it
show you on the
proves.
TV. Hello, Ring, can you hear me? The claim of the globe, the size of the globe that they claim of the radius 3,959 miles, that's not found in reality. That has been falsified by repeated testing. This can be done by anyone. It has been done by many people, and you can do it yourself, falsifying the radius of the globe claim.
That radius value, 250,000 miles, 250,000 miles, that circumference would be 1.5 million miles, which is, how big is that? 24,901, 63 times bigger than what the Earth should be. So what you just witnessed right there is a flat Earth observation. Now we're going to challenge you to go out there and debunk it.
If you're confused about what the equation is true or false, here's Google AI overview telling you, yes, the expression is valid. So, since the Earth is not the radius value that they've given us, then you have two things on the table. The Earth is changing in its size, or it's flat. Because there are observations people have done from airplanes with infrared cameras, and they're seeing 700 miles from between 30,000 and 44,000 feet because they're on a commercial airline. At 44,000 feet, the distance to the horizon in miles is 214 miles. And the observation is 700 miles away, with the horizon being beyond that.
So the idea is that the horizon it's farther than it should be.
Jay Poland.
But you know, if Earth is flat, you know, if Earth got a radius, why it seems like perfectly flat under us?
Hello. No. Someone was asking a question about this specific topic. Guy, you got interrupted. Go ahead and answer.
It was Vior. Go ahead, Vior.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the argument. So the idea is that if the Earth was round, the horizon should be much closer. Is that it?
The argument is, if the Earth is a radius, if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be no farther than 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. Meaning, with this equation, you can go out at any observation, determine your height above sea level, and then divide that square root, multiply it by 1.2, and that'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you're seeing beyond that, then you are not looking at a horizon on a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles.
And how is that value, like, where did it comes from?
That's what we're asking the Globers every single day, and nobody knows. They just admit that they believe it's true.
Those values come from geometry.
Like trigonometry?
Geometry.
The claim of the globe is claiming those values. When you see an image from the Earth, from supposedly outer space, and you see the sphere, this is how big they claim it is.
If they tell you the Earth is a sphere, that means it has a circumference. If it has a circumference, it has a radius. C equals 2 pi r. So you can't solve for the circumference without the radius, and you can't solve for the radius without the circumference. Basic geometry.
And since we are big, the diameter of Earth, we have to measure an arc on that circumference. We're trying to identify the circumference values so we can get a radius value. And that's what we're doing.
Have the Glovers been able to prove gas pressure without a container yet?
No, but we're not on that topic yet. We're still on the radius value.
Okay.
So, Consueño, the observation that you can do across any body of water in this area of the world, any lake that you can go in Brazil, any country, or across the sea, you're going to look across the surface of water and you're going to see beyond the claimed geometry of the globe.
Got it.
So you're going to be at a position, and then you're going to look across, and you're going to see another position of the Earth that is going to supposed to be dropping behind the curvature. It's going to have to be behind the sphere, behind the dropping away.
Yeah, I'll just be honest with you guys. That's something that I'll have to check, because it's not like my geometry for sphere is like on top of my head. So, but yeah, I see the idea.
There is a group of Brazilians in Brazil, and this is engineers, field engineers, and people that work in these fields, and they worked for 7 years, and they debunked the globe. This is people from Brazil that actually built structures and did a lot of work in different fields in Brazil, and they actually came to this topic, and they tested the curvature of the Earth with lasers, with trigonometry. They use buildings from thousands of kilometers away. They did a high altitude balloons. This is Brazilians, so I'm surprised that you haven't heard this one, because there's like many Brazilians that know the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah,
in the millions.
In defense, there is many things Brazilians do that I do not know about.
Yeah. True. That's
fair enough. Brazil is pretty big. But hey, Vitor, I put in the side chat. I tagged you in it. Tagged you twice. I gave you the globe Earth calculator. You also do a Google search and find any globe calculator that you want. The curve calculator, Earth curve calculator. That's what it's called. And then I also tagged you with a side image of that observation where the horizon is behind the oil rigs, to show you what the geometry is supposed to look like for a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles, or if you do kilometers, 6,371 kilometers.
The Students did a radar test between 2 points, line of sight, from radar to radar across the surface of water, and they debunked the radius with that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something that
Go ahead.
That's something that I'll just need to do the math later. But if you guys want to talk about the gas pressure thing, I want to hear about it.
All right. Well, the globe claims that it is a liquid and gas covered sphere in the middle of a vacuum with no container. There is no container separating you from outer space and the ever expanding vacuum. Right?
And it's
every example that you have.
not that the vacuum is sucking. Go ahead. You were first.
A vacuum would be extremely low pressure in this case. Okay. The surface of the Earth has approximately 14 psi at the surface. And the vacuum of outer space away from us, far away, is 10 to the negative 17 torr. Magnitudes lower than what is on the surface of the Earth. In order to try and replicate this, you would need to build a container to create a vacuum. And when you open the container of vacuum, the air outside of it rushes into that vacuum. The high pressure rushes to fill in that low pressured environment. Your tire is 32 to 36 psi greater than the air outside the tire. When you get a hole in the tire, the air rushes out to try and equalize with that lower pressure that's around it. Okay? You experience high pressure next to a low pressure, needing a container in order for that pressure gradient to exist. Right? You can also have a gradients of pressure inside of a container. Okay? A propane tank is an example of a gradients in pressure. The propane is even made liquid from the pressure. Whenever you put a liquid into a vacuum and you turn on that and you start to make a low pressure above that liquid, it begins to evaporate and become a gas to try and fill in that low pressure environment that's above it. Okay? With what you experience, it's the opposite of what the globe claims, because you don't see the oceans evaporating and the gas that you're trying to breathe rushing off into the low pressure that exists around the Earth. That movement of high pressure to low pressure is called entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Another example of entropy would be having a hot cup of tea and then letting it sit for a little bit, and then it becomes room temperature. That heat left the cup and tried to equalize with air around it, becoming cooler than what it was when you first poured the hot cup. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So,
and the explanation that's given, it's about gravity, which you guys do not believe in, right?
the thing is you're saying gravity is causing gas and liquid to exist near this specific point with no container. So you need to create an example of gas and liquid surrounding a solid inside of a vacuum, and the gas and the liquid not evaporating inside that vacuum using gravity
enough.
Also, you cannot manipulate gravity because you do not know the cause of gravity. You have a philosophy of what gravity is, but you have not proved it with the scientific method because you cannot manipulate the cause. You would not be able to prove that claim. Gravity is holding gas and liquid on Earth.
Because you mean like gravity being a product of mass? That's what you're.
Oh.
Mass affecting mass is a philosophy. Bending and warping of space-time is a philosophy. It is not proven using the scientific method. You cannot manipulate a fabric of space-time to cause gravity to change. You cannot manipulate the mass of an object to cause its gravity to change. It's a philosophy. It was never proven with the scientific method. You don't know what the cause is. Nobody knows what the cause is. All of the big minds in modern mainstream science says we do not know the cause. We can describe it. We can tell stories about it. We can measure it. We do not know the cause.
Is there like
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, Vitor.
Okay.
If you built a vacuum chamber, right? This is something you can actually probably test for yourself.
Yes.
If you built a vacuum chamber, sucked the air out of it, and then introduced air back into it, just a little bit, a little spurt, do you think that the gas of that air, whatever that gas is, do you think it's going to lay down in the vacuum chamber, or is it going to fill the entire volume of the vacuum?
It depends on the amount of it, but it will usually disperse. Yes.
Right. So gases expand in all directions, and they fill the available space until they reach the edge of the containment. That's just the nature of gas.
Yes.
If there's no containment, it will continue to expand in all directions indefinitely.
Yeah, kind of, yes.
There's no gravitational force that will ever pull it together or pull it down.
But you guys do agree that there's possibility for other forces to manipulate how the gas interacts with the container? Let's say an example. If I heat the container, I will change the pressure of it.
Yes.
Is that something you guys are
Yes,
okay with?
that is factual, but you still need the volume. The volume
You
is
still
the
have
container
pressure.
that we're talking about. That's the thing we say that is necessary in order to make these observations happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
Because
thing is,
the gas pressure is defined. The gas pressure is defined as gas molecules colliding with the walls of the container. When you increase the temperature, you increase the pressure because you increase the movement of the gas particles and their collisions with each other and the walls of the container. If you didn't have the container, you would not have the pressure.
You forgot about the force because the gases are exerting a force. The gases, this is what the gases are doing. This is what, they're expanding.
yes. But even without the explanation of gravity being the curvature of space and time, doesn't it make it okay that the mass of the atmosphere is attracted to the Earth, and that's
Before
why?
you go there, though, what is space? Width, length, space, a concept. It's not physical. Can you grab some space and paint it purple? Put it in a cup.
Oh yeah, I totally get it. This idea.
So then time, right? Time is a measure of passing. It's another concept. So space-time is like a hybrid of two concepts. Doing what? Making another concept, causing an effect in physicality. That's complete nonsense. That's why they cannot demonstrate it. It cannot be demonstrated in reality. In the physical and natural world, we can show you container containing gases, but nobody can show the warping and bending of space-time containing gases or causing anything in physicality.
I see. Yeah, I'm not disputing that right now on the gravity being or not being the curvature of space and time. I'm asking about the atmosphere because
let me ask this.
Let him finish his question. Hang on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, doesn't the gravity being just like mass attracting mass make it okay for a big enough mass of air or any gas to be attracted to a big enough mass of planet.
You don't have a physical demonstration of this. This is only on paper, only in Fantasyland, only people saying that. So you saying this, you're repeating it from someone else that read it on paper. It's not demonstrable. Not show. You cannot show this in the physical and natural world.
When you say mass attracting mass, are you aware that that's over 100 years out of date theory? That it's been surpassed about 3 times now? For the current theory, idea, model of gravity, or what it is and what it's doing. It's not mass attraction. I'll put something in text to show you that mass attraction, the guy who came up with it, didn't want anything to do with it at the end of it. He realised he was wrong and he wanted to step out. Newton stepped out the game because he knew that mass attraction wasn't what was going on.
Yeah.
You say about like my gravity, like I made it up. It's not something that I'm not like doing anything. don't.
No, not you. You're repeating. You're repeating something.
Yes. Okay.
When in this case, you is like the person that believes the globe or the gravity, right? Not specifically you, but like you in general.
Can I?
So, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask: is your gravity, Vitor? Is your the idea of gravity, is that dependent on the Earth being a ball?
Probably.
So then, if the Earth is a ball, then we should go out and test the curvature.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, it is dependent because if the theory of gravity is right, then the Earth would have to be round.
There is no theory of gravity.
What if gravity, or what if the Earth is not round? Then what do you say about gravity?
Yeah, you are right.
It would need to be something else. Like it would need to work like considerably differently.
Right.
I mean, you can use F equals ma, right?
No.
Use what? Sorry.
F equals ma. All you need is a direction and a value for that direction. You don't need gravity.
How, bro? We don't need gravity.
No. F equals ma means force is equal to resistance to acceleration times acceleration. That doesn't make sense. And then whenever you mathematically think about mass attracting mass, that is resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. It's nonsense, as Jemsy loves to say.
That's the gravity.
I know, but it's never been scientifically proven with an experiment. It is philosophy. It is an idea, and that is it.
No, it's not just a philosophy, it's like science, because there's a lot of machines and airplanes and a lot of things always created depending on gravity and science.
It was invented, made up on paper. It wasn't discovered. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Science in this instance is like magic. Right?
A scientist is about facts.
If it's not following the scientific method and it claims to be scientific, it is pseudoscience by definition. So if it's not using the scientific method, it is not science. Unless you're just specifically meaning the word knowledge. Whenever you claim something is science and it's not following the scientific method, that's pseudoscience. Mass attracting mass, bending and warping of space-time, it's pseudoscience. It's philosophy.
But how it's not following the scientific method if like billions of people and all the world accepted and using it, it means that all of people checked and used it, and it's proven to be right.
No.
How old were you when you learned about what gravity was?
Like 12.
Did you ever question it?
What you mean by question it?
Did you ever wonder why things did the way they did, or did you just accept it because that's what they taught you in school?
No, you can try it. If you leave everything as the sky, it will fall to earth. It's
yeah, because it was
gravity.
It was resting on Earth to begin with.
In the side chat, old dude, he posted a video of objects falling in a vacuum. And you'll notice that not all the objects are falling at the exact same rate. Also, you can cause the weight of a beach ball to change by trying to pull it underwater. Meaning you can take a beach ball wrapped in a net, hold up a spring scale, and see that it weighs only a handful of ounces. And then when you try to pull that beach ball underwater, it begins to weigh pounds instead of ounces. You can take a pound of wood, a pound of iron, and set it in a bucket, fill the bucket with water, the wood will float, it changed its direction, the iron stayed at the bottom, then you can fill that bucket with mercury, and both the wood and the iron will float, changing the direction. It is no longer going to
but changing the direction doesn't mean that there is no gravity.
Yes. The water cycle, when the water evaporates out of the ocean and makes clouds, that's opposite of gravity.
Nonsense.
Go ahead, CNA. What is the nonsense? Go ahead. Gravity is nonsense? When you say round, do you mean like a round table?
What table?
Yeah, like table.
No.
Oh, no. Not round then.
Earth is... it's a little bit of... You can say... Like
little bit? Earth is little bit?
Did you saw
Earth is not little bit. Earth is a lot of things. Not little bit. It's a lot. Many things. So you're wrong. It's not little bit.
Guys, I have a question.
So Earth is flat.
Oh, okay, Sen. Welcome. CNA, just mute yourself for now. There's some question. Go ahead, the guy with the question.
Yeah, so it's me. So, okay, gravity doesn't exist. So what sticks us together to the Earth? Why we still walking under the Earth's surface? And we don't fly around to the universe and
Wait. You said that you're walking under the Earth's surface?
Yes, we are.
Bro, the Earth is below your feet. You're not under the Earth. If you're under the Earth, that means dead, or you're like a miner.
No, above. Sorry, above.
So you're above the Earth.
It's not my English is not my native language. So above. Okay, we are walking above the Earth. Okay, the Earth's surface. So why we keep stick it on the surface? Why we don't fly around and go to the infinity and beyond?
You are
Which force? Keep me clued. Keep me stick in the surface.
Question, but you won't let me answer the question.
Just wait. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't finish my question.
Sahu, just wait. Sahu, just we heard it. Go ahead, Tactical.
You are more dense than the air that is around you. That's why you don't float in the air.
Okay.
When you get in the water, you float in the water because you're partially less dense than the water.
Okay, density. So things with more density are pulling pushing to
Pulling.
pulling down. Okay.
Pulling. Like
I don't know,
holding
dude.
hands?
I'm trying to use this language. Okay, I'm trying to ask a question.
Bro, this is unscientific.
There's just where you belong within the layers of density. That's it. Archimedes' principle existed long before gravity did.
Zaku, can you check the voice text, the text chat? We've been talking about gravity and buoyancy and density and specific gravity for quite a while, so there's actually a lot of posts on it already, bro.
Yes. So I think with more density, it's pulled down. Okay. It's true. Is it true?
No. Density. A more dense thing can buoy other things up or cause them to raise. You know, like the Dead Sea, how you would float on top of the Dead Sea. And
yes, because the Dead Sea is denser than me, so I float. Okay.
Well, no, it has a greater density to its volume. It's not that it's denser than you, it's just that it's able to support your mass or your volume of weight higher. If it's less salt or fresh water, you would probably have to swim to stay up in the water.
Yes, because if you apply salt to water, it will become more denser, okay?
Yeah, but buoyancy and density, yes.
But okay, so the thing is, why the denser thing try to stay under me?
It just does. I don't know the cause. That's what I was saying.
Okay. This is the thing. This is the thing.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
2 seconds.
The cause is unknown. I can describe it to you. I can give you examples. I can show you how to make objects change elevation within different densities of mediums, like iron, water, and mercury. But you can't determine the reason for things stacking the way they do. You can take a bottle, give it different liquids, give it a centrifugal force, and the denser materials on the outside of that centrifugal edge, right? So the denser materials are on the outside of that spin, while the least dense materials are on the inside of that spin. And that also is opposite of what the globe claims. The globe claims it's a spinning object with the densest materials to the inside and the least dense to the outside.
Because we're not talking about the gravity is not trying to explain that the Earth is spinning faster than the force that put the things together.
Gravity in the instance that we're talking about right now is just the effect of objects falling or orienting themselves in a different density of medium. Okay? When I say gravity and we're talking about special relativity, I'm talking about special relativity gravity. If I say gravity and we're talking about Newton, we're talking about Newton's mass attracting mass gravity. In the instance I'm talking about, specific gravity, where you have buoyancy and density playing a role between the object and the medium surrounding it, I am not talking about Newton and I'm not talking about Einstein gravity. Does that make sense?
No, dude. Sorry. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. You can have multiple people named John, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In this instance, John does not have to be John falling down. John doesn't have to be bending and warping space-time. John does not have to be mass attracting mass. John is a name to a person in this instance.
Okay.
I am just talking about gravity. I picked up the pin, I let it go. Why did it fall? It's more dense than the air around it. Why did it go down to the ground and not up into the sky? It's more dense than the air surrounding it. Why does it do that? What's the causal mechanism? I don't know. It just does.
But you're putting a name on it. You're giving the name gravity and saying, therefore the Earth's a ball.
Yeah. But when I say John, I'm talking about just any old name John. You're talking about John Cena.